would you put this in your mouth? Get your minds out of the gutters, you freaks. I'm talking about chocolates. Plain old chocolates. Plain old morgue chocolates by Stephen Shannibbrook. Now, perhaps that's a term you're unfamiliar with, and it should be. So these are chocolates that were made from models taken from a morgue. Like when someone got murdered and they needed to know the shape of the weapon, they make a cast out of it. And Stephen took those casts and made chocolate out of them, which is kind of messed up, but I'm here for it. The molds were taken in New York and Russia, and they look like that. Now, I am a chocolate lover with a penchant for creepy, but I don't know that I would put this in my mouth. What do you think? Hello, and welcome to our first episode.
Why do these people want a piece of us? Those fools, do they want to see what we're made of? The United States of America, red, white, and blue, will rip your throat out, drink your blood, motherfucker.
All right, welcome in everybody. How you doing? Sorry, I was having YouTube was acting all YouTubey, got all weird on me. So yeah, here we are. All right, Tony's here. I just wanted to do a quick live here tonight. Everybody was over there. Hey, what's up, Miss Pods? Miss John E. Knapp. It is so very nice to see you again. Thank you for being here. Translucent, hello. Let's see. Let's get right into it, guys.
Prior service Marine serving as an armed security guard in an emergency room here in Chattanooga. And you're going to see a guy come from the bottom of our screen who is a patient who our guard does not know is suicidal. And he is going to come up and reach for his gun to try to take his own life. He didn't announce that. So our guard's going to kind of protect his gun, and then the pileup shows up. We see what looked to be a nurse or, an assistant some kind come in and go the Terry Tate office linebacker Everyone else piles on the guy. He was charged with aggravated assault, told the arresting officer on the way to jail that he didn't want to hurt anyone, that instead he was trying to die by suicide. The judge, even though he was convicted of aggravated assault, sentenced him to a diversion rehab program. And this gentleman here, our guard, is actually going to be on the ASP podcast. Our guard here, prior...
What's up, Meanie Weenie? Nice to see everybody today. I want to do more talking than I used. Yeah, I've been complaining because it's been 60 degrees, but now I closed the door, and all of a sudden it's nice and toasty in here, and I'm feeling warm. I got my maize sweatshirt on. My niece went here. Let's see if we can see it on it. It won't show. It for some reason YouTube is censoring my sweatshirt. I don't know what's going on. Okay, there's me though. I look good with the light over me. If I had like a lighting staff, I need a lighting. Is anybody a lighter guy? A lighting guy? Be my lighting guy. So yeah, we had fun at Tommy's over there. If you saw us over there, thanks for watching. Toes tomorrow night. Toes. Would you like to be on as a guest? I would like to have you. Send me another email with your number, and I'll talk to you today or tomorrow. I'll go on again. I was so tired from last night, so we went till 5 in the morning. And but there's a lot of stuff happening. It's just so much stuff happening, you guys, and it's unbelievable. And I was watching Squirrel Tribe again today. That silly girl, and she put it very well. She's like, they're trying to do as much craziness as they can possibly do to keep Trump out of office. And it's just lighting up. You know, our hopes for a nice, peaceful year were squashed right away. And you can't deny the connections with the Cybertrucks and the whole thing. I mean, come on. They're so desperate now. And I'm going to start with something I wasn't going to start with. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here it is. That one? No. This one? That one? Wait a minute. Where is it there? I'm not going to start with it, I guess. It's not here. Okay, so this is it. And I don't usually do politics stuff. I'm not a politics guy, whatever. But this is something that's pretty unusual that happened. Washington State Democrats accidentally emailed their radical tax plan to the entire Senate. Washington State Democrats appear to have accidentally emailed property tax hikes and new double-digit tax on firearms are among proposals Washington State Democrats are considering. According to the materials originally disseminated to all members by Washington Senate Deputy Floor Leader Noel Frame, a document entitled 2005 Revenue Options and a PowerPoint presentation describing how to talk to constituents in defense of the plan were included in these messages. The document lists proposed figures for an 11% tax on ammunition and firearms, which it harkens back to the Chris Rock's thing. Is like, you don't need to get rid of guns, just make bullets really expensive. Like, yeah, they found 10 bullets in the guy. Man, they must have really... they spent a lot of money. They must have really wanted him dead. I don't know what's going on here with this. Let me see if this is more of the story for you guys here. Let's get it on up, get it on. Nice to see everybody. Friday night, Tax Max Thunderclap.
Resolution fed up with the city's escalating minimum wage. They're promising to stop tipping workers already making substantial wages. Let's get some insight into this issue from the author of What's Killing America, KTTH Seattle talk radio host Jason Rantz. Jason, welcome.
Thank you so much.
So let's start by showing our audience what minimum wage in Seattle is this year and what it's going to next year. So right now it's $19.97. In a matter of days it goes up to $20.76. And Jason, they want to be tipped on top of that?
Not only do they want to get tipped, we're not just talking about the folks who you would normally expect to give a tip to. I went into a pet store today. I bought my dog some treats, and I was prompted as to whether or not I wanted to give a 15% tip. No, I don't want to give you a 15% tip because you didn't really do anything. And I think a lot of people are now feeling that, especially in the context of at some point we started to give tips because we felt like the work that was being done was...
That guy's a clown. I'm not even going to listen to that. All right. Anyway, all right. So we got a lot to get into. Heather, you want to angle us tonight? Hopefully, I could transfer it from my phone, but if you could just feed me the links a little bit later, and we'll get into your thing. I couldn't keep my eyes open last night. I was trying to read what she was sending me, and I was getting the gist of it, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. Now, being on Tommy's show tonight made me really realize, like, does nobody watch this show? It's like, I was pretty sure all the creators, at least, are up in here. And, Tommy maybe doesn't have the time to catch my show. How do you not know about Timmy Reed? 3 creators in there didn't even know about Timmy Reed. I was like, what? Are you kidding me? I mean, I had to explain that. I couldn't even get to make my points. So I was like, I have 130 shows after today. And we've definitely made some strides and definitely had some big discoveries. And I guess what happens in Kane land stays in Kane land. So we're in the know. Apparently we have quite an edge on, I wouldn't say the competition, but the rest of the YouTube world here. Wow. It really put things in perspective. For a while there, I had 666 subscribers, and I was like, just like I said in Thought Riot, I'm going to earn them one by one, and damn it if they don't show up every time I'm live. Every time I'm live. Never below 600 people have watched. And I'd rather have that than have 10,000. And I in my last real big live, I had more than even T-Rev with 64,000 subscribers. He had 120. So I was like, it's going to come down to what you're putting out. And I put out real shit, and we talk about real shit, and we learn shit here. So if you're new to the Purge, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Don't be afraid of the name. Meanie does not bite. Cold or Covered comes in all the time and brings us good stuff. And actually, I want to start with a story from Cold and Covered today. And I'd seen it. I'd come across it. And I didn't really watch it until I got to her video of it. Where is that little sucker? And right here. Okay, let's listen to this real quick, guys.
This one is actually coming in out of Idaho. I want to tell you what police are providing at this point. Now, they do say that a man has been arrested after investigators say he actually placed an improvised explosive device on a train car. Take a look. That is his mugshot that has been released by investigators. This was over in Payette. Police say on New Year's Day, around 6 p.m. local time, Payette police were called to the 600 block of North 8th Street for a suspicious man seen near a parked railroad car attempting to light something on fire. Officers got there and say they found fresh footprints in the snow and were able to track them to a train car where they found an undetonated improvised explosive device, or IED. Police say they followed the footprints in the snow to a camp trailer that was parked near a home fairly close by. Officers say 40-year-old Brent Shirai, seen right there, tried to run from the camp trailer, but surrendered to police officers after a short chase. He was taken into custody, we're told, on unrelated warrants and later booked into the county jail on those warrants, but also additional charges for possession of a destructive device, which is a felony, possession of a controlled substance, also a felony, and possession of paraphernalia, which is a misdemeanor. There's also resisting and obstructing officers. Due to the dangers that were posed by the IED, the bomb squad was called to the scene to make sure the device was safe. Union Pacific also notified all trains scheduled to travel through the incident site were put on standby for about 5 hours until the scene was determined to be safe. An agent with the FBI also responding to the scene as they assisted with the investigation. The bomb squad did utilize their specialized robot to remove the IED from the train car and then detonated the device to render it safe. A search warrant was obtained and executed on the camp trailer that the suspect was in, where items similar to that device, police say, were found on the train car, as well as controlled substances and other drug paraphernalia. Federal charges for the possession and manufacturing of a destructive device pending the FBI's investigation.
Okay, you heard the word robot in there, and they have, the thing is, they say it was an explosive device placed next to a train car. It wasn't just a train car, it was like it was one of those round tanker with liquid like methanol or something in there that would have blown up the whole town. This guy's, I don't know what dirty potato he crawled out from under Pete Fox, but he was one of the guys for sure. Yeah, he just left the truck. I mean, at least like cover your tracks, right? They say cover your tracks. Anyway, listen, you guys, it's the way they operate. They have been going after Trump, and now they're going to sentence Trump right before his inauguration. They tried to kill him twice. They've blown up Cybertrucks and done everything they can do, and they will continue to do this. And I want to say it's just been their plan all along. There is no bottom with them, and even Biden is passing laws and freeing criminals and trying to sell the border wall. Thankfully, the Texas state has jumped in and stopped the sale of the border wall, which would have just cost us a bunch more tax money. But does Biden care? No, he doesn't care. And so they're doing everything possible to try and grasp the little bit of control. Their party is dead. The Democratic Party is dead. Their brand sucks, and they know it. But they refuse to lose that. That power means everything. They're going to put term limits on these senators and legislators, and they're freaking out because they can't just, like Black Magnus says last night, they can't just sit back and collect checks anymore. They're going to have to work for it, and it'll be interesting to see. I believe we've got 18 more days or 16 more days before he's inaugurated, and things are back. And there's good and bad on both sides. Take it for what you will, but it's at least a step for us in the right direction. All right, and so shit just is happening, and it's don't let it get. Don't think the world is crazy. There's an agenda behind this, and they're going to continue to photobomb us throughout the first year at least, and we just are going to have to find ways to deal with it. I mean, it's scary to think that right outside your own home, some crazy stuff could go down. And what they're trying to do again is keep you in the house. Keep you in your home. They want you to shelter in place. Don't go outside because a Cybertruck might blow up. Don't go outside without your mask now because the bird flu is running rampant in Idaho. Don't go outside because somebody's going to drive through traffic and run you over. And that's what they want you to do. And we all know better. We've learned states have implemented the mandatory masks thing. Of course, New York, California, right on top of that. What does that tell you? So let's take a little break from that and get on Valley G. Come on. If you're going to have me as a guest on your show, I'm going to take over. I have way too much to say. I can't shut the F up. I have too many people that are a part of this. I got Heather, I got Jenn, and I got Miss Potts now. It was amazing. Absolutely, and Tommy had just heard about her show. I'm like, what? You got to be kidding. She is the hottest thing since sliced bread. And I started spewing out shit, and it was like everything. So I had to stop myself, and I'm like, man, I haven't even started yet. Are you kidding me? I haven't even gotten to the Heather stuff. We're going to do the Heather stuff in a minute. Wait till you see it, okay? And it's going to be about Doug Wilson and the Christchurch, so get ready for that. Now, this happened in Houston, I believe. Yeah, Fort Worth. This is, you might have heard about this, you might have seen it, I don't know, but it's crazy.
I know.
Kudos to this truck driver. He avoids hurting so many people. What a great stop. And then it still doesn't matter. I think it was a foggy night. Another thing about the fog. And they just keep coming, man. It is insane. And it looks like the roads are just slick and icy and wet. It's funny about Texas. That cold really, really kind of burns through you, just like in Florida when it's cold. Yeah, this is no bueno, bro. This has been the craziest start to a year. We've had crazy years, right?
My car, there goes 100.
For sure, but this, I mean, we're on, today's still the 3rd, right? Let me double check my calendar. There, yeah, the 3rd. Going to the 4th, and we've already had 2 or 3 terrorist attacks, if you include the Idaho one, and then we have all these crazy things, and I mean, wow. Let's get this over with. Let's put it behind us and try to move forward, because that's the whole idea, right? So, all right, this one's for Brian. I always complaining that I do girl stuff on here because Heather puts it in my feed, but this is, hey, Mr. Sentinel, long time, nice to see you. Alright, and so there we go.
It's Jack Harlow, sold out 713 Music Hall, but more importantly, I'm here with Dr. Gregory Johnson. It's been a long time coming. I've been wanting to be here for years. I'm more excited for this than the show, to be honest.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's turn you on your back. You okay?
Great.
Okay, now let's put both arms out to the side, palms up.
Good Lord.
It's the real deal, isn't it?
A lot of impact.
Yep. You ain't seen nothing yet. These are the anterior ribs. Yep.
It's Jack Harlow, sold out 713 Music.
I don't know if Brian's even in here or not, but anyway, there goes Brian. There you go. And let's see here. This was nothing half fast. And she's always complaining that the only viewers she gets are guys, which I don't think is probably a bad thing. But here, she's like, this is, what did she say? I know this cannot be real. This is what the analytics for this channel says for the last 28 days. That can't be correct, ladies. I love my guys, but really? Now, I've watched her plenty of times in the last couple of months, so I don't know why they're not putting my demographic in there, but like males 100%. And Tamara's in there, I think, saying something, and she's like, I watch you, and Dinky says, it's only me that watches. Anyway, so that was funny. Let's see what she always has something funny going on. I don't know if you all of you saw this. I'll play it again. It's hilarious.
Hello. Hippopotamus, please. Is this Hell Fitzgerald? He's supposed to be over here for New Year's. We were gonna party together. Hippopotamus. That's me. Dougie Purgy, come on. Come over. I'm waiting for you, pal.
I got the Roomba.
I got the Roomba ready.
That's classic. Alright. This happened over here in Clearwater, and this is just another one to terrify you ladies. Now, this is something that we definitely look at. And man hid inside woman's home, attacked her when she returned from work. Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Well, you're going to love this one, guys. A man is accused of hiding inside a woman's home before he attacked her when she returned from work early Thursday morning. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office said around 3:39 a.m. on January 2nd, deputies responded to the home in St. Petersburg for a burglary in progress. When they arrived, they found 20-year-old Sean Michael Cooper standing outside with blood on him. Deputies then located the victim, a 22-year-old woman who was significantly injured inside the home. The victim told them that Cooper attacked her. During investigation, detectives learned that the victim returned home from work when she found Cooper inside in the dark. 3 in the morning. She said Cooper attacked her by striking her head with a large glass pipe, spraying her with pepper spray, and then hitting her multiple times with a frying pan. This is a creative criminal here, right? Real winner. Detectives said Cooper then choked the victim, took her phone, told her he would stage an attack. I mean, that one really... Stage an attack? He's already... Anyway. And to remove her clothes so he could sexually batter her. When she refused, he threatened to kill her along with her mother and her cats. Oh, man. Cooper continued to strike the victim until she was unconscious, according to Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Detectives said he made numerous inconsistent statements and had injuries to his face and neck that were consistent with the victim's attempting to defend herself. The victim was taken to the hospital with serious but not life-threatening injuries. Cooper was arrested and charged with 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of burglary with battery before taken to the Pinellas County Jail. The no-fun zone there, believe me. One heck of a year. One heck of a year. Right here, down the road. All right. So this is another wrap it up in a neat little ball for you guys here. Top stories. And I'll read the headline when I got to turn this thing here so I can see. Attorneys for Bryan Kohberger are working to have key evidence dismissed. Attorneys seek evidence dismissal in Moscow murder trials. Court documents filed last week reveal that Kohberger's defense is pushing to exclude over 160 pages of DNA reports and search warrants from the trial. They argue that this constitutional rights were violated during the investigation. So we know that thanks to Ms. Potts. Now, I think this may be a useless exercise at this point. As we found in the last few days, that the prosecution is not even bringing in a DNA witness that we know of out of the 25 that they have. So it seems they may have abandoned the knife sheath. There's another thing I think that Tommy didn't even know. I'm like, did you watch Miss Potts? You talked about her. Did you watch her? Not to be snarky on Tommy, but I mean, come on. Anyway, a hearing on this matter is scheduled to take place before Ada County Judge. The ongoing legal battle highlights the complexities surrounding the case and the defense's efforts to challenge the evidence presented. Tommy did make the point, though, very well, that it's 68,000 gigabytes presented like 52 card pickup. I mean, he may have actually referenced this. I might have missed it, but anyway, wow, right? I don't know what leg they have to stand on. You know, they have a fingerprint expert. They're gonna. They might find TWIZ's fingerprints in there. I'm not sure. All right, check this out.
Touchy.
Oh my god.
Parkour!
Parkour! Thank you, Tony. 75,000 terabytes. Right.
Oh my.
Hold on, the music. Sorry. This is for this one. He slays over. I don't know what this is. My dog used to be crazy like that too. Let's do something boring, and I'm sorry, real quick. Let's look at something. I have saved here tons and tons of D-pics. No, just kidding. I have saved in here my videos because I used to record them. Let's look at one of my lives. See here if I saved any of them at all. All right. Yeah. Okay. Here's one. Here's one of my lives. I mean, this was one of my beginning days. And okay, that's a short one, 6 megabytes. Let me see if I can find a longer one. 4.5 replay. What's this one? 5.9. All right, so let me see this one here. 1.5. I can hover over these things and put in there. It's 107. Okay. There's the back rooms. These are already compressed. That is 2.5. Okay, I'm doing this for a reason here. All right, let's say when you get a video file from one of these Ring camera dingy dings, right? It's gonna be a compressed file. You can tell that those videos are very compressed. They use MPEG-4 or higher compression. And so let's say it was recording for 48 hours straight and they want that area of time, right? Let's imagine that each file is, let's say for the sake of logic, 100 gigabytes. Now, I don't. Is that really? Did Tommy say 75,000 gigabytes? Terabytes? That's nuts. So, what if you compiled all those cameras, and I can't imagine that it would be over 100 gigabytes from one of these security cams, even if you had like a 4-way system and all that crap. What is in there? Okay, they have 113 pieces of evidence from the house, or 123 was originally one time, I don't know, whatever it is. Very limited number of pieces of physical evidence, which is unbelievable at a house that had blood seeping out of the foundation. Nothing was left behind. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What everybody else keeps saying. There was a cleanup, dude. There was a cleanup. There was nothing to take out because nothing was left behind. Alright, so let's continue on. I'll just shut up now. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That was so cool!
This In-N-Out burger.
Hey guys.
And this guy's stabbing the window and all this girl's where she spilled her Coke.
Wait, I found my Coke! Oh my god! Oh my god! That was so cool!
Hey guys.
That was a cool. He's going to the other door! Wait, I found my Coke! Oh my
I gotta
god!
see him one more time. Look at this guy. Now, this is California, so I don't know what their gun laws, depending on what part of California you're in. But this would be one situation where I would love to be having a concealed carry right here and let this guy come in the door of In-N-Out Burger with all these people there. Because can you imagine? Look at this situation. Look at this. This guy has a little knife. This fat, hairy, crazy guy, right? And all these people are more or less defenseless to stop him. And here, Tony almost went down. Oh, light down. Oh my, the guy got in here. He's in. Get my gun. Sorry. All right, Tony's okay. It's okay, guys. All right, I'm back. Anyway, very good example of why you want to be able to protect yourself right here. Then we'll move on. Oops. Get rid of that. Okay. This I played last night for you guys, but I know you all weren't here. Kibo, Angel D was here last night. Grant Clarkson's joined us. Thank you. Tony Stevenson's here. So I wanted to play this for you again one more time. So check this out.
It is a robotic sphere known as the Rotunbot, a 276-pound ball that can roll down the street at speeds of 22 miles an hour to actively pursue suspects. Look at this thing. This self-balancing sphere is equipped with GPS, cameras, and sensors to navigate its surroundings and track.
Want to get the most out of one sheet? Grab Bounty. While ordinary brands can't hold up
Potential threats. And get this, it's amphibious. That's right, this robot can roll from land straight into the water without missing a beat. But here's where it gets really interesting. The Rotunbot comes packed with non-lethal weapons like tear gas, smoke bombs, and even net shooters. Sure, it may look a bit wobbly and weird when turning, and stairs are, well, still its kryptonite. But for pursuing suspects on flat ground or water, this rolling robot might just be a breakthrough in law enforcement technology. So I want to know what you think. Should we embrace robot police in the future, or should we stick to human officers? More crazy cool tech like this at cyberguy.com. If you're not getting my newsletter already, do your...
Let me rewind that real quick to the beginning.
Wait until you see this thing. China is rolling out their latest crime-fighting innovation to catch crooks. I'm Kurt the Cyber Guy. Follow me at cyberguy.com where my newsletter is free. It is a robotic sphere known as the Rotunbot, a 276-pound ball that can roll down the street at speeds of 22.
276-pound ball equipped with pepper spray, nets, and taser. And it can go into water. The only thing it can't do is go upstairs. I mean, this is the introduction to Minority Report here, guys. This thing chasing... Did you see watch the thing where they have
suspects.
The guys surrounded?
The self-balancing sphere is
now,
equipped with GPS,
another thing I'll point out in a
cameras, and
second here.
Sensors to navigate its surroundings and track potential threats. And get this, it's amphibious. That's right, this robot can roll from land straight into the water without missing a beat. But here's where it gets really interesting. The Rotunbot comes packed with non-lethal weapons like tear gas, smoke bombs, and even net shooters. Sure, it may look a bit wild.
So look right there where they have this guy surrounded, right? That is a scary situation, okay? Not that criminals should be able to get away from the police, but Lord Jiminy Joseph, what are you going to do in this situation? You know, look at it. You're helpless against these things. It's just going to continue to progress, and they're implemented. So what I want to say about China is everybody knows they have the social networking score system there. And what that is if you jaywalk and you're facially recognized on camera, you lose social credit points. And what that prevents you from being able to do is leave the country, travel within the country, buy food. They can seize your bank account. Here's the kicker. Who implemented this system for China? Who built it? Who built the social networking system that, believe me, is a testing ground for the rest of the world? Anybody know? Does anybody want to guess? Yeah, 270-pound ball rolling over you is going to be lethal. If it, suddenly you stop and it can't stop. Sure. Absolutely. Well, any guesses on who implemented that system in China? And I'll tell you further, and I'll look it up in a second, and I'll show you what they have in China for their justice system, which is disgusting. You're close, Miss Johnny Knapp. Probably at the top of it, BlackRock, but it was Google. Google. And they are preparing a system, and they've already implemented it. Everything is in place here to do it. I've shown you guys the true crime networks that they have in almost every city now. And then they have the facial recognition cameras, which they say is almost, I forgot, it was like 55,000 cities or something crazy. Maybe 5,500, whatever it is. Facial recognition, and then you're going to throw in on top of it genealogy, where they have your man, I just lost the chat. Where'd it go? There, wait. Oh, it's over here docked. It's okay. If you think about what people have said lately about the knife sheath alone, it's somebody could have had it and touched it, or what if Bethany, being the exculpatory evidence, is related to Brian Koberger? Somebody mentioned that. I wanted to put that theory out there. Maybe she touched it, whatever it may be. If it does turn out that that's what the exculpatory evidence that she holds is, then that's going to change the whole case. And you guys know that, in my opinion, that the entire crime scene is contaminated from the beginning. I'm glad we able to get the theory out as far as one of these students with the modern technology and millennials not sitting there helpless and not doing anything with their devices just for that certain period of time and not contacting anybody when all this craziness is happening. And hi, Angel, how are you? It's very nice to see you, darling. It's impossible for me to believe that even if you give it between 9 and 12, that nobody did that. I wanted to really drive that point home a little bit more at times, but he said he'd have me back next time, give me the chance, and hopefully we can build upon that with what Heather's going to give us tonight. So let's keep having fun and do an Idaho 4, which we all love to do, guys. Okay? Check this out. Not good. This is Waimea Bay, which is one of the largest, heaviest waves in the world, and he got the curtain dropped on him right there, so that could not have felt good. This is absolutely hilarious.
Alright, who snaked who on this wave? Is it the guy on the bodyboard's wave? Is it the surfer's wave? Or is it the dolphins' wave? I think the dolphins had the wave first. I think these two guys were just trying to steal their thunder.
I tell you, the beaches are getting a little too crowded.
Who snaked?
She got Betty David eyes. Betty David. I love the TWIZ Biscuit. That's hilarious. Was that Big P? That sounds like a P. Fox concoction. Alright, we hit that one. Now, this is a new thing, and if you have kids, be ready. You remember the whole synthetic drug craze that was going around. And so pink cocaine, and you saw a TikToker in Miami that got arrested, had it on her. She caused a traffic accident and acted all wild and weird and stripped in front of the cops and everything in the middle of traffic. This is it, and it's a synthetic form of coke that is known to be laced with fentanyl, and it's the sensation that's sweeping the nation right now for recreational partygoers to chronic addicts. The drug, also known as 2C or 2C, has been linked to several overdose deaths and numerous arrests, prompting urgent warnings from health officials. According to reports from law enforcement agencies and health officials, pink cocaine has been linked to a growing number of overdoses, hospitalizations, and deaths across Florida. Its popularity appears to be spreading rapidly, with cases reported in major cities including Miami, Tampa, and Orlando. The crisis has particularly impacted South Florida, Miami-Dade, with a record 150 overdoses in the last quarter. The unique pink hue of the drug, often attributed to additives like fentanyl or other synthetic opioids, contributes to its appeal. I don't know why, but the visual aspect alongside marketing tactics. I don't know if they're using billboards or pretty ladies to advertise it, but employed by traffickers makes it appear less dangerous than traditional stuff, leading to increased experimentation, and yeah, we all know what it'll do to you. So that's out there. That's fun to know. This one, we're gonna take a little dive into this one. I'll only play a little bit of it, but I thought this was very interesting. If you'd like to enjoy this with me for a moment, this is Chernobyl reactor, and he'll explain what's going on.
That is Chernobyl nuclear reactor number 4. It melted down on April 26, 1986. So what happened was so much heat was generated inside that reactor that it basically blew the top off, spreading radioactive isotopes throughout this whole surrounding area and over into Europe. And that is why we can still detect the contamination here today. And they covered it in that sarcophagus, which is kind of crumbling as it ages. And so they're actually building a brand new containment facility over here, which when it's finished will be slid over on top of the old containment, on top of the old sarcophagus. The town of Pripyat was built just a few kilometers away from the reactor, mostly to house the families of the people who worked there. And now it is completely abandoned. So now you can find all of these high-rise Soviet apartments completely empty and crumbling, and the forest is basically reclaiming this whole town. When the residents of Pripyat were told to evacuate, they were told that they would only be away for 2 weeks. So they left most of their belongings exactly where they were, and they never came back, so their lives are on display here.
Wow. That's crazy.
I'm inside an old kindergarten, and it's incredibly peaceful. You know, you look around.
You deserve to feel safe with the confidence that you're protected online. Introducing McAfee Plus, all-in-one protection.
And it looks like a disaster has hit here, but mainly what this shows is 30 years of weathering and no maintenance. So things just fall apart.
You know, it's been 30 years. And you look at Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and you wonder if this is another one of the lies that they tell us about the half-life of nuclear radiation. Because Hiroshima and Nagasaki are both thriving cities right now. And here this guy, as you pointed out, is not wearing a mask, translucent, and that is crazy. And he's got a rad meter and all that, but he's just walking through there like he's in Pleasant Valley Grove, and nothing's going to happen to him right next to where the reactor is capped. So I don't know. Is this going to be inhabitable again? They called it the Red Forest, if you caught that. I don't know if they played that part. This thing won't cooperate with me here. Anyway, I wanted to play that real quick. Angel, was your... Did they ever tell you, was England affected by the fallout of that meltdown? He said in the beginning that it affected parts of Europe, and I don't know if it was strictly Eastern Europe, or if they... I'm sure that the whole world got a good dose of radiation from that 30 years ago, and there's nothing we can do about it. And whether they told us that how badly we were being poisoned or not, a fact remains. So here's another, wrap it up into a nice little ball, and I'm not trying to take any heat away from Miss Potts, but I'm gonna play this chick here right now.
Bryan Kohberger prosecutors broke rule for Idaho murder trial, lawyers say. Lawyers for Bryan Kohberger said the prosecution broke a rule of discovery by failing to include opinions and reports in expert disclosures. Newsweek has reached out to the Lada County prosecuting attorney via email for comment on Friday afternoon. Kohberger, 30, is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. He is accused of fatally stabbing University of Idaho students Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Oksana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin in an off-campus residence in the city of Moscow, Idaho, in November 2022. A not guilty plea was entered on his behalf. The defense filed a motion to compel material and for sanctions on December 27, 2024. In the document, Kohberger's attorneys allege that the bulk of the state's expert disclosure do not include opinions and reports. These inadequate disclosures greatly prejudice Mr. Kohberger, who is obligated to submit defense guilt phase expert disclosures by January 23, 2025, his lawyers wrote. The defense is asking the judge to exclude the experts or issue an order compelling full disclosure and extending the January 23 deadline. On December 18, 2024, prosecutors listed 25 experts they intend to call. The defense said it has received expert reports from only 5 of those experts. The defense alleged that the prosecution is not adhering to Idaho's rules of evidence. The rules require prosecutors to provide a written summary or report of any testimony intended to be introduced at trial or hearing at the defendant's request. Kohberger's lawyers in their motion to compel, this is a capital murder case and compliance with the rules of discovery are not optional. Mr. Kohberger is prejudiced by the state's failure. It is impossible for him to confront unknown expert opinions with his own expert disclosures by January 23, 2025.
Sticking to this one real quick, it is funny how in the way that the rules apply to the defense, they are compelled to submit their motions and whatever, but there doesn't seem to be any repercussions for the prosecution when they don't. Tony, you made a good point at the Fukushima or whatever Japanese meltdown of a nuclear plant there because of a tidal wave was horrific in itself and much worse for everybody. But on top of it, they had something like you have here in Florida with the hurricanes and New Orleans and Texas and so, is that the new cars that they had ready to ship were contaminated with radiation, and they went ahead and tried to sell them. I don't know that they made it to our shores. I believe some made it to California. So it's, again, profit over people, even in that case, and it's just disgusting. Can you imagine you bought a brand new car, you're driving around, and then you take an e-meter to... It's horrible. Let's play on here just for 1 second.
Roommates Bethany Funke and Dylan Mortensen also lived in the off-campus residence and were unharmed in the incident. Funke told officials she was in the basement of the home at the time of the murders and did not witness the attack. Mortensen told police that she opened her bedroom door several times shortly after 4 a.m. She said she woke up after hearing what she thought was Gonsalves playing with her dog.
Yeah.
Mortensen said she thought she heard Gonsalves say something along the lines of, "There's someone here." She told officials she opened her door a second time after she thought she heard crying from Kernodle's room. Mortensen said when she opened her door the third time, she saw a man wearing black clothing and a mask over his mouth and nose. The next hearing in the case is currently scheduled for January 23rd.
You want to tell me that the farmlands are contaminated and the sheep have tumors, but there's no effect on the people? Come on. Yeah, I'm not even going to dwell on that with what everybody's going through in this community right now. And our prayers are with you, Angel, for sure. And there's so many things like this that have affected people, and we're not allowed to ask questions. We're not. And they won't give us answers. And I can't imagine being like in your situation, or like even with the Vegas guys. That is TWIZ here? I will beat his butt if he's not here. Are there? Okay. Speak of the devil. I'll flashy thing every single one of you right now. That if I was in that situation, which I technically am, but if I am directly affected health-wise, or I was shot, TWIZ isn't here. I'm not here. How angry and how desperately I would be searching. That would be, like in Vegas shooting, if we're getting lies, that would be my goal in life. And, our dedication is here to try to get justice for, what is this tiny little crazy battle, but it's a countrywide, at least, fight. It's like we're committing countryside. And it's been happening for so long. They're so used to doing it and throwing these narratives in our face and making us believe it with the press. And finally we have our own platform, or platforms, that we're able to at least get some of the information out, even though we're censored now. That's why I'm trying to get everybody, join up Rumble, get on there. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to get on X, and I'm going to do those things. So I'm going to flop, and I'll keep the YouTube thing as long as I can stand it. But I really, days are numbered here. It's a constant battle with Google. Google is, and somebody pointed out in Tommy's live, in one of those pictures, that some of the people were making the 666. And if you guys aren't familiar with that symbol, it's one that surprised me, that struck me. I thought, it's okay. And, for a while they had the thing where it was a racist symbol or whatever. But this is 6, like, you can't see my hand, but each finger represents a 6 with the 0 that they throw up. So watch for that. I thought it was interesting that at least somebody brought that up. With all the work that we've done and all of the stuff we've uncovered, I was just amazed that more people weren't familiar with it. So the few people that joined up the Purge, thank you for being here, and I'll try to do a review with Jenn and kind of categorize everything that we've uncovered and that they've brought to me, that Heather and Jenn brought to me, and we've talked about here, because it's very, very enlightening and may change your opinion. So I'm Kane B. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is the Purge, and we do it different here, and we have a lot of fun. Okay, so this one, Heather's going to love this one. Oh, gosh. I don't even know if I should do this one. NASA claims... I can just hear Heather rumbling right now. Heather's rumblings. NASA claims China can slow Earth rotation and make days longer. So they have these dams in China, and they're called the Three Gorges Dams. Could slightly slow Earth's rotation and extend the length of days. They're located in the Hubei province. The massive infrastructure can hold an astonishing 40 trillion liters of water. Its filling could cause a slight shift in Earth axis, lengthening days by 0.06 microseconds. And so, I don't know if you can walk on the sun in winter when it's colder. Or there's something interesting I wanted to share with you guys that I heard on one of these, like Barry Steep or Mod Tricka or whatever, one of these guys with these conspiracy theory things, is that I mentioned it in the chat the other day to somebody, China, I tell you, it's not just for PP and my Coke anymore. The what the gist of what the creator was saying is that they try to throw us off balance astrologically or metaphysically, however you may want to put it, by rearranging the time structure. So you have is Peterson in here? Hey Peterson, what's going on? Nice to see you. We got Peterson in the house. She's a big star. Love you. Nice to see you. I love all you guys, except for TWIZ. Jerk. No, I'm just kidding. We have 12 months in the year, right? What they do is they have, some days have 28 days. Some months have 28 days. Some months have 31, 30, you know. And then they have the daylight savings time. So when you break it up, I guess that what it would be, it would equal 13 equal 28 day months if you put everything together. I haven't done the Idaho math on it. And then they throw us off even more. It's like with the daylight savings time, just take the half hour off and leave it at that. Why do we have to completely go kabonkos every year, and then you have the leap year on top of it and all this stuff? So anyway, that's all I got on that, Heather. I'm not going to sit there and yeah, that's a good point, TWIZ. I don't know. I thought it was an interesting idea. Alright, so I'll keep going. I'll just shut up now. Alright, so this is, I don't usually do the Moscow police log. Let's check out some of the fun stuff. And Jenn brought this to us the other day with the fun stuff on the police logs. Let's see what happened on the 1st of January over there in Moscow, Idaho. Okay, this one's fun. Alcohol offense on block 500 block of Nady Court. RP reporting she thinks there's underage drinking going on at this location because people keep going out to the car and grabbing big bottles. RP does not think there are adults there, doesn't know who lives there. Big bottles. What's this one? There was a structure fire. No report. How do you not have a report on a structure fire? Citizen dispute. 7 people physically fighting in the middle of the road on Main Street. It was at 2 p.m. They are a rowdy bunch over there. This one just doesn't make any sense. Communication problem. It was unclear. RP was unclear about what was happening and if she wanted law enforcement to respond. When asked for clarification, RP stated she would contact disability and hung up. Okay. Yelled at her. There was one more that was pretty funny. Where is it? Yeah. Law enforcement calls 1200 block of Creekside Lane. You can't make these up. RP doesn't feel safe living next to his neighbor because he has a dog. Because something might happen. Nothing has happened today for the RP to report. Officer advised no report. Let me see if there was one more. University of Idaho Extra Patrol. Harassment. RP reporting she is getting repeated phone calls from a CDA number tonight. Officer responded. I think that was it. I'm going to go down to the end. That was the... Oh, wait. A complaint on 800 Main Street. What's the address of the Christ Church, Heather? Maybe we can segue into that with this one. RP reporting loud noises coming from upstairs, stomping and a rolling chair or closing door. Going on since 11:30. Officer responded, no report. Happy New Year, everybody. Alright, Heather, give me some feeds here if you don't mind. I don't want to have to go to my phone. If you can, I will, but... Was that another open doors again? They must have been cleaning it or something. Okay, I wanted to check in with Post Woke real quick. She's been doing some good stuff lately. Let's check in. This was live, and I just froze the feed here. Let's see what she had to do.
Most of the time you can't enhance a video or because they consider it doctoring, but this is microdots, and you know, you can just see how much more clear this is, and you can see that that's Brian Higgins, much bigger and much more out of shape and probably still drinking heavily at that time. And you can see him, and he's looking at John O'Keefe. It is not far away from where John O'Keefe is. Putting on his hoodie, still looking over there. He's pissed. And there you can see Caitlin, and you can see it looks like Nicole Albert. And you know, he's just not happy, you know. And right here, look at him. Look at these three guys here, right? And here, look at the way he's holding his arm. Look at the way that Chris Albert is holding his arm. He's got two hands on Brian Higgins' arm. He is really like holding this guy back. Okay. And the question is, from what? And that question needs to be asked directly to Chris Albert and Brian Albert. What the fuck was going on here? What is happening in this moment? What is happening right before you leave? What conversation are you having with John O'Keefe? Brian Higgins said he didn't say goodbye to anybody. He couched it, of course, like he always does. I don't think I said goodbye to anybody. Pulls back a little bit, but he can't stop. Look, he just cannot shut the fuck up. Okay? He gets his arm grabbed. Calm the fuck down, man. Fine. He pulls back. Nope. Can't hold it in. Now he's yelling again. Okay? And we know if we look at the video from that night, okay, you can see when Higgins shows up, the way he behaves. You know, him and Brian Albert, they weren't playing grab ass. They were genuinely sparring with each other in the bar. At one point, Brian Albert fucking crouches down. He crouches down, and then they put their arms up. I mean, it's crazy. And it's so obvious that there's shit going down. And this just reminds me of peacocking. You know, he was peacocking earlier in the night. Karen had her back to him. If you saw in the pictures where the video with microdots, Karen literally has her back to him. She is not acknowledging him. Yes, she was.
I have no idea. Does anybody know what this is? I have no idea. Sorry. I'm trying to get the links sent. I'm emailing them to myself right now because Heather's being obstinate. That's fine. Let's see where it is. What do I do here? Okay, where'd it go? Okay, yep, and that, and there, and there. Okay. Let's start with this first one here, and let me blank the screen so Trish doesn't freak out. And where is that? Boom. Sorry about the wait. Hang on, dead air, don't leave. Don't ever leave. Alright. Oh, I can't, that one, darn it, I can't open that one because I don't have the subscription. That was the one bad one. Where is it? Actually, Rockford sent over a really good one. Let me play that here while I look at the thing. Heather, you could help me out, you know, by the way. Where'd it go? There it is. Sorry, I didn't have time to prepare with it. I was going to go on live tomorrow night, but I was like, yeah, we're having fun and chatting, so let's just go for it. Okay, let me just go back. Sorry. Oh, snap, I did that. Oops. Should get here any second. Where is it? Did I send it? Uh-oh. Kane's losing his mind. He's still gonna make it. No, it looks like I send it. Come on, guy. Where are you? Look at all now. Nothing. Sometimes it takes a long time to get on it. Right. Let me see. Drops. Whatever. Let me see. Yeah, I sent it. Should be here. There it is. Okay. Now it's open. Okay. I don't know what this one is yet. What is this, Jen? Heather, send me the links. She's in everybody else's chat, but when I need something, she won't post the link. She's like, everybody else's chat, she'll put links like crazy. Hey, what's up, Buzzwoke? Alright, I'm failing here. Alright, let me pull that video up so it's not... Okay, you remember the text he sent me, like 20 of them in a row this morning? It takes me forever to copy and paste them. If you could please send them into my email, that would be fantastic. Because I literally, I can't even read my phone. Anyway, it's all your fault, Heather. So here we go. Okay, I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. And I'll leave the email open. Where's the thing? Here, I'll just show you a little glimpse real quick. I see, unfortunately, you got to subscribe or whatever, I guess. I'm not going to do it. But pastor responds to attack on church. He says views on racism has been misinterpreted, and they definitely have taken some heat for his view on slavery. I don't think she's live right now. Is this this must be an old feed here. Let's see here if I got the one from... Yeah, here's Rockford's right here. Okay, this is funny.
I'm going to add a little pressure now, sir.
Heather likes to watch me struggle.
That's alright, it's perfectly natural.
That was you.
Yeah, I know. Still perfectly natural. Alright, I'm going to add a little pressure now, sir. That's alright, it's perfectly natural.
That was you.
Yeah, I know. Still...
Ooh, my ankle hurts looking at that.
Holy fucking shit.
Fucking God.
It's my shit! You guys taking my shit! It's my shit!
Ooh, straight knocked him out. That was a little guy, too. What it kind of looks like? Maybe. Yeah, that looks friendly. Possums are some nasty business. Oh, man.
Babe, he's drooling out of his...
You're going to get your face clawed off right now. Are you kidding? Oh, the diseases, yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna cut this tree down.
Oh no. Can you guys hear that? Oh, wait. That TV's going down. I knew it.
Woman! I'm just saying!
I've seen this one a couple times. Oh, man. Oh, snap. Alright, is that a no, Heather? She loves to just watch me struggle. There's nothing more that Heather loves than watching me struggle. That's funny. Let's see here. Okay. And okay. How many lives do I have going on right now? Alright, so let's see here. Oh, I guess I'll have to fend for myself on this one. It's so difficult. Maybe I could just show you like Squirrel Tribe does on my phone. The stuff that she has for us here. Anyway, the fact of the matter is... son of... Oh, you can't even see me. Where'd I go? Oh, well, I got that stupid thing on. Son of Patriarchy podcast set to challenge Doug Wilson's doctrines with real stories of abuse and survival. Sons of Patriarchy podcast challenge. Blah, blah, blah. Correction. Wait, describe the source. Peter Ball podcast. First episode dropping. Alright. I guess we'll have to get it another time. I'm going to shut it down. Thanks, Heather. I'm not going to shut it down. We'll do something else, though. Let's see what else we got here. I have other stuff. What did I want to talk about? Maybe that is it. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Well, you probably have stuff to do. Tomorrow's another day. What is today? Friday? We'll do Sunday. I thought today was Sunday. So no. I actually do have to get up early. Nah, I don't. Nobody ever has to get up early. Endangered hippo. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like things have chilled for a minute at least. I am, unless Heather sends me the link. She's being obstinate again. She's a great producer when she wants to be. You know what we can do? Let's troll lives. Let's see. I love trolling lives with TWIZ. When TWIZ is here, it's our like Friday night thing. Actually, let's see what's going on here. Unfortunately, we can't troll Postwell because she's in my chat. Let's see what's up, guys. Tragic TV. That's a fun one. Let's check that out.
Could have been a thing from back then, huh?
Stay there.
My medical bills would drown me. Princess Raven, man, I don't have no insurance. Let me tell you, the medical bills come, I'll be filed 13 last.
There's me. How am I pumping them?
I used to stress about them really big time because I get a lot of bills from my skin disease.
I didn't see anything in the mod triple one today. Let me see if
there's
anything I can kind of skim through real quick.
What is less than 5,000 years was once.
Yes, sir. Mod Trigger. Back up in this thing, man. Today, I'll be reacting to some creepy TikToks that for some reason the algorithm likes to show me at 3 a.m. Let's get it.
When I tell y'all I believe something weird is about to happen, I've been saying it for months. Why when I was getting off the freeway, I'm like, I know that's not no hot fluorescent pink in the sky. I'm like, let me hurry up and get off this freeway. I got off the freeway. I'm like, that is freaking hot fluorescent pink in the sky. Y'all know well, we ain't ever seen no hot pink in the sky like that before. At night.
It's a
the
new
only
trend.
time you expect to see the sky colored like this is during the northern lights. I don't think this is the case. It's gotta be the drones.
What's really going on at the Vatican this week? Because if you're like me, you've seen some wild conspiracies with this event going on right now. They're currently opening these holy doors and some people saying portals, and given the Vatican's history, you know, like the audience hall being shaped like a serpent, and just the history in general of this place, the event taking place right now is very significant. So the Pope is opening 5 holy doors, each on different days, and some reputable sources are actually calling them portals just because of the spiritual significance that they carry. The thing is, this only happens every 25 years, marking what's called the Year of Jubilee. But this year is different. For the first time in history, a 5th door is being opened, and this is what really is causing the pot to stir. So these are the names and dates of each door that is being opened, and the one that's never been opened before is the second one, the prison in Rome, and by the time I'm making this video, it already happened. But the holy doors represent a spiritual passage and commitment to follow Jesus, and they're going to remain open throughout the year. Pilgrims from around the world will visit Rome to pass through these doors as a symbol of renewal and grace. This ritual in general just gives some people an eerie feeling, and there's a lot of conspiracies going around. Some people think these doors are more than just doors, maybe gateways, but I'm curious to know what you guys think about this.
Based on the look on his face, he looks a little distraught. That doesn't make me feel comfortable about these doors being open.
Go from New York to Brazil, Buenos Aires, and then Antarctica, without ever coming up
to
the surface for air. And you can do it all at way more than 1,000 miles an hour on magnetic levitation trains, otherwise called maglev. One thing he told me, he went from Virginia to Los Angeles in 45 minutes. Do the math, 3,000 miles an hour. Most people don't even believe that there's a tunnel network. There are there are hundreds of thousands of miles of tunnel systems.
If we really have an underground tunnel system that spans the entire continent, I can only imagine what goes down there. It's probably an entirely different world. This is like the Illuminati subway system.
Yo, Basil.
Wow.
If they did this to me, they would have to replace my job with one of
Oh,
those
can you believe they did that? What a bastard.
subway
man.
system.
You know what? They should have a celebrity death match between Bezos and Bill Gates. Let's get that over.
Yo, Basil.
Look at that, dude. And let me tell you, it only gets worse with the what you call it, the conditions in Amazon. They're bad. Especially when I worked there, we had to wear the masks all day, and you're looking at a 12-hour day walking around in a warehouse with a mask on, breathing your own CO2 all day. It's absolutely insane. All right, let's see more.
Basil, fire department is
If they did this to me, they would have to replace my job with one of those AI robots. Because I'm
Now, back in the day, though, if you guys ever heard the word frick, it comes from the head of security at, I'm going to get the name wrong. I want to say Rockefeller, but I think it was another one of the billionaires back then. And there was striking workers, mine, coal, steel, Carnegie. And he took a vacation to Scotland and left Frick in charge, and Frick took like his little mini security army and shot a bunch of the striking workers. It was one of, when strikes first started happening, and that's how they handled it back then. Now they're flooding them out. But
never
anyway.
going back to work again.
I'm going to take you back
Carnegie,
in time to show you what the ancient Egyptians did here in New Jersey. This is Barnegat Bay. This is LBI, that I believe that was originally created by the Giants, because there's all kinds of islands and face figures, because that's what they did. And that's what we have here. This is supposed to be a face here. You see that? And then when you see what's here, you see these lines, okay? When you see what's on the other side of the river here. These are all ancient scripts. You see the little lines, the little dots. It's really amazing what's here. So we're going to zoom out a little bit. We're going to go on the other side of this really snaky river. And here is the Egyptian script. That's what they did, these ancient giants. They put their script. Look at the symbol systems, okay? This isn't from any cranberry bogs or any, because they set this park aside. They set these parks aside for this all to be found. Look at all these symbols. This is what they did in the swampland. And then this is supposed to be the giant's brain, like there's his face, 2 eyes, his nose, okay? And then his brain is full of look at the brain. The brain is full of the symbol systems of the knowledge that they left behind for us. And then this symbol system continues all the way up through this whole area. You can see how they were working their symbol system, and it ended. Right? They made the lines, but they never completed the symbols, or they might have started a few.
I don't want to rule out the possibility that these are natural formations, but it does look like some sort of script to me. And I don't think it's Egyptian hieroglyphics. This looks Pleiadian. Hopefully this is just steam from the dryer vent, because if not, they might have just captured the real ghost of Christmas past.
Take that, you so take!
Each one to win. Sa mo? Mama hanam takas. Puka chara.
This kind of makes me want to go test my baby right now to see if he has this power, because if so, he's about to be following me around the house with a light bulb. This is a free electricity glitch.
But astronauts that have been stuck in space for months just dropped pictures in Santa hats, and social media is buzzing with questions. First of all, if you didn't know, there are 2 astronauts that have been stuck in space for a very long time. They go by the name Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore, and in June they went on a space trip that was only supposed to last 8 days. days, but they haven't came back, and they're not due back till March. Now the question circulating around social media is, where the heck did those Santa hats come from? Because there's no way you packed Santa hats in June for an 8-day trip, and that's where all the conspiracies started. Turns out SpaceX is sending them care packages, and they're getting holiday meals, clothes, and all that good stuff. And then a common question arises. If SpaceX is able to transfer stuff to them back and forth from Earth, why can't they just tag along and come back with them? Especially for Sunita Williams, people are expressing their concern for her dramatic weight loss. I mean, they said they have to eat at least 4,000 calories up there to maintain their weight. I'm no space expert, but I too, just like everyone else, have a lot of questions about this situation.
If I was one of those astronauts, I would have to tell Houston, don't send no more care packages. Send us a space shuttle home.
Раз. Два. Три. Четыре. 5.
Hey, Postwoke, do you want to come up? I'll put you a link if you want to come up and talk. I guess there was unveiled allegedly a plan by the Silicon Valley folks that brought you all this fun stuff to block out the sun and to be able to regulate the sun, which is like, okay, we didn't have to pay for water. Now we do. Now we didn't have to pay for air, and now we're gonna have to pay for sunlight, I guess, because they're like saying, "Oh, the climate change is affecting us so bad, we gotta block out the sun."
I couldn't even tell which one was the actual sun.
I'm sure that's some kind of atmospheric phenomenon.
Dear Queen, accept.
Russia. All right, let me get a link for Postwoke up in here. All right. You want to come on with the camera? You can. Whatever. If you do, that'd be great. Let's see here. Make a room real quick, like. Post up. I'll have Toes on the next one. I was asking him if he wanted to come on up. Do I need to customize it? I don't know. Let me see here. Now my mic's gonna start giving me fits. There it goes. Bye. That's okay. We want to have her up. She's more interesting than me. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Better now already. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna have to battle with that. Let's get her link to her. And there it is. Man, let's see. Oop. Oh shit! I just muted somebody. I think. I don't know who. I'm sorry. Let me. Oh, unmute. Okay, there we go. Paste. There it is. Booge. All right. Click on that. And whenever you're ready, let's see here. Really? 2 suns? That's wild. That's wild. I'll tell you what, there's some crazy business happening here. Don't be afraid, though. Everything's going to be okay. Just hang in there, guys. We'll be alright. Let me turn myself up, too. And let me know if you can hear me and stuff when you get in here. This chat is in the way. Get out of here. Put that up. And that. Keep this about this. Alright, Post, that link is in there for you whenever you're ready. And I'm gonna hold the mic. Dog it, sorry. That was loud, my bad. I'm having tragedy after tragedy over here. Oh no. Ah. Good lord, so many wires. I don't like wireless stuff, I really don't, but, you know, I'll take it over stuff falling over all the time. Alright, did I get the link in there? Where do we go? Let me see. What did I do with the chat here? There it goes. Make it bigger. Whoop. Okay. C2 in the morning is the sunrise. That's weird. You can't log in. You won't log in? We won't let you log in? Let me see again here. That's weird. Jen has trouble. Are you on a Mac? Is that the link I put? Let me try again. Should work. Is it the same one? Post, yep. What's it saying? Let me see if I customize it or something here. Show display names. Ask for display names. Unmute. Enable equalizer. It's not showing me all the options. Let me create a different room for you. Sorry. It's probably my fault. Try this again. Boom. All right. Just make that 2. And no, wait. If you put 2, oh, don't do that. That will look good. Okay. Guess can only say. Yeah, if you just put like a number, then like people all around the world enter the thing. Enter the room's control center. Get more video eclipses too. It looks like angels. People would really think I'm insane. Well, I'm the insane one here. Kano Insano. All right, let's see if this link will work for you, dear. Boink. There you go. I'll wait till you get here to turn my stuff on. Let's see if it works. Hopefully. We had trouble when I was trying to go into her live the other day and was acting all kooky wonky. It got all staticky on us. How's that one going? More problems? More money, more problems. You can do it. Are you on your phone? Maybe on your phone it doesn't work. I don't know. I don't see you yet. Where are you? Where are you, man? Come on down. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll try the link one more time. I don't know if she saw it. There we go. Wait. There she is. Hip hip hooray. All right, you're in. Terrific.
Hey.
Hello.
You can see me, but I can't see you. I guess this is weird.
Yeah, that's how it goes. What you can do is have the YouTube open that you were watching before, but just mute it for me.
No,
if you would.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's
I don't. It's not that big of a deal. I don't need to see you. I guess. I don't know.
We've seen enough of you, Kane. We know what you're all about. All right,
you see
there
my
we
black eye? I don't know if you can. I have dark circles anyway. But
I did see that you ran into a door. Yeah, the car door.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I didn't run into it. I opened the car door, like right into myself, and then I knocked myself out. So
you knocked yourself out. You said, "Yeah." Sorry,
I mean, I did. To be fair, I didn't actually lose consciousness, but I almost like I fell to the ground. It's ridiculous, but
what kind of car was it?
It's my car. It's a X4, so it's it's like an SUV.
Sorry about that.
Thing.
Meanie dropped the phone on her nose. Was it Meanie or woke up? She dropped the iPhone on her nose. I'm like, how did you do that? I'm trying to figure the angle. Like, what did you do to drop a phone on your nose? So you're okay now? You got show us the black eye.
Yeah, I thought that I broke it because I heard like a crunching sound, but yeah, but I iced it and everything, and it's definitely not broken. You can tell by the level of pain. But anyway, whatever.
What a crazy news. When did you do that?
I did it on Christmas Eve.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you recover.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just saying it because it's weird. It's just a weird thing to have a black eye, and like it's just weird. I don't know.
You got to explain it to everybody. Like, yeah, sure, you hit the car door.
Right, exactly, because it sounds so ridiculous. Like, yeah, okay, right. And I've done it before too. It's not the first time. That's the problem. So it's like,
listen. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's the classic story of like, not to make fun of people being abused. I just want to say that up front. But it's like the classic story, like the woman's like, yeah, I hit myself in the eye with my car door. I don't know what's going on, and it's happened twice to me. But the first time it happened was years ago. So it's just something that I do, I guess. I don't know.
I hope it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, me too. I don't pay attention. That's my problem. I'm so constantly distracted that I'm not like in my body sometimes. Like I'm just, you know what I mean? Like when you're so focused on other things that like you're not even aware that you're walking, say, or something.
No, yeah, that makes sense. Like around Christmas and
This is
everything like
without
that.
drugs.
You definitely have a lot of devices and everything going on. So I've been trying to catch up with you for a while. How you been?
Good. I've just been like really diving deep into Karen Reed territory, so I
Hmm.
haven't. I've kind of fallen off on the Idaho 4 because as much as I'm still interested in it, and you know, there's a lot of mysteries that are unsolved. At some point, my brain just said I can't do this anymore because it's just so many rabbit hole after rabbit holes, and you know, it just I couldn't do it anymore. I'm sure at some point it's going to start becoming interesting again to me, but I just had to step away. So I mostly doing just other whatever strikes me, you know, whatever the mood strikes.
Yeah,
So
you got sometimes you got to take a break. When Pavarotti had his situation with his channel or whatever, I always pick on Robert because he's like, I'm walking away from YouTube and I'm not gonna do. And then the next day he's back. It's like, and I say everybody in here is stuck. We've all tried to get away. We can't. Just when you think you're out, they pull you back
they
in,
pull you back in.
and
Yeah.
it's this washer cycle that we're stuck in. And with this case, even the deeper we go in these rabbit holes, the more answers we get, the more the questions that are presented, for sure.
Right. And I feel like I'm just obsessive like that with all sorts of topics that interest me over the years. And so you just realize after a while that no matter what the topic is, it could be you start investigating why people think the earth is flat or if NASA is actually real or whatever,
Yeah.
right? And then you end up somewhere that's like, how the fuck did I land here? But you've learned so much, but then you have different questions, you know? So
Yeah.
it's yeah, it's that's I think the type of people, in my opinion anyway, that that are interested in this. I mean, we're interested in it obviously for justice, but we're also interested in it because of the mystery, in my opinion. You know, just these puzzles that aren't going together properly, you know.
It doesn't fit, and then they present it pretty imperfect in the media, and it's you see the behind the curtain on everything that they do now, and that's from Heather. Everything is always they were pretty imperfect,
Yeah.
and they do everything they can to undermine the suspect in this case, in the opposite respect, no matter what,
Hmm.
and it gets old. So you've been doing Karen Reed. What's going on over there?
Well, I mean, she had her first trial, which ended in a mistrial, and they're actually appealing it to the Supreme Court in the state of, or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, because of the jury. There were some shenanigans in the background with, you know, the jurors wanting to let the judge know they all found her not guilty for intentional homicide, whatever that is, murder in the first. I don't know what the difference, but it's intentional homicide. They all agreed she wasn't guilty on that, but they weren't decided on if she hit him and left him and wasn't aware of it. And the chief juror, whatever, the head juror said, you know, no, you can't, we can't tell the judge that. So they came back with, you know, it was a mistrial. So they're trying to say, even the ACLU has actually gotten involved. They're trying to say that it would be considered double jeopardy if they don't, you know, scratch that charge off. So we'll see what happens. But she has a second trial either way scheduled for April. So
Now you know that obviously you're not that far out of it. That a lot of things have happened in the last few days in Idaho. How do you feel about? Most importantly, I would say the prosecution not presenting a DNA witness so far.
I don't, you know, I always just go back to he should have never waived his speedy trial. You know, he should have never done that. Because we're 2 years in and they don't have a DNA expert, what do they actually have? They don't have anything, like I understand it's a huge risk to do the speedy trial if the defense feels like they're not prepared, but clearly the prosecution isn't prepared even now, right? And so it's just bizarre. I hadn't heard specifically that it was a DNA expert. I know that they still haven't handed over like key pieces of evidence though, so I'm assuming, I guess that's what it is, right? Isn't there other stuff too they don't have?
Well, you just spun my head around.
Sorry.
No, I'm like, yeah, I had the answer a second ago. They instead of a DNA expert, they're listing a fingerprint expert. And
that's why Drunk Turkey says that his fingerprints were there. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay,
did they?
sorry.
I saw that they had some. I read the headline of it or whatever that. Oh, more BS from the defense in this case, and it's like.
Are you kidding me?
Where's
How
his
do people
brain,
feel
bro?
like that?
I don't like to pick on other creators or anything at all. But, I mean, at some point, it's like the Talking Heads album, stop making sense. Stop not making sense, just it's like you go out of your way to dispel real facts.
And they say it with a straight face. That's the best part. They're legit saying it with a straight face. And in my mind, I'm like, this guy knows that he's full of shit. Like, these people have to know that they're full of shit, and yet they keep doing it because there are people out there that listen and agree, I guess. I don't know what else to say. I mean, they have no curiosity about this. Like, I just,
Well, he always has Blue. Well, I guess recently he's got him back to go to. What do you think, Blue? Blue's like, what'd you say? Beer. And it's like, I think we honestly just need to get TWIZ back on that show and see if they'll let him talk for 15 minutes. And maybe Willie can tear him a new one. That would be a lot of fun. I see that tomorrow Dinky is going to do a show tearing apart whatever they did tonight. I guess we could probably look at that later if we're going to continue. I didn't realize it was after 12 already. Thanks, everybody, for staying up and being here. We got Post Woke World on the show for the first time here, and she's had me on a couple times.
Haven't I been? Oh, no, you've been on my channel before, right? Is that what it is?
I've been, I'm on random times, and it always ends in disaster, doesn't it? When I'm on the show,
come in and shit starts going crazy. I have like double screens. I'm echoing, like.
Or I'll take some crazy topic. Oh man, it's always fun though. Always fun. I'll be interested to see what I always love Dinky's snarkiness as far as that goes. When he attacks the drunk turkeys.
Oh, he's going to critique. Okay, yeah. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever watched a full episode of Drunk Turkeys. I can't stomach it. I just can't. It's like my brain starts to scream, and I need to go get a glass of water or something.
Start hitting yourself with car doors.
Yeah, I'm like boom, boom, boom.
When I was in football, like in 8th grade or whatever, they picked me up in the carpool, and we went back to the guy's house and picked somebody else up, and he slammed the car door, and it was a tornado. You remember those Cadillac tornadoes?
Oh my God!
And they had the big heavy door right on his hand, right in front of me, like I was getting out of the car, and I cannot. The pain on his face, and his knuckles were all crumpled up. It was horrible. I can't even imagine. Car doors are no fun.
No, they're no joke. They're no joke. Thankfully, it wasn't that kind of. I mean, those car doors were so heavy. I mean,
oh sure, yeah.
People don't realize how light things are nowadays. If you're Gen Xer like me, you understand. Like shit has gotten a little easier.
Well, the steel itself, it's made out of is lighter weight. That Japanese steel or whatever, Korean steel now, even lighter. Yeah. But it still can hurt you, and all kinds of weird stuff.
It knocked me out, so it definitely can. It's crazy.
Did you catch Tommy's live tonight, Tommy Jude?
No, I didn't. What was he talking about?
Well, they were doing their thing, and then they had me on the show. So,
oh, cool.
That I'm gonna take over whenever I get into somebody else's live. I don't have to tell you. But
No, I know how that happened.
I have done this show now, and I was telling TWIZ the other day, it only took me 129 shows to pass him in subs, and I only have like 6 more subs than him. He did like 2 shows, and it took me 129 to pass him in subs for some reason.
What?
Which is fine, because when I do a show, almost all my subs show up. It's I don't want to say loyalty, but they are here. They know that they can express themselves. They know it's an open forum. We're going to look at new stuff. We're going to find stuff. And I was trying to explain to them how we do it on the Purge, that, yeah, okay, people look at my lives when they, maybe the next day on the replay. And they say, 5 hours. I'm not going to watch 5 hours. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm the same way. If I see a show or some creators thinking it's 18 minutes, I'm like, 18 minutes?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm not going to waste my time on a video that's like 18, 20 minutes, even a half hour. I'm like, I actually have a long attention span for things that I'm interested in. So I don't like the short blurbs. So yeah, I like listening to long
Yeah, no,
stuff.
people, it does seem like the generational attention span is around 15 to 20 minutes. But I was trying to explain to them that the way we do it is it's just a process. We try to joke around along the way, have fun, and also look at the facts, because it's such a heavy case. You're gonna go nuts if you sit there. And I feel like every show that I've done, even the 9-hour shows, have been entertaining in some way or another. And I look back to see, was the audio okay, and was that good or whatever, and I get locked in, and I'm like, I'm just always doing reviewing my own show. Excuse me. And then I look up, and I'm 2 hours in. I'm like, man, I think I'm in love with myself or something. I don't know.
Right. No, I know what you mean, though. And also, if you're time blind like I am, 2 hours could be 20 minutes if you're engrossed in something. It's like ridiculous.
No, exactly. By the time that I've introduced and played the opening segment, I look up. That's what I was telling Rockford. It's 30 minutes in. And that's people. I'm not one of these people that's like, hello, Angel D. Hello, Wake Up 1984. Good to see everybody. And those people that just list every single person that they've ever met. And it's like, oh my gosh, for 20 minutes you haven't said shit. It's like I start off with some shit. I bring something to the table from beginning to end.
You're bringing some smoke. You're like, yo, I'm here. Let's go.
All right, thank you. I like that.
No, I remember when you had like 15 subs or something. I don't know if it was that low, but I mean, I remember when we would chat, like you would come into my chat on occasion, and I followed you. But do you remember that?
Well, yeah, me and Heather, or me and TWIZ, were the only ones in my chat on a lot of those. When I first did the Kopaka Eye video on the Photoshop, I think it was just me and Heather for like 3 hours. It's just her texting.
Oh, that's right. I remember you kept, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I remember
good.
you kept like really appealing to Heather Fitzgerald to start a channel with you or come on your I remember that. I remember you doing that. It was hilarious. You were just like, this girl knows everything. Like, she has to, join the force, I remember that.
Yeah, it's honestly, at some point, her brain got so full of stuff that it was going to explode if she didn't start letting it out. So I'm just like,
yeah, she had to yeah.
And it's great because I think she started hers after mine, and also Jenn from Criminal Confidential. And then they started putting out videos, and boom, they blew up and flew by me, which I think is great, good for them. And but they've stuck by me 100%. Jenn goes out of her way to get into my lives, get into the chat, do things, and bring me fresh stuff. And so does Heather, usually. Not tonight.
Yeah, usually. You're too funny. No, she's great. I mean, she has she really is like a library. Her brain is like collated all. It's incredible. And impressive. But I'm like you too. Like, I don't have like a ton of subscribers, but the ones that I have, like, I see them back, and everybody like gets along in the chat. Like, I can't do bullshit in the chat. Like, I just can't, And then, you get the trolls every once in a while, which they think they bother me, but they don't understand I don't give a shit, I guess. I don't know. So then they end up leaving, you know. So, and that's what I enjoy about it. It's more of a community or a social experience for me to just share my thoughts and see if other people think weird things like I do.
Whenever I play your videos, everybody's like, "I love her disclaimer at the front. Don't be a dick."
Oh.
Fortunately, here I guess I have my army of ladies on the mods, so I don't really see. There's been one or two here and there as far as trolling my chats, but I've been around, and I guess a lot of people considered me a troll, but I was just joking around. I have my multiple aliases and all that. And
I knew you were joking. I always knew you were. I mean, I got that from you right
you know,
away.
some people took it seriously and booted me and all this stuff. As soon as they see the Demetrius name or something like that, they don't really give me a chance to be funny. And so I think they know from the years of experience with me that why bother? You can't troll a troll.
Right. No, it's true. And also, I think it's the energy you give off too. Like some channels invite that kind of drama, in my opinion. That if you're if you have that drama in your personal life and in real life and all that shit, it's just gonna happen when you come on YouTube. You know, it's like impossible for it not to happen. And I avoid those kind of people in real life too. So like I just don't want to be a part of it. It's ridiculous.
But it's funny because like in Lana's chat and all that back in the day, TWIZ used to be the same way, and he'd get booted from all kinds of chats with me. You know, I think that's kind of what like got us bonded or whatever. You know, and it was fun. And now all of those chats have excused him, and as soon as and they brought him back. And as soon as he gets, TWIZ is here, and yet me, I still remain blocked on all these other channels.
Yeah, everybody loves TWIZ. I noticed that everybody loves TWIZ.
TWIZ is
and
great.
Which is cool, you know. I'm really happy that he actually went to a court case and was like in the actual courtroom, because up until that point, I wasn't really convinced that it wasn't in some like, I don't know, underwater bunker or some kind of movie being played out.
It is kind of an underwater bunker, though, apparently, with the way the jail's falling apart.
I mean, the way it looks, though, on TV, not the Boise court, but the Latah County court, whatever, Moscow court, that place, like the way the camera, I understand it's the camera was set up, the film, whatever, but it just looks so bizarre to me. I was just like, is this for real? Are these people really there? You know? And you can make yourself crazy asking too many questions. So I'm like, I need to calm the fuck down. Like, it's real. Okay, it's real. But then when TWIZ said he was there and he showed his, I'm like, okay, it's real.
I believe it now. Yeah, it's like, what was I going to say? I don't even remember what I was going to say. But, say something. I just went brain dead. I don't know. I drink too much coffee. I've been drinking this Green Mountain coffee lately, and it's, man, it kicks Starbucks butt.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of being a Folgers guy for a little while, or Dunkin' Donuts, and it's like you do the switch, boy, and it's like, yeah, you never know what's real and what's not in Idaho. You really don't. It's a good point.
Or anywhere, actually, on television. I mean, just the New Year's started off with like so much, and you know, to try to decipher what, if any, of that is real. I honestly don't have any interest in any of the latest events. Like, I'm not saying, listen, I understand there's loss of life, that I feel horrible about, but it's been proven that, you know, they put things on TV that are not true, and they're allowed to do it. You know, the Smith-Mundt Act, when Obama was in office, he was able to I forget it. I don't know if it wasn't a repeal, but he adjusted it. Whatever it was, essentially, when he was in office, it became legal at that point for the United States to propagandize its own citizens. Before that, they could only do it to other countries, right? But now they can legally do it with us, and it's been legal since Obama was in office. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Right?
So I mean,
is that right?
It's a fact. Yeah.
Wow.
And so so knowing that, like, already being suspicious, because I'm a skeptical person by nature, which
hi,
is
Oz,
exhausting.
by the way. Say hi to Oz.
What's up?
Oz in the chat right now. AHH.
Oh, okay. What's up? But yeah, anyway, just knowing that it's legal to do that, right? And then you see most of these things that are on TV, most of these people on TV, they are entertainment. They're not actual investigative journalists. Like there is no such thing, as far as I know, outside of like maybe some good people on Twitter or YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
citizen
I
type.
literally think it started back at the Kennedy assassination for sure. When it was like kind of a coup. That is in itself was a coup, and you see the pictures of when I always want to say Howard Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson laughing as he's getting sworn in. I don't know if it was him or his assistant insisted that he get sworn in on the plane, right in front of Miss Kennedy that was covered in her husband's blood.
Yeah, that was disturbing, and I don't know if you remember this because I probably looked at that as much as you have, right? This is the stuff we look at, and right after Walter Cronkite announced that, I think it was Walter Cronkite announced that the president had died. Immediately afterwards, you know what commercial they played?
Let me think. Wait. I know. Was it an aspirin commercial?
No, it was actually I think it was Folgers or some type of coffee, but more importantly what they had was one of those pendulums that people use to hypnotize people.
Oh my gosh.
Look it up. I shit you not. If you see the live breaking coverage of Kennedy being shot and them announcing it to the American people, it cuts to commercial and you'll see the
tick tock tick. Look into my eyes.
Yeah, and you have to think like this was back when television was still relatively new. I mean, television really hasn't been around all that long, and pretty soon we're going to have digital twins and AI bots and all this other shit. I mean, it's going fast, you know.
It's wacko. It needs to stop. My mom, was obviously living here in Florida when that happened, and I watched one of those Zionist kind of thing. The one that I don't know if you ever saw it, but it was the one that went from Knights Templar all the way up to 9/11.
Yes.
The real
Is it called a rich man's trick? Was it called a rich man's trick?
It was. All I remember it was narrated by a British guy, and you can't find it anymore. But it was the most informative documentary I've ever seen, and told it all how it really is. And I'm sure you probably caught it at one point.
Yeah, it sounds very familiar, and if it's not a rich man's trick, everything is a rich man's trick. It's something very similar to.
Yeah, it may have been a derivation of that. And I watched it with my mom, and she kind of has forgetfulness, right now. But back then when I watched it with her, she was sharp. She's 93, 94 now. Turned 94 yesterday or today. Today's my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. She's still sharp. I mean, don't get me wrong. For 94, she'll kick your butt in crosswords and whatever. But when I watched it with her about 10 years ago, she was just like shocked. But she said at that time, 1963, we knew that they were up to something, that something was wrong. But what could we do about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same question we're asking ourselves right now. It's, when COVID, and by the way, my grandmother who passed like 2 years ago now, she was 100 and she was sharp like that too. And she was very, she knew that shit was wrong. Like I could talk to her more about psyops than my parents, because they're just like, what? That's crazy. My grandmom's like, yeah, I know, honey.
Isn't that funny that way too? My sister and brother are that way. They look at me, and they always tell me, okay, and you watch too much YouTube, and they don't. My sister doesn't even watch the news anymore. She can't. It's too much, and she knows that this is a wild time, and she's very. Very involved in the church and everything like that, and she does a lot of good, and she's just she tries to find the positive in the world. God bless her. And but when any kind of weird wacky story, my brother and my brother-in-law look at each other and just start laughing at me,
Right.
And it seems like that. I guess you would call what do they call that generation? The boomers.
The boomers
have that kind of like. Jaded edge where it's callous to any wacky stuff happening is just conspiracy wackiness.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, and it's definitely a generational thing. And you're right, though, it is really interesting because when you talk to a 90-year-old or a 100-year-old person, they're like right there on the same wavelength.
They've been
They're
there,
just
yeah.
like, yeah, they're like, yeah, I know. And so their generation, they must have been exposed and seen lies come out like we've seen, but there's still people that don't see them. There's still people that wear masks, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry. I don't want to curse on your channel.
I love them. I love the masks in the car driving by yourself. Like what?
I can't. I literally like I had to stop practicing because of COVID. Like, I still have not recovered. I was writing so many letters to the Department of Health in my state and asking them to stop spreading propaganda about, these vaccines are safe for pregnant women when, like, they don't even know if it's safe for anybody. It was so disgusting, honestly. But I don't want to get off on a tangent. All I do want to say about that, though, is one other thing, which is I don't want anybody to ever ask me how World War II could have happened and how nobody did anything. If they lived through COVID, now they know how that shit happened.
For sure. Yeah, that. Don't get me started on World War II. Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, I got a lot to say on that topic too. But I'm just saying though, when people say things like, "Well, if I was there, I would have said something. I would have done." Well, what did you do during the pandemic? That's my question to you. Because what did you do? And but I have strong feelings about it, and I understand not everybody feels that way. So I don't want to veer off too much onto that topic. I'm just saying it's human nature, unfortunately, that a lot of times people don't want to rock the boat and they're afraid to say something. And so you do need those voices that will stand up and say something so other people realize it's okay.
Well, I think that a lot of people just don't understand, and
Yeah.
they're not fully informed. And I don't want to say the word ignorant, but
Yeah.
they,
I think people are smart in general, unlike most other creators who are like basically talking down to their audience and saying everyone's dumb.
Right?
Like in general, I
Thank
think
you.
people are fairly intelligent. Like I don't think, if you look at a bell curve, the average IQ is 100. That's not stupid. That's the average IQ. And
Mine's
everybody has
80 or 42 or something like. I am not a good test taker. Like they would not
Okay.
give me my IQ test results because I don't do those puzzle things well, like the shaded contrasty thing. I even bought a like at CVS or something, an IQ test. I don't think I answered 1 out of 100 questions. I really
Yeah, but here's the thing with IQ tests though, and like I'm just going off of like if you go generalized IQ bell curve, that kind of stuff, right? But at the end of the day, if you have a mind that thinks very differently, those tests are very hard to take. And here's an example. I remember I took one in college, and there was a pitcher, like a pitcher that you pour water in, right? There was a pitcher, and it was suspended in the air. Okay, I'm just trying. I want to show you what it looks like. Sorry. So it's like this, right? This is the pitcher. Okay, it's just suspended in the air, though. There's nothing holding it up in the air. Whatever. It's just suspended, and then below it was a cup. Okay, and then in the cup there was like some water, right? And the question was, what's missing from this picture? And you know what the answer was?
No, I'm not good at puzzles.
What do you think the answer was? What's that?
I'm not good at puzzles.
No, but think about it. It's a picture suspended on, well, it's on paper. It's 2D, whatever. You get my point. It's tilted and it's got a little bit of water right at the top, and then in the glass there's some water, and they're like, "What's missing?" And I'm like, "The fucking hand is missing. The hand that's holding the pitcher, right?" But no, but that was the wrong answer.
Was it
The
really?
the answer was the water. And I'm like, no, the hand. Are we no longer? Okay, so gravity's not a thing. You didn't clarify that before you asked me the question. Gravity doesn't apply here. Now what's missing? It's like, come on.
Have you? Okay, there was a story, and it started with this. Apparently, the sweater that Luigi Mangione was wearing went viral and was started selling out at Macy's, right? Well,
yeah, I heard that.
When they escorted him from court, they did a side-by-side comparison of Lee Harvey Oswald, was, if in case you guys don't know, the guy who shot Kennedy supposedly, and he was wearing, other than the color of the sweater, the exact same sweater with the same exact collars coming over the brim of the sweater.
You know what? We deserve better psyops than this. We really do.
They don't try to hide it. They actually, if you're paying attention, put it in our faces now.
Yeah, we deserve better psyops. I mean, they need to do better if they want people to fall for this shit. But people still do, though. People still do.
No. The masses do, and I was one of them until not too long ago, and I believed the local news, and the first thing that set it off to me, we have Bay News 9 here, and I'm sure every town has their little Spectrum News local thing.
Right.
At one point, they just stopped reporting news. It was just little fluff stories and BS after BS after BS, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that kind of woke me up that, like, I have to stop watching this. This is a waste of time. Even the weather is bullshit.
Right.
And
the weather.
Oh, there's one.
Don't get me started on the weather.
That is dead on awesome, and his name is Dennis Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
And every other one, they like phone it in. It's so ridiculous how bad they are at predicting the weather. And I'm like,
let's be honest. I'm just more stunned by how they got away with that gig for how many years? 50 years predicting weather, and
it's
people
like they
pay
need
attention to
term
that
limits
shit?
on. Oh well, yeah. Well, in general, sure. And now it's more about getting a hot chick in front of the camera than it is giving you the right report.
Yeah. Well, they want people to pay attention, and then it's like, I get it, but like I haven't been able to watch. Like, I don't watch for 7 years. Really, all I've done is I'll watch documentaries or YouTube or BitChute. But I can't do like CNN or Fox. I can't do Fox. I can't do any of that stuff. I can't watch it.
Yeah, Don Lemon is a really good example of, and you know what they were saying? I was watching one of these Barry Streep or Mod Tricka things today where it's a compilation, and they were talking about Will Ferrell and how his descent into the cancel culture world or whatever has limited his ability to do comedy so much. I forgot what the role they put him in, but it's just like even Will Ferrell can't be funny anymore.
But that's it. But you don't you think though that at some it's hard to say. And Will Ferrell is comedy gold, right? Like, he's hilarious, right? But then I didn't realize he was in cancel culture. Like, I literally didn't realize that. But what, did he say something that people don't like, or because he can't say things?
Because he
can't.
Anymore? Yeah, it's because he's so limited by whatever
unwritten rules
that they've implemented now. Yeah.
You know who doesn't play that game is Jerry Seinfeld. I mean, Jerry Seinfeld doesn't give a shit. Like, he still says whatever he wants and he gets away with it. I think certain people, in my opinion, like, for me, the way I look at a lot of the celebrities and pop stars and, those kind of things now is there's always a downfall. At some point, many of them, there's a downfall, but there's some that always stay okay. And I think that the ones that are always okay are the ones that come from these elite families. They're part of that, like, one of those elite bloodlines, and that's why they're there. Whereas the ones that have the downfall eventually are ones that bought their way in. Their parents bought their, you know what I mean? Like, they did some dirty shit to get in there, and those are the ones that we see get disposed of and all kinds of horrible things. Like Britney Spears. I mean, that's a tragic story.
Oh, yeah. Well, one person who takes a lot of heat for it is Tell It to Elle, but she's actually opened my eyes to a lot of this stuff as far as the backgrounds of people and families, and there is a lot of nepotism, even in Hollywood especially.
Oh, God, in Hollywood more than anything. And the thing is they all changed their last name, so you can't put the dots together. And then, and even politicians, many of the politicians have different last names. I mean, there really are, like, 10 bloodlines, that have been around for centuries,
Well,
and they changed their last name.
Do you remember the middle school girl that did a genealogy trace?
Yeah, and all the
found that
presidents
every
were
single president, even
are related.
Obama, traces back to King George or whatever.
Yep, they're all
and-
related.
And it's kind of like, oh, that story got squashed. Oh, it was a nice, neat little look at what this little girl did. Well, guess what?
She's missing now. Meanwhile, she's missing. They don't know what happened to her.
Oh man, no, I'll tell you what. Yeah, Seinfeld is great. He's very funny. He does keep it respectful, though. He
does.
He follows the middle of the road. I tell you who the Goliath, Godzilla, King Kong of comedy is, and he's taken his beatings as far as cancel culture goes. But you will
Steve
not
Chappelle?
find a funnier human than Louis C.K.
Oh, Louis C.K. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, Louis C.K. is like ridiculous. He is absolutely ridiculous. I think he's a pervert. Sorry. I mean, that's neither here nor there. He's done some weird shit. Okay. But he is hilarious. I remember when his show, not the second one, but the first Louis show came out on HBO. That was like so funny. Did you watch that one?
I didn't watch the HBO one. No, I did see Louis though. That was on FX.
Oh, okay, it was FX then. I was wrong. It wasn't HBO. Then it's FX. But I think wasn't it just called Louis or
Yeah, it's
I
called
forget.
Louis, and he had a girl. She kind of actually looked like you as his friend, girlfriend, or whatever. And Louis,
Yeah.
Louis.
Louis.
That was it.
Yeah,
And
that was
it's
so
just
good.
it's he takes the real life, most treacherous life situations, the awfulness with raising kids, the divorces, and just makes it so funny. And that's such a twist on sitcoms. Like if you watch, Joey from Friends has a sitcom, and he's the producer of it, and it is the most god awful show.
I'm yawning already. I'm yawning already.
Just
Like,
talking,
you
about it,
already
can't
know it's gonna
sit through
suck.
it. Every single situation is just the dumbest, stupidest setup, scripted BS. And with Larry David, he kills it. He
Larry
crushes
David
it,
is
too.
hilarious.
I mean,
Larry David is hilarious, though. You don't like him?
I love Larry David. He's,
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a
it-
minute. Stop. Larry
it just
David
has
is one of
that
the
real
Larry
life
David.
feel, improvised, where
Mhm.
it's like just taken from the pages. But he says, they're like, are you that person that's in Curb Your Enthusiasm that you play? And he says, I wish I was that person. I wish I had the balls to say some of the stuff that I do.
My dad is the real life Larry David, okay? I'm just going to let you know. I'm just going to tell you right now. My dad is the real life Larry David. If you want to know where I get any of this from, my parents are hilarious. Larry David is one of the funniest people alive, honestly. That show was it's just gold, right?
No question, yeah. It was tragic to see the Richard Lewis slide so poorly into health and then pass away.
He was good. I liked him too. I forgot all about him until you just mentioned it.
He coined the from hell thing, and he always used to try to get to retroactively get the credit for it.
Oh yeah. That's right.
The babysitter from hell, the boss from hell. That was him.
That's right.
Back in the day, he had some funny stuff. He was funny on Curb Your Enthusiasm too. I've tried to watch every episode. They have them on YouTube now. You can catch some of them. But I love Cheryl, and I almost got a copyright strike from trying to play her, because believe it or not, her you fucking fat ass, you four-eyed fuck is like a song. It's like copyrighted, those words right there alone. And
that's hilarious.
I love it when she loses her mind on that. She's like, you fucking pervert. You're fucking, who rips a doll's head off, you four-eyed fuck.
I'm telling you, it's my parents. One of my favorite was when the Girl Scouts knock on the door to sell the cookies. Did you see that one?
Yeah, he doesn't want the cookies. Like, you can't cancel the order.
And then next thing you know, they're in his bathroom. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, only Larry David is going to do this.
Listen, I am not Larry David, but I get my life is one series of Larry David situations after another. I'll meet somebody new, a new town, whatever. I'm like, oh, that's cool. We get along great. We're laughing. And then we'll go over to their parents' house or something. And the next thing you know, I'm getting chased down the street by 50. I mean, I'm telling you, it's time and time and time again. I can't do anything about it. So I just
100%
resigned
believe
myself.
you on this. I believe
no.
you on this. I love this. No,
the thing
it does
is-
not surprise me. I'm telling you right now.
I'm not surprised that you're not surprised, but the thing about it is, you know, we all get into that kind of stuff one way or the other, right? And as soon as something's going well, I'm like, okay, I gotta go home. I start looking around me, waiting for the world to crumble.
You're like,
you know?
yeah, like, is there an air conditioner coming out of a window, or like, what's?
You know what's weird, and a lot of people have said because there are secret forces around you, like, you know, like secret societies and wealthy people.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I've had a situation where things are going well, somehow the world crumbles around me. Like, I had a recording studio. Well, I started building it about 8 years ago, and 2 years ago I closed it. But right before COVID, I had one artist. And there was this 12-year-old girl and her mom, and she was this amazingly talented singer. She was singing my original songs. We were recording her. I was taking her to my buddy's house. He works like on the Star Wars stuff. His wife does sets for Hollywood. He you know, he's this amazing sound engineer. We're recording over there, and sure enough, she got booked to open for Taylor Swift. She was going to sing the national anthem at WWE Raw or whatever here in Tampa. And all these things started lining up. I'm like, oh my gosh, finally all my hard work's paid off, right? And then the next thing you know, COVID hits, Raw gets canceled, the Taylor Swift thing falls through. The recording studio, who was like one of my best friends, I took her to, her dad called him on the side and tried to go around me, even though I wasn't charging them, and I was calling in a favor with him to do it. He went behind my back and tried to record him, and my buddy's like, well, I charge $75 an hour, and thankfully the dad refused to pay it. And so just everything fell apart like instantly, and I'm like, holy crap, I can't win.
But are you happy? That's what matters.
You see
We're
me.
content.
You can't hide who you are here on YouTube. Point blank. Period. I am who I am, and
well, you seem like a content, happy person to me. I think that's what matters more than anything. And then how you treat people. Those two things to me. That's the way I think of it. You know.
I don't want to ever let anything get me down. I want to change who I am because. I tell everybody that meets me I'm an acquired taste, and I am very polarizing when you meet me. That's why I will tell you right now, that's why I have 666 subs, and I've done 130 fantastic shows, I feel like. But it's because when you meet me, you either love me or you hate me. And
I don't understand why anybody would hate you, though. What are they hating about you?
I have resting dick face or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is about me. But I've learned to deal with it and accept it. It is what it is. And you see these people in here. I'll do a 4-hour. I could stay on for 6 hours, and I'll bet you 3/4 of the people that are watching right now will not tune away. But then again, there's people that are, oh, Kane again, blah, blah, blah. And you know what happened is when the channel started growing, I was getting, you know, all these views and all this stuff, and then all of a sudden it dropped off. And I'm like, wow, that's weird. Okay, that's fine. I had the hurricane. I got sick. And then I lost my internet. And I had to broadcast from Rockford's. And so it's like each time I've had to rebuild. But what I noticed is that you have, you know, in the analytics they have for YouTube, is that my watch hours, which doesn't affect my income right now because I'm not monetized yet, but my watch hours remained the same. And I'm like, how in the heck is that? And I would pull it up right now to show you guys if I could find it. But somehow I came across it, and I started looking at it all my lives. and all the watch hours were the same, 500 to 800 watch. Like the last one I did, I had 800 watch hours. And I'm like, what's
So
going on?
people are actually watching your entire video. They're just not like, which is a big thing to hold someone's attention for that long.
Yeah, no, my what do they call it? Engagement is like always between 15 and 25 minutes, which is way more than you could expect from YouTube. Even if you just make a 20-minute video, people are going to watch 5 minutes, 10 seconds, whatever. And you have to remember.
Which I don't understand. Like, I don't know. If I get it. Like, if I'm not talking about me. Like, if somebody turns me off because they're bored, I get it. Like, I'm not saying I'm captivating, but I'm saying like most videos that I watch the entire thing.
Yeah, no, I like to find something that's got a good 20 to 30 minutes to it at least, or an hour. Like Lana, I'll turn it on. Like with Lana, I'm more engaged. I'll sit there and I'll get in the chat. But what I found out, the reason that the watch hours were the same as when I had what was it, like 3,800 or whatever views, is that I was getting the watch hours from the thumbnails. So what people were doing, instead of clicking on the video and watching the video and giving me the views, and they would hover over, how you can hover over the thumbnail and click turn on the audio and watch it like that?
Oh, yes, I've done that before. I've done that with videos before. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I don't feel like clicking in there, and then you end up catching yourself. You're like 10 minutes.
You get a commercial, because when you click on it, sometimes you end up getting a commercial or something.
True,
for me,
that's
anyway.
it. For whatever reason, the only reason that I could think behind it is that people don't want me to know that they're watching, because you can see what city they're watching in. You can see.
I don't know. That might be a bridge too far for me. Honestly, that might be a bridge too far.
What do you say?
Why would people not want you to know that they're watching?
That's the only thing that I can figure, because, like I said, I'll have 700 views, 500 watch hours. How is that possible?
I think there's an explanation that is less. I'm not going to say that what you're talking about would be nefarious, but I think that there's an explanation that is that doesn't have to do with somebody's intent. Because honestly, like, even if I don't like a channel, like, do you really think there's people out there that are like, I'm not going to let him know I'm watching? It's like, I can't even tell who's watching my channel. Like, I can tell generally, like, their age range, their the sex,
right,
the location, but to narrow it down more than that, I'm never going to be able to figure out who these people are. So why, you know what I mean? Like,
right,
that's why.
I don't know. Maybe it's people in certain locations, perhaps like Moscow, Idaho, since I'm a dedicated Idaho 4 channel. Is the only thing, but that was the only way that I could explain it. It's like, why are my watch hours not changing? People are still watching my show, but they're not clicking and watching. They're doing it over a thumbnail.
They're hovering, right?
They're hovering, exactly. It's crazy.
That's interesting. No, I understand what you're saying. I just think that, to me, I feel like there's a different explanation, but I could be wrong. Maybe you're right.
I mean, I don't know where the metric is. I was looking for it the other day, but it literally says views or whatever through a hovering thumbnail or whatever, and it was like 1,700, 1,800 or whatever.
I have to check that out now, because
like,
I've never seen that. I've never actually seen that. I'm gonna
I would lead you to it. Like I said, I can't find it, but anyway, that's
no. I believe you. I believe you. What you're saying.
It's wild.
I'm just your explanation for why it's happening. I don't know if I feel like that's
the
true,
only way I
but
could logically, other than just maybe people are lazy and maybe they get.
I think that's more likely the answer. Honestly,
Yeah.
like a lot of times it's just human laziness. Like, I know when I do it, it's because I know if I click on it, usually a commercial will pop up, and that irritates me. So I'll just watch as long as I can, and then sometimes it falls off, and then I have to go, and then I'm like, okay, fine, I'll open it up and watch it.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know. But the other thing too is, your channel is very niche in the sense that, just your perspectives are unique and they're different, and so the people that are going to follow you over time are going to be a certain type of person. They're not as common as everybody. Like, you're not a common type of personality, right? And so that's why, maybe you're not getting as much growth as you would like or as you deserve because of your work. So that's the way I look at it. I think it's more a function of, because you're unique, and that doesn't make you, like, I know I'm a weirdo. I'm totally fine with that.
It's like Dinky calls us the misfits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care.
The misfits. We can't. Now that you say it, though, I wonder if maybe people like hover over it to see what's going on and know that I'm going to do a bunch of gibberish, little shorts and stuff like that, and then they maybe get locked in, raptured in, and just kind of watch it that way.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense to me, because I have done that. I'm not specifically with your channel, but I mean, I've done that with other things that I've watched. So,
but I can tell you for a fact that I could not be on the air for a week and then just do a surprise live, and I can tell you between 20 and 40 or 50 people are just going to jump right in the second they see it. They're going to click on that thing and start chatting. Because this chat,
right, and it feels good. It feels good to have people that like get you, and that we can talk about that's why I like YouTube. For me, it's like I've never done Facebook, first of all, but I don't do that, and I don't even do Twitter anymore. I did the Twitter wars. I went to war with people on Twitter, during the Trump era, but I burned out from that, and I'm at a peaceful place with Twitter where, I don't get excited about anything anybody says, like I really genuinely don't. Thankfully, because that's exhausting, when you're in that space with Twitter. It's pretty toxic.
I never did Twitter, and now it used to be words, right? And now you can do videos and the whole nine, right?
Well, yeah. Well, actually, if you want to go way back, it did have videos. There was this thing connected to it. I'm blanking on the name, but I loved it. I don't like the new Twitter thing. I don't pay for Twitter. I don't have verification or whatever. And I think you have to do that if you want to do live. It doesn't matter. But Twitter used to have this other app. I forget what it's called, but it was so cool. And I used to do those. And I don't know if I have them on my old page. But anyway, that was super cool. And then they got rid of it. And then, now people have been begging for it to come back, and now it's this new thing, so.
The thing about YouTube is it has this retro feel, and it's by design. It's like we're going to spend all our money on censorship and AI, and we're going to leave the actual faculties of it exactly the same and not improve it for the user or anything like that. The content itself speaks for itself when they're sitting on trillions and trillions of dollars. And it's
I agree. No, I definitely agree. I mean, the other thing, though, about YouTube that to me I find most interesting, I guess, is they really don't censor a ton. Like, I think they used to. But I really feel like the censorship has gotten very lax, really, on a lot of places. Obviously, Twitter with Elon Musk, but YouTube too. Like, they really don't. People always saying, like, I'm going to get shut down. People saying grape instead of rape. Sorry. Are you worried if I say that word on your channel? Because that's
I'll
I can't
tell you
handle
what.
it.
We were watching JJ Vance last night, or I was, and he had a panel on, and they were talking about Lewis Carroll. And the guy who wrote Willy Wonka, about how they had an affinity for younger people, and that video got taken down for violating YouTube's community policies. And they keep, if you notice, you'll get messages, update to YouTube's community policies.
But what did they say? And what did they use the word I just said? I don't want to say it again. I say it all the time.
Yeah,
I don't say it all the time.
They used whatever. They just spoke from the top of their heads, and they were making it was a great live. If you guys haven't checked out JJ Vance, if somebody doesn't mind, put a link in there for me so you can sub up to me. He only has like 350 subs. And
that's so crazy
he's
to me.
One of the best YouTubers out there on Idaho 4 for sure. He's an ex-SWAT guy, ex-military. He's
I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's like literally up there with Cy in my opinion.
I'm more curious, though, about why they're shutting him down for that word, because there are plenty of channels and I thought maybe they did it because he's a large channel, but if he has 300 subs, then he's a micro channel, right? I'm a micro channel, right?
Yeah, he's
So
not
like,
even monetized or anything.
I'm not monetized either. So like the thing about it is I'm not monetized. I'm a small channel, and I figured that's why they don't give me a hard time, because it's not that I'm saying these words repetitively. It's just that if I'm not going to mask what the word is, I refuse to do it. And if I end up not being able to do YouTube videos anymore, then I'll fucking do something else. But I'm not going to change my vocabulary. I can't stand when I hear Vinny Politan say nug or grape or whatever. I'm like, you're an adult, dude. Like, you're a freaking adult. Why are you speaking like this?
It's really
This is
bad.
something that outrages me. I'm sorry.
No,
I'll step off my soapbox, but
well, I think that once you get the advertisement thing, they analyze your speech and what your activities are, like if you're smoking and drinking and shooting, and then they look for words like death, and you'll see all the channels. And also, it matters if it's made for children or not.
Oh, I put everything as not made for.
Me
Nothing
too.
I do is made for children. I'm not trying. Yeah.
And I'm not
they
going
had
to
a
sit here
huge
and say unalived 50 times a day.
I can't stand that, because
It's
people
ridiculous.
say they think it's harmless, but in my mind it's like, no, there's a reason why, and it's to change your thoughts about the subject. It's to change the culture around the subject, and pretty soon you're using these. It's literally straight out of that book, 1984, where they whittle down the English language to like 50 words, you know.
Yeah,
And
that's.
so
Did you ever read Brave New World?
oh yeah, both of them. It could be that one. I forget which one it is with Winston in it, but it's the one where you can't even have a piece of paper and a journal. You're not allowed to write anymore. I mean, that's, and to me, that's the first step. Like when you start compromising things like what word you choose to use, right? I'm not compromising on that. So if I can't be on YouTube anymore, then I won't be on YouTube. But I'm not going to compromise on that word. I can't do it, like inside, like it makes me sick. So it's just one of those things I stand on, but I get it why people do it or whatever. I can't do it. I can't listen to people that do it. So,
yeah, I mean,
but
there's
no,
ways around it. You can just omit the words.
you could just use the word
or
atrocity
bleep it or
50
whatever,
billion
yeah.
times. Atrocity.
I'll cross that bridge when I find it. Right now, it doesn't seem to be a problem. There's some words that I try to avoid, like that one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
stuff
say
like
that, and I wasn't trying to
that's
get
fine.
you.
I'll probably private this live anyway. There's no point in me right now. I have like 13,000 watch hours or something, like, which is crazy.
No, I feel really bad though, because I genuinely I feel like a jerk now, because I genuinely wasn't trying to like harm
you're
your
fine.
channel.
Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it at
Okay. All right.
But don't do it again. No.
Yeah, I won't do it again. I won't. I
fine.
promise.
But no, it's I don't go out of my way to say stuff, but I don't go out of my way to not say stuff either.
Right. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Genuinely, that's how. But the other thing that's interesting to me about YouTube is like the stalking and the bullying that goes on. It's just bizarre to me that they allow that to happen. I really feel like at some point it's going to hit the fan. Something is going to happen real life, and they're going to get like a class action lawsuit, That
would be amazing. But with those class action lawsuits, by the time the
I know
$800 million is split up, you get 20 cents.
Yeah, here's your check, right? No, I get, unless you're one of the first people named. Unless you're one of the first people named, you know what I mean? Like if you spearhead the lawsuit, then. But yeah, like I mean, I don't get a lot of it, but I mean, I've had some crazies attach themselves and get obsessed with me for whatever reason, and I even had somebody do the same thing that they did to Al, but they ended up deleting it. I screen recorded it, but they basically did like the whole thing where they put their face into my face. And they taught, it was creepy. It was really creepy.
Like a deep fake kind of thing?
Yeah. I had somebody do like 3 deep fakes of me on this channel.
Kidding? Really?
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious.
But I think it's by design. I think it was Heather who was saying the other day, who thinks that YouTube is flooded with actors because what better way to cause confusion and to discredit people than to get somebody that has 14, 40, 50,000 followers in here to be able to say at any time that somebody brings up a good point, oh, that person is spreading misinformation. This is da da da, you know, and it creates doubt, you know.
It's rampant on this platform. I mean, I absolutely agree with you. That's why, you know, I did a few videos questioning who Pavarotti was. Like, and I get it. Like, I wasn't calling him out like, oh, he's a jerk. And this, it was more or less just like, this guy's throwing down all these interesting theories or whatever. And he's wearing sunglasses and a beanie. Like, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? Is he a plant? Like, you know, like, just like hypothesizing, because you have to expect that if you're hiding your identity in some way. Like, I'm not asking you to come out with your full like legal name or whatever, but you know, it invites intrigue, right? And so I'm not saying that's what he is, but I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people out there that I look at and I'm like, who really are you? You know, like, what are you really doing here? You know? And yeah, like, you see it all the time, don't you?
Yeah, totally. But at the same time, I respect the fact, like, Willie and a lot of people don't want to show their faces, because if you look at the history of YouTube, there's people that have been murdered from being on the channel and having a stalker that shows up at their damn house.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm not like, when I talk about anything, really, I always try to maintain like empathy and respect for people. And even when I talked about, you know, Pavarotti, and I might have talked about another creator, I'm not like bashing them. It's more or less just like asking questions, and I think they're fair questions, you know. Willie, he's on Dinky, I think. Sometimes I've heard him, and he knows, like, he knew who Brian was when he was a kid or something. Like, I would never, you know, I don't expect people just because they're talking to give me their like deets or anything. I'm just saying, you know, it does invite questions, not Willie in particular, because I don't even think he has a channel, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it invites questions, like, oh, who is this person? But people have a right to their privacy, though, you know, 100%. So, you know, but it's just bizarre to me. One of the things that's happening right now, it's in the Sebastian Rogers case. That shit has gone bonkers. Like, the things that are happening in Sebastian Rogers case right now, I won't get into and bore you, but I'm just saying,
The
like,
dad, right? It's nuts.
It's crazy. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. And people are doxing each other, doxing their kids, like, really just crazy shit. And I'm like, you all need to calm the frick down. Like, everybody needs to calm down. But it's just nuts to me. It's nuts. And
well, Truth Seeker, welcome. I know you from around the chats, and I always respect your posts and stuff like that. I'm glad you're here too. And I see Danger Zone is in here. Let's go 20 minutes and list all the people in the chat real quick. Just kidding. But no, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining up on the Purge here, and we try to bring an entertaining show. I don't know how many hours we're at now. I don't even keep track anymore. And like I said, it doesn't really matter to me. A lot of the times I'll do a live like this and just private it after, because what difference does it make? You know what I mean?
right now, I've done that with some of my lives where afterwards I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Not because I'm worried I'm going to get struck, just because, like, I really just don't want it out there anymore. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to private this now, and because it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference.
Sometimes I did that actually with the one last night. We had like a 6-hour live or something. Went till 5 a.m. and I played a couple documentary videos and stuff like that. And then I wake up today and I look, cannot be monetized because of this 20.20 second clip that you played of MSNBC or something. And it's like, I thought if I privated it, they wouldn't look into it. But even then,
no, I heard that even if you private it, that they'll strike. I heard that. Now it might not matter, like, for me, if we're not monetized, right? But when you're monetized, you have to literally delete the video.
Yeah, I think the only way is to delete it, which I don't want to delete my videos because, you know, I feel like they're good shows. Looking back, you know, they'll be, you know, I'd like to watch, or people might want to watch. And then I think as this case ramps up, you have established a a credibility, if nothing else, and that, you know, where some trusted source during the hearing or whatever people can go to watch the verdicts and the trial itself go on. I mean,
and they feel comfortable because they know what your perspective is. They know how you operate, so they're comfortable. You know.
Yeah, as opposed to somebody that just pops up and you know, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere, and all of a sudden you're doing Idaho 4 because it's trial time. You know, and the funny thing is, a lot of those people get 40,000 views, you know, or whatever, 40,000 subscribers.
Well, I mean, some of those people, I will say, like, I watch like Emily D. Baker a lot. I personally really like her perspective. She's an attorney. She was a prosecutor in LA, and you know, but she is not the typical prosecutor where she thinks everything that the prosecution does is gold and everything the defense does is crap. You know, so and so I remember there was some trial, it might have been Karen Reed, I don't remember, but there was some trial that came up and the community was just like, I can't believe this, like they're getting so many views, and they just started following it, and it's like they're entertaining. I mean, that's what they're here for, and she's educational, and you know, actually she has been following it because she's been reporting on every document that came out since it started, you know.
Right.
So and
a lot
then
of it too,
and then
though, is they're easy on the eyes. That's a big thing, you know, obviously in any kind of
like
media.
some like women or men that are attractive, you mean?
Yeah, and I find that, you know, a lot of the people that established themselves in the beginning have gone with this with blinders on mentality that Kohberger's guilty, and they're no matter what comes out. Like there's this one girl, and she's a real pretty lady, and she does Idaho 4, but she won't. Nothing to her means anything unless it's verified by the mainstream media. She literally said herself, I forgot what her name is. She's this blonde Southern lady. You guys in the chat probably know what I'm talking about. And she has tons of followers, you know, because she's real easy to look at, and she presents a great show. But as far as insight, there's almost zero. She does a little bit more than, say, like JLR or the Drunk Turkeys, but she's still in that vein. And it you know, it's like as time goes by, it seems like these people expose themselves through their delivery.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think, you know, there's still a market for sugarcoating and presenting things, you know, in a certain way. There's still a big market of people left like that want to hear it put that way because they're uncomfortable to question authority or to question the mainstream. It makes them uncomfortable inside. Like you and me and the people in the chat, we're not uncomfortable questioning authority. Like I came out of the womb asking the doctor who he was, like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, like who are you? Are you authorized to be here? You know?
Wow, why was I born?
Yeah, like I didn't agree to
Put me
this. I
back
was
in.
supposed to end up here. The fuck am I doing here again? But no, like seriously. And so like by nature, that's who we are, right? And but then most people really aren't, and a large majority of people feel very uncomfortable with it. And so I don't think they're stupid. I think that that's their perspective of the world. And I used to have friends that were like, no, we have to make people understand. You have to make people wake up. And I'm like, I don't want to, because you could literally make somebody break down over that. You know what I mean? Like some people can't deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's appealing to the masses is probably another good part of it. You don't want to step out of line and piss off 20,000 viewers, and then all of a sudden you lose all your subs, whatever, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, even Emily D. Baker, when she was questioning some of the things in the Karen Reed case, and she'll do the same, I guarantee it, in the Brian Kohberger case, because she's gone silent on a few things in that case. I know she thinks there's something weird going on in that case. I know she does, but she's very careful with her words. She's a lawyer, and she's got a huge following, like almost 1 million followers. So, but she will say it if it needs to be said. And people sometimes in the chat will push back, and she just like, no, like this is, you know. So that's why I respect her and I appreciate, you know, what she says and does with this stuff. She has so far anyway, hasn't been.
I haven't seen her. I'll have to check her out. Somebody was asking me, and Eric P, welcome in. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. If you're new to the Purge, do all the things, hit the sub, smash that like button for us, get this show out there to some more people, because apparently our messages aren't reaching even in this community, which is twisting my brain. But with Jenn and Criminal Confidential and Heather and Miss Potts, I feel like we have something to say, and with Post Woke World here, that it should be reaching more people, especially in this community, if not outside of it, because this is a bigger fight. But anyway, yeah, do all the things. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. No, and I think your videos are entertaining and you engage with the audience, which is what I like to do when people come in my chat. I don't like to just, and sometimes I pre-record it, but I get in the chat. But when I do lives, like I definitely like to engage with people and stuff like that. And it's more about community. So I think
that's what I like about it too. And especially that I'm familiar, like you said, with the people that are here. And in the beginning, I did try to pre-record stuff. And it would just end up being like really weird. Like I'd create these characters. I had this thing where I'd put this like black shroud over my head and put a red light on my face. Welcome to the Purge. I'm like, I have to have a trademark. I have to have an angle, and I'm like trying to do all these different things. And I'm like, I'm looking back on it just like, oh my God, what was I thinking?
You're like 5 days later, you still, no, I totally get it.
I'm like, thank God there's only 5 views on that one. Because in the end, I just want to be myself, and I can do that every day of the week, 24 hours a day. I can be myself, and I think that's why that people have caught on. Watch, I hope that is. Anyway, a lot of times I think in the chat they type funny stuff about me while I'm not looking, and then when I look, they delete it because you can see where I'm looking when I look at the chat. I'll look out of the corner of my eye, and so they try to sneak stuff in. So that's part of the fun of the Purge, and they always try to get me over to Discord, and they're like, Heather's like, oh no, you're in Discord now. I'm like, you guys talk shit about me over there in Discord all the time. I know it. That's your little playground. Go ahead. I don't care. It's fine.
That's so fun. Yeah, I won't venture into that place because to me, and I'm not anybody that goes in there. I think it's awesome because I think there's a lot of good information exchange. But I've heard things about Discord, and in my mind, it's more like it can be like a Twitter battleground type situation. I just can't do it,
Well, they do a lot of fun stuff. You can watch videos, and Jen and I were trying to figure out a way where you could have like play each other in video games and football and stuff like that. But every time I hear a story about Discord, somebody got hacked or somebody got, and it's like,
yeah, I'm not messing with Discord.
And then you have all those pervert secret rooms and so, but we
thanks.
mod our thing real good. It's like, how good are you going to do it if these people got beat by it? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I do steer away.
No, I understand the appeal, and I think maybe if I was a different age or if I was younger, I don't know. But at this point, like I can't do that. Like I can't do it. It's too much.
This is more. I hate to say it, but like kind of a middle of the road. I feel comfortable that I'm not being attacked. I'm not getting trolled, whatever. And I don't have to worry about.
Let's be honest. Do you really care if somebody attacks you or honestly? Like, does it? It doesn't bother. Does it really bother you?
I don't know. I might. If I say no, I might incite somebody to do it, and they get really under my skin. But no,
they can attack me. Then I mean, I honestly I don't. I really feel like you get what you give. In the world in general, and then on YouTube. So like, if you're giving hate, you're going to get hate, right?
Yeah, I've seen creators that had a good show going that started attacking people, and I look now and they'll put out a video and it's got 15 views, and I'm like, wow, how did that happen? Well, you put out what you get, you give what you get, and it does.
Yeah, but then you have these panel channels that go for hours crap talking each other and other people. Like, have you seen these things?
I have. They really like to tear people apart as if holier than thou, and it stinks. I'm not a fan of it.
It's insane. I listen to them on occasion just for entertainment purposes, just because I can't believe it's like these people are actually doing this.
Mhm.
But then I'm like, well, and they get thousands of views too. Like literally, there'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
like 6,000 people in chat, right?
No, I
And it's
think that the negativity does draw attention to it
It
too,
does.
also in another way.
Because then they all make each other feel like we're better. We're looking down on these other people. Meanwhile, like you're literally doing the same thing. Like you're actually just doing the same thing that you're upset
and
about.
that's why I like JJ Vance. And when you talk about the panels, and they're tearing down people, they continue forever and they get away with it forever. Why? And then you have JJ Vance just talking real facts about people in the 1800s and their affinities, and they get taken down. It doesn't make sense to me where the balance is on that. But like I said, I just try to keep it positive and keep rolling. I don't know. I'm not out to get anybody intentionally. If they interpret that way, then let me know and I'll try to fix it. But
Yeah. No, I understand. I don't know if you saw that earlier. Woke Up 1984 mentioned it when you were showing. I don't even know how it came up. I think it was one of the videos. But anyway, there's a channel called Mud Fossil University, and the guy, he's like, he's super bright and he's older, like he's probably in his 70s at this point, but I've been watching him for like 8 or 9 years. But he goes into all the fossils, he goes into all the like giant trees and rocks and things, and it's the thing where like you look at it from afar and it looks like a man,
the ripples
or
from the Great Flood, that guy from on Rogan. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Was Mud Fossil on Rogan? Really?
I believe that's who you're talking about. I think he's a heavier set guy.
No, he's thin. He's an older guy, and he isn't heavier set. He's definitely like not skinny, but he's like thin, and he got so into it that like he'll show you some of these older like rocks where these like lines, and if you look at them, they look like veins, right? And they're he had them tested and it was iron, so it could have been blood, right? But he went further and he sent some of the specimens to a DNA lab, and it came back as like a humanoid type DNA.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it wasn't just any lab; it was at Yale, and then Yale professor stole his work. This happens throughout history, right? This always happens, right? But yeah, this guy is really interesting. If anybody's interested in that kind of weird stuff,
what's his name again? It's Mud.
I don't remember his name. It's Mud Fossil University.
Okay,
giants for sure walked the earth at one point. Like it's not even a question.
I don't think it is either. I think there were dragons also, because with the history of each different separated society, as we're told, you have the same lore in each one. And it's like, okay, you have the flood, you have the dragons, you have the giants, this type of, even in like Native American stories, you have the same things.
Right. No matter which angle, right. Like no matter what angle or perspective you look at it, it's the same history and it's repeating itself. And there's this guy, his name's Jason Brashears on Archaics, and I can't get into it too much because my brain, I get too excited about it. But this guy is brilliant, and he's done a lot of work, and he's done all the research.
Let's watch you melt down here. No, just kidding. Go ahead with it.
Yeah, right.
Hit yourself with a car door. Come on, we need entertainment.
Where is it? I need some cold water. No, but just to put it in a very tight nutshell.
Get a drink. Go ahead. I can hold it down for a second. I have something to say anyway if you need to.
No, but for real, that this guy, he does something called calendric isometrics, and what he's been able to do is he's realized that the way that you predict the future is by looking at past events and the dates. And he has the formulas for it. He actually did software for like day-to-day stuff. It's called Office. He hasn't released it yet. But this is probably kind of what like Project Looking Glass is in some respects. But he's figured it out, and he's predicted what's going to happen in the year 2025, and he shows you where he gets it. Like, he shows all of his work. It's overwhelming how much this guy has. Like, he's brilliant.
Is it like a Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia board?
No, no, it's not. It's genuinely.
And then you go there.
No, it's like genuinely like mind blowing. It really is, but it is hard to accept some of the things he says, and I watch everything, and it's hard to digest the amount of information that he gives. But the whole issue that I think is interesting, and I'm even bringing up for, is the calendric isometrics. And he said that somebody asked Nostradamus how he predicted the future, and he said it's like throwing a pebble in the water. And what he interpreted that to mean was the way that the waves go out and then come back in, that it's like a reflection, that time is a reflection in itself, on itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I'll stop with that because it gets a little bit crazy.
No, that's really good. Keep going.
No, well, Archaics, I mean, I have several of his books, but he has a book on giants. And it's really interesting. And but he has a book called Chronicon. The thing is like this thick, and it's literally day one of the world. And he says that every 2,178 years there's a reset, and we're coming up on it.
I've been hearing that surface more and more lately.
Yeah, we're coming up on the end of this, and the reset will start again. And the Phoenix will be the first big event in 2040, and that's like where it comes from the sky, the red dragon. But essentially just causes a lot of chaos. And people will survive through all of these things. I mean, if in 2040 you're not 200 years old or whatever, but like, you know what I'm saying? So, and then he goes through it. It's really fascinating though. It's a lot, but it's pretty cool.
Well, we're here on Friday night, Saturday morning with Post Woke World. And she's been a fantastic guest. Thank you for being on tonight.
Thank you.
Somebody was asking who you were. That's why I'm verifying you here. And I wanted to say that I enjoy your shows, but you always have somebody in your chat there named Michael Wimmer, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And I think he is great, man. And I don't know if he has his own channel or whatever.
No. He doesn't, but I think one of the last times you came up on my panel, I think you were on with him, weren't you?
One of the times, yeah.
Yeah. No, he's really good. And he's a nice guy. And I found out recently that he was not in the Trade Center on 9/11, but like across the street, because he used to work in like banking or stocks or something on 9/11. Right. So I wanted to have him back up to kind of talk about his experience. But he's following the Idaho 4, and yeah, he's really cool. Like, I should have you guys all come on again, because that was a good show.
I'd like to have him as a guest. As a matter of fact, he's very what do you call it, introspective. So it's kind of hard to get inside of, you know what I mean? Like, but once he opens up, he really throws out some great stuff.
Yeah, he's funny. He has a funny sense of humor. Yeah, he's very, very funny. And it's funny because, like, sometimes he'll say something in chat and I'll miss it, and then he'll be like, I'm sorry, was that too much? And I'm like, I didn't even see it, bro. But honestly, it's never really too much with me. Like, I pretty much heard, like, the call, whatever, No, but he's very witty. He's a funny guy. I like him. Yeah.
Somebody was asking what the other guy was, and I did say J.D. Vance, but it's J.J. Vance, the other show.
J.D. Vance.
But the other guy that's on there is Nick, and it's Occult something.
Occult Rejects?
Occult Rejects, yes, thank you.
Oh my gosh, wait a minute. I know who JJ Vance is now.
Yeah,
I know
he looks like the guy from the Tannenbaums. He's got the headband on and the glasses.
Yes, you know what? I watched
hilarious.
him. In fact, I might even have a video on my channel with excerpts from when he used to go on Occult Rejects and talk about the Idaho 4 with his old man. The old man was on there, and the kid, the son, and then he would have him come on, and he was like, "Oh, let me tell you about this Idaho 4 thing," and he was in on it from the jump. Like, this was over a year ago, so now he has his own channel.
JJ does, and also Nick has the Occult Rejects.
Yeah, the Occult Rejects I'm familiar with, but I didn't realize
they did the panel where they were talking about, and they had. I was trying to get the links for the other girls. They had this one girl who was really smart, Lisa. I think she has a channel. And then another girl, I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Was she the one that did numerology or something? I know he has one chick on there that's
I'm
like,
not sure. She's very easy on the eyes, and she's very well spoken. And she was very knowledgeable on all the topics they were talking about. And then they had another guy, Headless something. He was on that panel, and they had a guy named Michael, and one other person.
When was this one? When was this show?
It's the one that got taken down, and it was, I think, the night before last.
Oh, okay.
JJ,
no, but JJ Vance knows a lot about the Idaho
GCD something. If 1984, if you look, it's JJ Vance, GCD something. And I played his video last night, not the one that got taken down, the other one, talking about Idaho 4, and people were like, because he just sits there with his sunglasses on, his headband, and just kind of calmly stares at the camera and makes his point. And somebody said, "Is he a Muppet? I don't see his lips moving." Because he's got the thick beard or whatever.
Yeah.
And but he's funny in his own way. But I guess he's ex-military and multiple SWAT.
Yeah, I know it's this guy. He didn't have a beard when I saw him on that show over a year ago.
Okay.
And I've been looking for this guy, and I remember him saying he had a podcast, and I couldn't find it, and then I forgot his name. So I'm almost positive that this is the same guy. So I can't wait to check that out after, because he was dropping like some really great info on Idaho 4 and had really good insight from the very beginning about this.
He really
case,
does,
so.
and he's very cool and objective about it also. He doesn't present it like, oh, I'm a guilter, or oh, Kohberger's innocent. He just brings the facts and talks about them, and they both have their opinions on it, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. I have the link. TWIZ was the first one that introduced me to it a couple days ago. He put a community post, and then I watched it, and I put it. So if you go to my community page, if you aren't able to find it, you'll be able to find a link to the GCD show.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm really curious if it's the same guy that I'm thinking of. And if it's not, I'm going to be obsessed with trying to figure out who that guy was. But I bet it's got to be him, because this guy was ex-military, and you could tell by his demeanor that he's ex-military.
Yeah, he looks like he's a pretty big dude too. He's
yeah, like I would not mess with the guy. Like,
but it's not like it's just all brawn and no brains. He's
sharp.
Definitely cerebral.
He's sharp.
Cool. Operation GCD podcast.
Okay.
Woke Up put that in there. Thank you very much, Woke Up. I appreciate that. And what were they? One thing they were discussing was how they screened the movie Scream a month prior or so to the tragedy, and it was interesting.
Of course they did. Of course they freaking did. Right? Like.
Well, it's funny because the movie within the movie of Scream 2 is called Stab.
I mean, it's too meta for me. Like, my brain's starting to hurt right now. Like, that's way too.
The art festival or film festival, I'm sure you've seen at some point the pictures of the presentations that were brought during that week or whatever.
That was terrifying.
And
I have some of those on my channel.
Horrible, and people were like, "Are these actual pictures from the crime scene? What's going on?"
No, that was just the year before when they decided to do horror.
Well, it was actually a month before.
Oh yeah, I thought it was a Halloween thing though, but maybe it was art, whatever it was.
November,
though, I think they do it every year.
I believe it was right around October, Halloweenish. Yeah, it was.
And they call it like spooky Pullman or spooky Moss. I forget, but they do it every year. I don't know if they did.
Moscow Art Society type of this thing, yeah. And Moscow tries to present itself as an artistic city of artists and culture and stuff like that. I don't see it there, but it's like, okay, if you want to believe that.
I think it's a cute little town. I mean, outside of, unfortunately, this tragedy and all the corruption running around there, it does seem like it would have been a cute little town to go to college. Not anymore.
Moscow's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Idaho is a agricultural college. And
Yeah.
so if you've ever, you know, known any country boys and how they operate, that's what I feel is the overall atmosphere. You know, they get the wild country girls and the parties and the fights, and that seems to be the fighting seems to be a big tradition, and that was one thing I
Well, they're
started
called
getting
the
into.
Vandals, right? I mean, they're called the
Literally
Vandals. And
called the Vandals.
I don't know if you saw a video I played in one of my like one of the things I played. I found this. I used. Do you remember that guy 1122 King Road Clue?
I keep hearing that name. I never caught that show.
It might have been before you started your channel, but he did like this full length feature film. He was the one that kept pushing that it was Alpha Gamma Rho, the real men on campus, the fraternity that are really serious about studying and farming and stuff. And there was a kid in there, I forget his name now, but he kept pushing him as the culprit, and he was the one that planted those seeds in the true crime community. Well, he drew me in, and I actually spoke with him on the phone quite a few times. I spoke with that guy. Don't know his name. He's disappeared, and he had a lot of really interesting information, and he had me diving into like the gem of Idaho, the Idaho yearbook, and I was the person. Now, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I'm so great. But legit, you know the picture on my shorts where it looks like Brian Koberger's grandfather, and I said, "Who is this guy? He looks like Brian Koberger." I found that picture. I found that picture because of 1122 King Road. He had me going back through. I was trying to find generational war. I mean, we went. It was like a movie set with this guy. We went through so many crazy scenarios, and basically he had me look in this yearbook, and that's where I found the picture of the Idaho president that looks like he could be related to Brian Koberger. And I said, look what I found. And when I sent it to him, like, he didn't respond to me for 3 hours because he was in so much shock. And then one day, nobody had posted. I mean, this was like this was like over a year and a half ago or whatever. And then I put it on my Twitter, and he immediately contacted me in my DMs, and he's like, "Take that down. That's our intel or whatever." I'm like, "All right, bro, like calm down." And I took it down, and then I posted something on my Twitter one day about Brian Koberger's uncle, whose name is Clem, and I found his like hidden Instagram account because I used OSINT to figure it out. And that's a whole other ballgame over there, bizarre, because he does this whole like LARPing with the crazy, scary Wizard of. It's weird, and he's fascinated with horror movies, Clem Koberger. And so I posted something about that on my Twitter, and 1122 King Road blocked me, and I still don't know why. After I posted that on my Twitter, he blocked me, and I went on his YouTube channel that he still had at the time, and I was like, "Why did you block me? Like, you're such a pussy, you know? Like, what? Like, tell me why. If I offended you, whatever. Like, let's talk it out. We're adults." And he never responded to me, and then he blocked me on his YouTube channel. And then shortly after, I don't know what happened. I was just like, "Whatever. Like, I'm not gonna run around trying to get you to be my friend." But
It's the
it was
Larry
so
David
weird.
effect again.
Yeah, exactly, right? It was so weird. But the only thing I could connect him blocking me to was me posting Clem Koberger. And so then for like the longest time, I wondered if he was Clem Koberger. Like, I was really in my head over
Oh
this whole
wow,
thing.
maybe that. Have you heard the theory that maybe the exculpatory evidence? Did I already bring it up about Bethany Funk? The reason that she is exculpatory evidence because perhaps she was related to Brian Koberger.
No, I didn't hear that theory.
That was a wild one, yeah.
I mean, I know the whole Funk garage, and nobody can really tie that to Bethany Funk, but it is a weird last. I don't know. I think it's an unusual last name. Who knows?
Yeah,
you
that was
know?
like in Arizona, or there were several Funk used car dealerships, I believe, too.
And that's the problem. It's like you start looking at all this stuff, and like I said, with really any topic, even science or whatever, you start looking at things and you start seeing these connections, and it comes back to something that the guy from Archaic said, which is we live inside of a mathematical construct, and that's why like things all start to connect over time, like 7 degrees of separation type shit.
Yeah, well, to me, you're right. It's more about the disconnection in this situation, whereas you have those two surviving witnesses that were such great friends with their roommates that went to extensive lengths to fight a subpoena to come back and talk about the case and help the case move along. And they would rather, in my opinion, rather see somebody that had nothing to do with it, perhaps, and that has less evidence on them than 90% of the people that we've looked at, and let him sit in jail than to get over here and find out what the truth is and help to find justice for their friends. And that sickens me.
Well, here's the other side of it, though, right? Like, to be devil's advocate, if they actually were, like, say, stoned out of their mind or whatever, and I remember early on them talking about, I forget, it was somebody's aunt or somebody, I don't know if it was real, whatever, but saying that the roommates heard furniture being moved around and somebody fighting or something like that, and that they thought maybe
that one cracks me up. Sorry,
no, that's all right. But anyway, the bottom line
their
is
hands cut off, and
I
sorry,
didn't
they're
hear that.
Screaming. Yeah, apparently, Xana. We know that Xana put up a good fight, right? And that her hands were at least cut. But recently, there's been something that her hand was cut off. And I'm sorry, you get your hand cut off.
To any of that.
Yeah,
like, people are gonna say the stupidest shit, and it's like when they were saying they're parading him around. God bless Tommy, but when they were saying they're parading him around Linda Lane, it's like it's too much. Like it's too much. Like if there's evidence,
I mean, just the fact alone. Here, listen to this. Listen to this. I'm not even gonna put the mic closer. I'm gonna bang on my couch armrest. Listen. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Do you think in that echoey, really poorly built house, that's the sound that a person's fist or a knife is going to make when it enters a chest cavity?
Oh, there's no way that the girls didn't hear anything. First of all, let's just be real.
Absolutely,
there's no way that they didn't hear anything. But my point about it is this, right? If they're scared shitless and they're locked in a room, or they know some connection or whatever, and they were genuinely afraid, like they could be terrified to open their mouths.
People are afraid there, and we see it. They're afraid of something.
Right, and so in that respect, like I see your point where you can be mad at them, but on the flip side, like if you literally were in a house where where 4 people were slaughtered and you survived and you're kind of afraid, like I don't know that I'd be willing or would want to send my relative. You know what I'm saying? Like, in some ways, I understand it. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's the right thing to do. But at the same time, like, if that's another scenario, I guess, if I'm, looking at both sides.
It's a good point, Heather, that they should go public so they are safer. Are you safer with these actual people that did? Because the way I feel about Moscow is that I want to call it shenanigans, but I would talk about a culture of violence. That's from Tim Grassback. He's Timmy Reed's lawyer, was quoted as saying a culture of violence in the athletic program alone. Just in the athletic program.
Oh yeah, I remember that
culture
coach.
of violence. Yeah. And if you look at the reports that Jen and I have been reading and that people present from Moscow, violent, racist, murderous attacks have been going on well before and have continued well after with the ski masks. The thing about Timmy Reed is that they were students, they were athletes, and they were part of the university, and they marched over to this guy's house a year later in ski masks with carrying pipes. So you're going to tell me that these innocent students are so grief-stricken that they're willing to put on the same costume that this killer apparently traipse through the house and committed these crimes and do it to somebody else?
I don't think I don't think the majority of the students on that campus are grief stricken at all. I don't think that they even give it a second thought. I think there are people that have empathy, in the small percentage of people in the world with like genuine empathy probably are like feel badly, but those guys they're not grief stricken over what happened at that house. I don't believe that for a second.
I believe 100% that at some point you've got to get over it and move on and try to memorialize it and whatever. But that seems to be pushed by the wayside, like the last thought of all. That, you know, I mean, if you have that is beyond gall to me to do something like that before maybe.
I totally agree with it. I agree with what you're saying. Like, what they did is absolutely outrageous, but it's to your point, right? You're telling me this is the culture there.
It is a persisting culture, and it still exists. And the reason those athletes were protected is for the reputation of the university and the money involved in that athletic program.
And one of the kids that they attacked, his father was like went there and gives money to the school. So
Timmy
like
Reed,
even
the
that
guy,
kid,
the guy Nick Reed, his dad owns a pizza parlor down Lewiston. He owns a couple of them, I think, and
they didn't even help that kid out.
He donates a lot of money. He's the main victim in this, and he was the target. And his dad used to donate a lot of money. He's a fifth generation Vandal, the son, and he was actually about to throw like Summerfest or something like that and canceled it because of what happened. And they don't even prosecute the people that did it to them. They give him no apologies, no credence whatsoever. They just bury it. And can you imagine the rage of that guy? All those people that have gone.
I can't. His father. I mean, that's enough to make somebody sick.
That's why I've been trying to get him on the show. I called his business and spoke to one of the employees and left a message. But I'm not going to sit there and call back and pester him. We know that the press have driven everybody crazy there. And as far as he knows, I'm some wacko guy trying to put him on the spot. But at the same time, I wonder him not returning my call and I placed multiple calls to his lawyer because I care less about the lawyer. Although I do respect Tim Gressbeck. Because, I will get this message to read, and I left my name and number, and neither of them, actually Gressback's secretary or whatever seemed very annoyed. Oh, you're the one that sent the email? And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of him. And I don't know if they think that I'm going to corner them or they're afraid to talk.
Is there an active lawsuit?
A civil suit? No. No, there's nothing. There was no investigation. The police won't even release the names of the people that did it.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
That's scary.
It's my soapbox. It really is. Everybody in here knows that once I get started on that one, that's my thing. Like you have, it's maddening, and it shows you the character of the university and the town itself right there. Everything you need to know is within that case alone.
Well, also, have you seen the the original Joe Vandal sculpture, whatever you want to call it?
The what? I'm sorry.
Joe Vandal, right? The person that
the mascot.
Yeah. So there's a whole lore behind that too that I dug into with 1122, and
really, what is that?
It was
I'd
this
like
guy.
To hear that.
Well, basically, he said he found evidence that the original Joe Vandal was
they're talking about me behind my back on Discord.
And
they're posting the link. Chickbait, you cracked me up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The original Joe Vandal was the great grandfather of this kid that goes to Alpha Gamma Rho, and it was this lore about that. I wasn't able to personally verify it, and I would ask him. That was one of the things that irritated me about him, because he had it was very interesting, his theory, but some of the stuff that he said he verified.
The mascot to me looks kind of like a Viking doofus.
No, I'm not talking about the mascot I'm talking. They have I think I put it in a community post like a year ago, but if it's not there, you can't find it, I can send it to you, or I'll post it after this. There's an
Yeah, please do.
there's a picture of the Joe Vandal mascot, and he's holding like a blade, like a knife, and he's like 6 foot tall. It's scary it's actually scary, and it's in the student center, like this, I forget what, student union center or whatever. I found it on Instagram. It's the only place I was able to find it, and I just came across it, and when I was doing research or whatever, and it's creepy as hell.
What is the image?
It picture being in a museum and seeing a 6 foot tall sculpture of of a person that looks like they're not Native in American, but it looks like somebody who is like dressed in a sort of garb, and they have a blade on them, and that's the original Joe Vandal, they said.
Wow. Do you have that picture somewhere?
I do, yeah, I do. I don't know how to.
Maybe you can pull it up on your phone and show us. That'd be cool if you want to. You don't have to.
Yeah, no, I don't mind doing it. I just don't know. Like, if I'm talking on my phone, I don't know how to pull it up on my phone and put it on the screen.
Well, that's what this Squirrel Tribe lady does. She just, like, will have a picture. She's like, I don't want to get doxxed for it, so I'm just going to show you on my phone.
Oh, that's so cool. Hold on. If I disappear, it's because I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. No, that's not it. Oh, they have Pig Latin as an available language. That's hilarious.
Pig Latin?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
No, they have Russian, French, English, Portuguese. It goes on, and then the last one says Pig Latin. I shit you not.
That's hilarious. Ixnay on the Pig Latin.
I definitely have the picture. I don't know that I don't know how to post it like right the second, but I will put it on my community post, like, you know,
cool.
when
Yeah,
we're off. But anyway, I'm actually getting a little tired too. So
I could tell you, I was like, okay, we've reached an impasse right here. We're either going to start fighting or yelling at each other. I can't stand it when you do this anymore. Why don't you do the dishes and take the garbage out?
You fat ass!
No, you've been terrific. Thank you so much for being on, and I look forward to being on yours and doing it again and all that stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
And,
thank you so much to your chat for having me and listening to me, and thank you for having me on.
I
Kane.
appreciate
really
it.
appreciate
Post Woke World, everybody. Make sure you go over there and sub up and check out her show and do all the things. I guess she's gone now. But, yeah, we had her on. It happened. And we're at 2:30 here, 3.5 hours. You guys want to keep going? Put a 1 for me if you do. If you don't, peace out of here. I don't know how we can top that. That was pretty great. I enjoyed that conversation. Did anybody like that? Let's see what else here. We got, what was I was going to answer a question I saw in the chat, but I think they deleted it before I got to it here. Oh, there's the microphone thing. Hold on, let me set this up. I'm all quiet again. There it is. Better now. Okay, now I can put the mic down again. Hi, guys. I'm back. Put a 708,002 if you like me and want to talk crap about me right to my face. You can do it. I don't mind. Let's see what we got here. Should we troll some other chats while I wait for the ones? I haven't said thank you, Post Woke. I appreciate it. Mints for Kittens is here. Good to see you. Wow, I haven't seen you in a minute. I'm way loud here. That's better. That's good right there. So let's do the number. Wow, I said that so fast. I think you have to. Now do it backwards 3 times and stand on your head, or I'm shutting it down. Kenyan Tonka in the house. I'm invited to my own funeral over there on Discord. You guys are gonna bash me. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Good. Haven't seen Chickbait in a hot minute. Nice to see you, hon. I'll turn that off while we do this. And what's going on in the YouTube streams? You know what always happens, and I always like to do this before I do shut it down eventually, is check out the news stories, because what they'll do is they'll wait till my live is over, and then they'll throw some real big tidbit out, and I'll be like, wow, I should have talked about that. Because I feel like I'm batting 1,000 for being ahead of the local community anyway on reporting the stories. Not that I'm a reporter or anything, but January 3rd headlines. Okay, we're safe there. Let's check out the breaks of news here. We already read that one. Yep. Okay. You know that the press takes the weekend off, so this feed right here will not change until late Monday afternoon when they finally get back to work and do stuff. Let's look at the Cybertruck bomber. Wife accused. Let's see what the wife says about him. Cybertruck bomber Matthew Livelsberg. Wife broke up with him and accused him of cheating 6 days before the explosion. Interesting. Well, they look like a happy couple there with a nice baby and everybody's dream there. The wife, the soldier who blew up the Cybertruck outside of Trump. Now, okay, so wait, when was this one? There were so many things happening, I didn't get a date on this. Let's see. Wednesday. What's today? Friday. So that's on January 1st. Okay, so that was after. I was trying to figure out if it was like while AR was doing his live, but I guess it was probably later on that morning, because AR was doing a live very close to, I'm assuming, where Trump Tower is. I don't remember Trump Tower. I know you have, they showed Planet Hollywood, you have the Mandalay Bay and Caesar's Palace and all that stuff. I don't know exactly, but the strip, it's a long strip. So Trump Tower could be way down the road from where they were. But they were in front of the Mandalay Bay and stuff like that. So this is the guy, that's the guy, and he did the thing. And I think all he ended up doing, a couple people got hurt, right? But for the most part, he just blew himself up. And there's a video of the thing. She seems like a lovely lady. He was in special forces for so many years, and they say he was trying to bring attention to the ills of the country as if we didn't already know. This is so weird. This might be one of my early MK Ultra people that I forgot about and left behind and didn't rewash their brain. I hope not. He was 37 years old, so he would have to be in early 20s when I started the program. Let's see here now. What else we got going on here? I'll take full blame, I guess. I did it. Wife was a bum. Say you beat her up. Well, that's police and military. That happens, right? To text before to X. Oh, he sent it to. Did they get to read the text? I'm interested in this case now. I just haven't followed it at all. It seems like a. Oh, is this the? Let's see what they're saying here.
Outside of the Trump Tower Hotel in Las Vegas, 37-year-old Matthew Allen Livelsberger, a U.S. Army active service member. Authorities identified.
Is that Toes?
Army active service member reportedly pulled up outside the Tower Hotel in Las Vegas. 37-year-old Matthew Allen Livelsberger, a U.S. Army active service member, reportedly pulled up outside the hotel before the Cybertruck combusted, killing Livelsberger and injuring 7 people.
Objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say.
This it? Maybe this will work. Come on, guys. It's loading an ad. That's a funny ad. Go away. Dun 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 dun. Play. Nope, that's the ad. Good for me. Oh, a winner. Nope. Okay, I don't know. It's loading the ad. Unable to confirm active duty, blah, 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 blah. So strange. So I feel so much that the Cybertruck use itself is a message in itself. Here we go. That's a better. That's a Luigi. Anybody see the? Should I pull it back up? The video of Luigi Mangione
That is our
skating.
goal.
Their families are grieving.
Outside of the Trump Tower Hotel in Las Vegas, 37-year-old Matthew Allen Livelsberger, a U.S. Army active service member, reportedly pulled up outside
Linear
the hotel.
binaural
video.
uses dual mode stimulation to soothe tinnitus.
Sake
Linear
Cybertruck combusted, killing Livelsberger.
That where she was looking out the hotel room and a piece of the car flew like 10 stories up and got in her nightgown and her husband was trying to... It looked like she was okay, but it was crazy.
Burger and injuring 7 people.
Objective is to deter
a U.S. Army active service.
What? Oh gosh. Oh no. Sorry, I suck at that. I really do. I should quit.
On May 10th, a drunk driver killed Miguel Artiga as he waited to cross the street.
Did it? One more time.
Hey, this is whether this was an act of
nuts.
terrorism.
I know he
Inside
died.
the hotel before the Cybertruck combusted, killing Livelsberger and injuring 7 people.
Objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can...
Look at how the FBI... Look at the FBI agent just so uncomfortable in his role, in his own skin. Let's watch this ad real quick. I love they have his and hers now, like all this cancer-causing crap they're trying to shove down your throats. Unreal. The one that really kills me, if you guys are new to the Purge, is the Ozempic commercials where they show people actually shooting up in a commercial. You know, you can't show smoking, you can't show drinking, you know, until a few years ago.
Authorities identified the suspect involved in the Tesla Cybertruck explosion outside
Now you
of
got
the
people
Trump Tower
shooting up
Hotel
happily
in Las
on
Vegas.
screen.
37-year-old Matthew Allen Livelsberger, a U.S. Army active service member, reportedly pulled up outside the hotel.
That's weird, these
before the
explosions.
Cybertruck
He must have had
combusted,
something
killing
in the car
Livelsberger
that's the
and injuring
batteries.
7 people.
Objective is
Look
to
at this guy.
determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to
Well,
see...
everybody wants to bother and try to get the truth out of us, but we're not going to give it to you. Look at this liar. Look at him. That's the FBI for you there, right there.
Can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack. That
Look at
is our
his
goal.
shifty eyes.
And that's what we're trying to
Liar!
do.
Police are...
Okay, wait. Go back. Okay. Finally, I get to make my stupid freaking point. And let me blow this up for you guys, because I don't know if anybody else, and I mentioned it before, but I don't know if anybody picked up when I was laying down. But check this out. And I noticed this trend about a week ago with these officials that come out with these bullshit stories and try to shove rhetoric down our throat. So look at this asshole, okay? Look at this guy, watch. You see that pen right there? Okay, and look at the guy next to him. They have 2 different pins. Sorry, you can't see it, but... Where is it? There, Okay. Look at it. Okay, let's go in further. I'm gonna screenshot this and Photoshop it. So I've noticed this trend. You know, back in the day, you had the Republicans, and they were wearing the little American flag pin. And that may be what the FBI guy has. I can't tell. But it looks like each agency now. And I can't verify what the heck either of these guys is wearing. But it does look like what I'm talking about, where it identifies their agency. Okay? And the only thing that I'm going to tell you that reminds me of is within the National Socialist Party, especially in the beginning before they basically became all stormtroopers, they had the brown shirts. They had different legions of the service, police, and all that stuff, and they all had different logos. And all of a sudden in the news, I noticed it right away. You have all these alphabet agencies wearing these pins that identify them with their alphabet agency. Look at this guy behind him. Look at those eyes, dude. Check it out. Oh, I feel like you're already...
Objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or
Look
not.
at that shit. I'm telling you, bro. This is it's straight out of 1939. It really is with these people. Hopefully they'll play this again. I keep clicking on it. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Just for a minute here. 20 more seconds, guys. Hang with me. That looks like a fun bike, though. I like the bikes with the fat tires like that because I'm a big fatty. I can carry my weight. I keep popping tires. I broke the crank on my bike. I rode it till the wheels fell off. Here it comes. Hopefully. Idaho, beyond words. Are you kidding me? Winter adventures await in Idaho. Oh my Lord. There it is.
Explosion outside of the Trump Tower Hotel in Las Vegas. 37-year-old Matthew Allen Livelsberger, a U.S. Army active service member, reportedly pulled up outside the hotel before the Cybertruck combusted, killing Livelsberger and injuring 7 people.
Objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not. I know everybody's interested in that word and trying to see if we can say, hey, this is a terrorist attack. That is our goal, and that's what we're trying to do.
Police are investigating any connections between Livelsberger and the...
I'm so sick of these liars, man. I am so sick of it.
Man responsible
the
for
FBI has been that kind of shady ass motherfucking liar. Hard kids go to bed since at least Koresh days. I mean, there's just no hiding it, and they don't try to hide it. FBI's gotta go, man. I hate the FBI. All right.
Attack in New Orleans that happened.
I'm no Doug Wilson, but I
Shamsuddin Jabbar drove a truck through crowds of pedestrians on Bourbon Street, killing at least 15 people and injuring dozens more.
That wasn't terrorism either.
Jabbar is an Army veteran who reportedly served on the same base as Livelsberger. Both men also rented the vehicles used in the attacks from the same company, Turo. Despite these connections, it's currently believed Jabbar acted alone in the attack. Turo also said they did not have any, quote, information that indicates the two incidents are related. The FBI has raided a Colorado Springs home as they continue their investigation into the Las Vegas explosion. President Joe Biden acknowledged Jabbar indicated he was, quote, inspired by ISIS prior to the attack.
The FBI also reported to me
Lanier binaural devices uses dual-mode stimulation to soothe tinnitus. Lanier combines sound stimulation and multi-pattern tone pulses to activate hearing and sensory pathways. This dual-mode approach weakens tinnitus pathways and helps the brain to stop focus.
Hours before the attack,
I'm the tall Biden. I'm the short Biden. I'm the no ears Biden.
Desire to kill. The ISIS flag is found in his vehicle.
With two attacks so close to each other, politicians are scrambling to assign blame for security failures. Trump pointed to Biden's immigration policy, although Jabbar was an American citizen born in Texas. Louisiana's Attorney General expressed a desire for the Sugar Bowl to be postponed again in light of...
I mean, I can't really see the correlation with the open borders since they were our own military that did it to us. But they're waiting for their chance to point fingers on them with good reason because we are infiltrated by Venezuelan gangs and they flooded. They emptied their prisons on us, more or less, with the worst of the worst. And
we have 16 people who are dead. Their families are grieving. We have at least 10 more that are clinging to life in the.
What is this trend? What are these trends in mass murder, dude? Honestly, how is that a trend? I'm gonna be like that Daryl Dawkins guy, idiot, or whatever, and I'm gonna drive through people in a parade or on New Year's. On New Year's, dude. How is that a trend, dude?
And
trends used to be like acid wash jeans and shit like that, and now all of a sudden the new trend is I'm going to drive through people. That's my legacy. That's what I'm going to be known for.
Governor Jeff Landry added 100 National Guardsmen to increase security for the game scheduled for January 2nd.
I guess the mayor and the police chief were taking a lot of heat over this. Whatever it may be. I want to see this Idaho ad. What is this? They're obviously listening. I only have my microphone plugged in and my camera plugged in when I'm doing the show. So they're obviously listening right now. Idaho over and over and over. Idaho's winter wanderlust. wraps around every moment. Picture yourself gliding along wintry trails lined with whispering pines. Enjoy a snow sleigh ride or sit next to a crackling fire after a day on the slopes as racist hillbillies slowly beat your head in while they get drunk and bang your girlfriend. Whether you're chasing adrenaline or indulging in cozy fireside moments, each frosty breath and snow-dusted adventure. Boy, where did they get the adjective guy on this one? Part of a story you'll relive long after the snow melts. I relive this story every day, you bastards. Let's see, things to do when you visit Idaho. Oh gosh. The snowy plains. Oh, there's state parks. Let's see what state parks they have. Land of Yankee Fork. McCroskey. Let's see what else here. How do we go forward? Guys, come on. Work with me. Where's Wawaway? I want to see Wawaway. Meet the parks. This is definitely working against me here. Okay, I guess it's on its own time schedule. Door Shack Park. They all look the same. Beautiful. Priest Lake Park. What else we got here? Welcome to Idaho. Shut up. Priest Lake Park. Some farm park. Oh, please show Wawaway Park. Please, 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 please. 19 miles. A beautiful shoreline for hiking and fishing. Please go. Okay, now we're working. Thousand Springs State Park. Lake Cascade State Park. Ponderosa State Park. I wonder if there's a bonanza. Bruno Dunes. Ashton Teutonia Trail. Castle Rocks. Winchester Lake. Bear Lake. Walcott Massacre. I don't know what lake. Wait. Okay. Massacre? Rocks? What the blankety blank? Located on the mighty Snake River, Massacre Rocks State Park is rich in history and full of year-round recreation. It's called Massacre Park and it's full of rich history. Oregon Trail history and geological wonders. Rock climbers enjoy numerous climbing routines, climbing routes, and world-class disc golf course offers golfers one of the most challenging courses in Idaho. A scenic picnic area surrounds Register Rock, where immigrant names are inscribed, creating a desert oasis for the modern traveler. Remnants of the Oregon Trail are easily seen from either end of the park. There's Massacre Rocks State Park. What is with the names in Idaho? There's the Snake River, I guess. Vandals. Massacre Rock. What is this? Get me out of here. Somebody pick me up. I swear Grizzly Crime left me here and never came back. Save me. Alright, we're coming up on 4 hours. I gotta shut it down before 4, you guys. Come on. Let me out of here. Wow. Okay, what else is there? Travel tips, eat and drink, plan your trip, maps and guides. TWIZ is like drooling for me to click on that one, right? We gotta do it. There we go. Official Idaho travel guide. Get your free official Idaho. You can download it or order it by mail. They still have snail mail for it. Basque Block. Come along a virtual tour to learn about the history and restaurants. Let's see if we can get a virtual tour. Okay, there you go. Looks like a nice Germanic good time Oktoberfest thing. That's good. Let's see what else. I'm going to play the video, I guess. Play some kind of music, I'm sure. I have to kill that. The Basque Block. Oh, wow. Boise, Idaho. There. Oh. You take your head off. Ah, nothing like a good old squeeze box. Alright, is this all going to be folk dancing? What's going on? Okay, we're going to get...
The Basques settled in the Boise area because it was more or less the central hub for Idaho and northern Nevada and even eastern Oregon to find jobs. It was the area that they would have the most connections. The lives of Basques in the United States was a difficult one for the most part. They were coming to find work. Most of them were quite poor, didn't have a high level of education, didn't speak English, and so they had to find work as quickly as possible. There were only a few opportunities as far as those jobs, and it was the jobs that Americans didn't really want to do, working with the sheep out in the middle of nowhere. The Basque Block is a small little area in downtown.
Hold on, speaking of that, let me just put a little penis that far.
From Boise that holds several Basque restaurants, the Basque Museum, and the Basque Cultural Center.
They're basking in Basque.
So a visitor on the Basque Block can take part in several different opportunities. They can visit any of the Basque restaurants that we have and try some of the food, some of the drinks that are popular in the Basque community. They can also visit the Basque Museum and Cultural Center and learn about the history of the Basques, immigration, and the significance of the Basques in the United States today.
Listen, Chick Crew, there's a lot of things that I can't do. I have this software called Move, and you're supposed to be able to, see how I can move myself around? But you're supposed to be able to spin yourself around in 360 or whatever, and I can't get it to work. So I'm frustrated by my technology ability. I'll help you with the fancy stuff and get you going. It's easy as pie. You can do it.
They can partake in events such as San Ignacio Basque Festival in July. San Ignacio, or Saint Ignatius in English, is the Basque patron saint. We gather on the street, the dancers perform, there's lots of food and drink, music playing, and a street dance.
Just what they need more drink in Idaho.
Sports of pelota and handball. Music and dance are pretty significant for us in Idaho. They're probably the most visible parts of the culture here. We see the Oinkati dancers that began in 1960. Accompanying them is a music group.
Beat each other over the head. Hey, there's
parts
Hitler.
Of the culture are equally as important. Some people may be more
is that highlight?
interested in
It's like
sports
highlight,
than
but it's not
dancing
highlight.
Or food or music, so they choose their route.
Oh, we're
to
so
participate.
cultural in Idaho. Everything's
The
cultural.
significance of San Ignacio is just an opportunity.
Very ethnic. It's like that's where the Nazis went to hide. Let's see what kind of rates they have. Travel tips, eat and drink. See if we can find Mad Greek on here, maybe. What do we have? Culinary, breweries. What does that say? Cheerios. Wineries, Idaho wine, something. Farmers markets. All eat and drink. Interesting. Alright, that was fun. Let's see what else we got. What do we got? We got 12 minutes. 12 minutes to midnight. Yeah, I guess people see 4 hours and they lose their mind. Oh, should we watch the new Jay Embry video? No. True crime discussion. Looks like Robert's gonna go live here in a minute. At 2:30 in the morning, Robert? Oh, shame on you. Oh, there's a new Mo Tricka from 11 days ago. Rachel Ann Husbeth Gibson is live. Let's see what else. Podcast with Peterson. Hello, my friends. I have not forgotten you all. I know I said I would be doing videos this week, but unfortunately I've had to... Unfortunately, my friend... I wonder if I could do a... Miss Peterson and Peterson. I have set back with an unexpected health situation. Oh gosh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Yay, 2020 is rolling in with some good luck. Boy, everybody's just taking a beat in 2025. Lord have mercy, this is Dinky. Okay, we got breaking news from This must be how Brian's fingerprints got up on the King Road crime scene. Totally explains how you can wear nitrate gloves and still leave friends. Oh my god, can you guys see that okay? I read more. Little Brian got out. Probably he helped Big Brian hold down the victims too. He did tag me in TWIZ, and I just happened upon it. Let's see the comments. Total Recall, yeah. My drama teacher from high school was in Total Recall. She was the lady that turned into the thing at the thing. The redheaded lady. Anyway, I'm stealing that pic. Man, I should have used that for my thumbnail. I'm going to change my thumbnail pic to that. That is absolutely freaking hilarious. It's dry humor. British humor is dry humor. What is dry humor? It's deadpan. He's got a deadpan face right there. That's a great one, Dickie. Oh my goodness. I can't even get it. That's hilarious. Oh, bleh. Here, I'll put a link if you guys want to enjoy that yourselves. Oh, goodness gracious. What else is up there? I always enjoy the community posts. There's always something going on. Let's see here. Kane B's the Purge. What is that? Idaho Vandals. This is a photo of the real Joe Vandal. Like I said, he's a doofus Viking. Thank you, Post. This is a photo of the real Joe Vandal residing in the Student Union building. Imagine your first day of school, you get to the class, you're greeted by that guy. Holy macaroni grill. That is some neat stuff there, bonkers. What the world? I forgot to hit like on Dinkies. Let's get a little emoji or something in there at least real quick. I can't even get over it. Oh, that Brian Kober. I gotta go back to that. That is what the breaking news. He knew I'd get a kick out of that too. Oh man, that gets five laugh, guys. Oh my goodness. It's like out of Star Trek or something. Is that from Total Recall? Is that what that is? Yeah, I believe. Too much. Okay, let's see. Post woke. Wow, that's 2 in a row that tagged me. That's funny. This is, look at that. 5 hours ago. Okay, we got a new. What's he changes? He had to change his name because he got copyright struck for some silliness. Here's Farmer. I keep trying to reconnect with Farmer. If you guys from Thought Riot remember Farmer, and I maybe he's trying. He has a lot going on, I believe, in Michigan. But I think he's a musician guy, and all. He's a really cool guy. I think he got away. He's one of the few that escaped Idaho 4. So I'll just say hi real quick and let's see if he responds. He won't respond to me anywhere. We were gonna team up on the show thing in the beginning there. And oh, here we go. From Miss Pultz. Oh, Miss Pultz. She's very deadpan and very okay. So I can't read this down here. Sorry if you guys lose it. I think you can still see it as long as a little bit is on there. Okay, so I'll just read it anyway. It says, yet another glorious filing from Mr. J. West in Logsdon. And it says, the main issue in this particular motion to suppress was the third-party doctrine. Disappointingly, the state provides little of substance in its objection to Mr. Kohlberger's arguments regarding the doctrine, its future, and how it currently exists within the Idaho Constitution. This investigation might have looked before the digital age on pages 4 and 5 of its brief. Yeah, that is brilliant. In S, did this say? Wait, let me read the whole sentence. However, the state does not make a somewhat interesting point about the difference between how the investigation might have looked before the digital age on pages 4 and 5. Now that's snark. In essence, the state argues that the internet does not matter. It is the act of shopping that controls. The genie is out of the bottle. In the past, police would not have investigated every store that sells knives in the United States. They might have, given the sheer quantity of police in this case, covered a tri-state area. But time and cost would have prevented them from a major search. Is that all there is to it? There's one little more blip. Now, thanks to the wonders of the internet, The police were able to issue subpoenas and warrants to no small number of massive knife retailers. One of those online retailers is Amazon, whose presence nationally and internationally does not need recitation here. It says something about the upshot. The police can. I don't know what the rest would be. Can I click on this? No. Oh my gosh, let's read some comments. And I'm sure if the warrant showed BK bought a K-bar knife, you would just try and come up with the next "they planted it" narrative. You all are going to lose your mind when the trial comes and the evidence against him turns out to be overwhelming. Well, thank you, Boondog, for that. Now, okay, apparently that sparked some controversy. We got Dinks, the first one. Boondog, if you spent as much time learning as you do trolling, you might be a genius, but by now. I don't care if you bought 10 K-bars, obtaining that information illegally and violating someone's rights to obtain it mean it gets suppressed, period. That's Miss Potts' reply. You're going to lose your mind if the charges are dismissed because everything they claimed they had when they arrested him, they either didn't have or obtained illegally and unconstitutionally. Hopefully then you'll go flip your lid on the officers involved in the case who plucked it up with their falsified ass affidavits and committed perjury. Like. Oh, Boondog replied, well, I doubt very much that any judge is going to dismiss a case where you have someone's DNA at a quadruple murder. Guess what, Mr. Boondog? They're going to drop the DNA. Sorry. Stop pitying myself. But even if these charges would be dropped, the feds seem to be very interested. Man, this is like, he says, I'm going to go ahead and just do it backwards. I'll just do it backwards. And then the feds seem to be very interested in investigating this guy for some reason. Wow. Boondog. I'm curious what other issues BK could be facing. Well, we all are, aren't we? Because there doesn't seem to be any. But we will find out at trial. Here we go. Dinky loves this guy. Unless a plea deal is reached, which could happen, as AT's main goal is to get the DP off the table, in my opinion. And Ms. Potts replied again. Clearly the DNA is not getting into trial. The state doesn't even have a single DNA expert to rebut any of the 4 DNA experts the defense has. Oh, they have 4 of the best DNA experts? Alright, let's just drop the we quit. It was fake anyway. Who have already filed sworn declarations. We couldn't get anybody to lie for us. The feds had nothing, hence no federal indictment returned, even after the feds issued dozens of subpoenas and presented to a federal grand jury. Like Boondog. We shall see, Boondog. I bet it does. Boondog. At the feds are likely waiting till this case is over. They do not have to try him for anything if he is found guilty and sentenced to the death penalty. Even if capital punishment is off the table, if convicted, life is, he will get multiple life sentences. Boondog addressed to Dinky IMO. Just point out your lack of common sense. Oh, like on that one, no, just kidding. And Boondog, Dinky replied to Boondog with the okay, roll your eyes, crying emoji. Like. Oh, okay. And so William Tardy, 8137, said, Boondog J6T, what happened in the Lucas Anderson case? His DNA was on the victim's fingers. Case was dismissed because he wasn't the guy. And there's my LOL comment right below it. Let's move on. In my opinion, I believe the state never expected this case to go to trial. Let me keep reading. Every day I wonder if they thought they were going to get away with all this in court. Dinky came back. Brian has an awesome defense team and literally the best experts. in the respective fields testifying on their behalf, which is true. I don't think the prosecution was prepared or expecting such a fight. Though, nobody would put their noses... Oh, should I read this in a British accent? Nobody would put their noses out on behalf of a stranger. That's not the dinky accent. And assume they would. Back them up, railroading them all the way to the firing squad. Wrong. Like. I only like non-guilty shenanigans. Shenanigans. I love that word, shenanigans. Like. BK should have never waived his right to a speedy trial. There it is again. He would have been out already if he never did. The state was jacked for factual evidence. Yeah, that was my point, is what we were talking about with the waiving the speedy trial. I don't think Anne had committed to this case like she has now, and I don't know that they had any idea what kind of case they built against them. I mean, it would have been a card house at best that she could have kicked down with one swipe of her hand. My goodness. Wow, there's another good one. My goodness. And see, sometimes you just wander upon stuff here. It's how we do it. If you're new to the Purge, welcome to the Purge. Do the subscribe thing. Hit all the YouTube buttons. And please join us in the chat. We'd love to have you. Very, very much the top 1% here on a regular basis with us. And I've stolen most of them from Lana, and they're never going back. Alright, let's see what else. This has just been very entertaining Friday evening, hasn't it? Alright, let's see what's left now. Nothing Half-Assed has posted something. I had to share this with you all. Please help by subscribing, and if at all possible, buy any item off their merchandise page. View, thumbs up, help them out. Let's see, there's a pit bull or something.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve under the tongue. Dissolvables work faster than old school pills. See if Sparks are right for you at ro.co/sparks.
You getting sleepy, weepy? Big babies?
Hello, America.
Aww.
Hey, you know a lot of people bring in the new year, like shooting fireworks and celebrating and stuff. Let me tell you how we're bringing in our new year. This old girl here, we just found her down at my parents'. My parents live right across the pasture there. And she was just laying down there. Somebody had abandoned her or dropped her off down there, and she looks to be pregnant. Either that or she's the first ever pot-belly pit bull in the world. She's got a big belly on her, and her teats is swelled up. And, you know, we can't let her sit out there in the elements, in the cold weather. She's a sweet dog.
I did. Y'all know made you guys sleepy. I'm sorry. Okay, I can't. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna keep it rolling because I don't know how much longer I can last. To be honest with you right now. We'll go over 4 hours. I don't give a crap. What do I have? Who do I have the answer to? Just Heather. She's not gonna cut me off. Let's see. Farmer again. Val Evans. Who's Val? Is Val Evans that chick that I was talking about? Who's real pretty, but she's a guilter. Swamp Rose. Let's see what we got here. Brian Koberger, this is 2 weeks ago, was named as suspect in another crime. Okay, we'll just pass on that. What have I missed here? Let's discuss the rest of the documents in Kober's case. Boom. 15 hours ago. From Lana. Let's see, Jewels of True Crimes. How are they claiming the state ID'd Brian by the IGG? When is this? 2 days ago I saw that. Well, T-Rev, join me in a Changing Lives Rev Gang. I'm sorry. It's just... Hey, check this out. It's the quarter drop guy.
Machine from the 80s that
he finished his thing
and has a multi-level playfield. You cannot fight and win while playing this now iconic pin. In November of 1980, Williams unveiled their latest pinball machine to the world, Black Knight. This Steve Ritchie designed game is famous for its incorporation of an upper playfield, use of a super cool MagnaSave feature, and the speech callouts from the Black Knight that taunt the player with lines like this.
I will slay you, my enemy.
I will
Not to
slay
mention
you.
the multi-ball, the use
never
of a
saw that
bell
one.
instead of a knocker, and more. The machine was wildly popular, selling over 13,000 units, and would spawn multiple sequels with Black Knight 2000 from 1989 and the contemporary Stern machine, Black Knight Sword of Rage.
You know what's cool about the pinball machines is a lot of people are just taking the old broken ones or whatever and removing this little placard.
What other classic
That
pinball
part,
machine would you like me to talk about?
But yeah, he finished it, and he had a grand opening. Let's see if we can. He had like a friends and family deal, and the people. I guess it's cold. I think it's in Oregon or something, or California, whatever. And it was cold. And let's see, small details about the quarter drop arcade. Oh yeah, this is it. This is it right here.
All the big projects are complete, and the arcade is now ready for opening day. And now I'm working on some of the small details. Starting with these custom out-of-order signs that I designed in Photoshop, printed on some 4x6 glossy paper, and put inside of clear acrylic holders with suction cups. And yes, Miss Pac-Man is down again, but it's the only machine currently down, and I'm diligently working on a fix. I also purchased a touchless hand sanitizer dispenser and installed it near the front reception desk. And when I recently had a group of people visit the quarter drop, I noticed that everyone had jackets on that ended up in a big pile on the ground. So I purchased a coat rack, and now guests at the quarter drop will have a convenient place to put their cold weather attire. My to-do list is complete, and the 25th can arrive soon enough.
Good for him. Congratulations. It's not as big as I expected it to be, but it sure looks nice. It's very fancy, kind of arcade, like upscale, kind of adult fun arcade. AR's live. Let's check out on AR. Let me see what else I got, though, first in these little thingy-madabbers.
A pinball machine from the 80s that talks and...
Oh, meow, oh, meow, oh, meow, oh. Oh, meow, oh, meow, oh. See, you can meow your way through any Zepp song. I'm telling you guys. You don't believe me. What in the blank is this business?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you my new fall fashion line. I call it Pumpkin Spice.
Alright, you're trying to get attention. Alright. ABC News, a child who has been missing for 5 days was found alive this week in a vast game park inhabited by wild cats. Wow, that's interesting. Let's see if AR pops on my feed here. Why is... Look at that. If he's live... Does he have a perspective and a thoughts? I don't see the live going on. Misinformation! Let me click on this to make sure I'm on the right page. Okay, maybe he is live. No, he's not live. I don't see it anyway. Yeah, okay, man. I don't know. You guys are trying to get me to look away. That's why. I love Miss Pac-Man. They sell those little mini stand-up arcade games, and they're like $300. And some of them have all the games, but they had dedicated ones like Asteroids and Pac-Man. You know what? I'll put a link if you guys like Asteroids. It's one of my favorite games. Do you want to watch me play Asteroids for a second? Hold on. Is that the one? I have two links. One's bad, one's good. I think this is... No, that's not it. That one's the bad one. Check it out. There we go. Oops. Okay. Check it out. Play Asteroids. Where is it? Where are you? Keep your left hand free. How did I lose it? That's weird. That's odd. doesn't make no sense. Oh, I would like to find the asteroids link, please. Can you show it to me? Is I click on the right thing? Oh, maybe I didn't. That might be where it is. No, what is this? Keep your left hand free. Man, I'm free asteroids game instantly. And no. Oh yeah, this is it. Check it out. Here, I'll put the link for you guys. This is actually the best version of it. If you guys want to play asteroids, this is totally dope. It's all online and free and no ads and all that crap. And you can actually... Did somebody ask me a question? Oh wait, they put an ad up. Just when I said that. Yep, it's out. Okay. Hold on. Watch me. I can usually get the free guy. Oh no, it's not recognizing me. So okay, here's something to know about asteroids. You can tap the spacebar to shoot, or you can hold the spacebar to shoot. I didn't know that about it. See, look how it does the cluster shoot. Really. Okay, we're ready to kill this guy, so let's shoot him up. Oh no, I'm gonna get hyperspace. Oh, he's back. Oh my god, I'm getting bored. This is embarrassing. Oh my god, this is like the hardest. Oh my god, yeah. One more guy. I never thought I'd be on a video game channel. I'm gonna switch. Oh god, no! That's the worst game I've ever played. I'm not gonna enter my name. All right, there's the link for that. Let's see if we got any news. Meows. 4 minutes, 11 seconds. 4 hours, 11 minutes. Wow, I'm really rolling tonight. Why not? TWIZ is here. TWIZ is watching. Let's see. We got new military inventions on another level. I feel like somebody's like somebody walks by like, I have to hide. Okay, so there's the Luigi sweater that I was talking about, and they also made the point that the people that were escorting him were also similar to when Oswald got shot. When they walked Oswald out of getting arraigned, he was wearing a different color sweater, but the same sweater with the collars over the sweater like that. Isn't that amazing? And these guys are basically wearing the same suits. Let me pull up the side by side. Get rid of this stupid Idaho thing. It's funny how we kind of dipped in interest on that. I don't know. Are you guys still down with the Luigi thing? Okay, so here's the Oswald, the Luigi pick. And then let's see. That was broadcast live, by the way, the Oswald thing. So here's the picture of Oswald. And he had like a blue sweater, I believe it was. Something like that. And look at this suit on the cowboy here. Is the only difference, it's a large and it's the same color more or less, same cut as suit. The only thing is it's not open at the breast. But look at the picture of Oswald there, and then look at the picture of Luigi Mangione. You see what I'm talking about? Yep. Okay. Yep. Wild stuff. If you weren't here to see the Luigi Mangione skate vid, let's take a look at that, just because that's very entertaining. This case is just wild, dude. Right on top of everything else. See, it's him. Kickflipped over that giant rail. Oh. If he's got skills like that, let me tell you, he is going to be one miserable dude in prison, that's for sure. Well, look at this. Brian will like this pic.
Wayfair helps all of us create a home we love.
Wayfair vibe at our place.
But we all got our own thing.
Mangione appeared to have a significant online footprint and was especially active on X and the book review platform Goodreads. Jennifer Hoff is here with more on his background. Jennifer?
Julie, Mangione graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 2020 with a degree in computer science. He was also valedictorian at his Baltimore, Maryland prep school, who managed to carry out a plan a now retired FBI agent actually called brilliant. Social media posts showed the 26-year-old smiling, in fact, in one photo on X with a location set to Hawaii, along with another picture of an X-ray of a spine. Newsweek reports there were several books related to chronic pain on his Goodreads account, where earlier this year he also reviewed a book by Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, calling him an extreme political revolutionary. Some of his other online posts focused on health and wellness, artificial intelligence, and making fun of so-called woke political views.
You know, the thing about Ted Kaczynski is, look, I popped up my own feed. The thing about Ted Kaczynski is what he did was horrible and terrible and awful and maimed a lot of people, but it's like these guys with the Cybertrucks back then. He was trying to draw attention to the world problems. And unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that he wrote in that manifesto came true.
Beyond that, he comes from a large, prominent family in the Baltimore area with businesses related to real estate and golf courses.
Brilliant mind, but so caught up in a particular ideology, they sort of throw their morals on the back burner and think that the ends justifies the means. And I hope people don't idolize him or somehow think that he's this romantic example.
You just called him brilliant a second.
he's not at the end of the day. That's my view.
Oh man, like hypocrisy right there in your own damn sentence. Unbelievable. Wow, look at this that's going on. My goodness. I'm on a Koberger death watch. I should honestly start a tally. I hate that that's kind of a sick thing to do, isn't it? But he's gonna get Epstein's for sure, dude. The weight that's going to come down on the people from this case.
A show of support for an accused killer spotted in...
They literally hijacked a billboard in Riverside, California. Is that where he's from? Riverside?
In Riverside, a makeshift billboard says, "Free Luigi Mangione. He's a hero." Public defense of the suspect has erupted online, and now we're seeing it here in Southern California. Police say evidence is piling up against accused killer Luigi Mangione, linking him to the shooting death of healthcare executive Brian Thompson. The new details don't seem to be swaying those who say the support...
Okay, all right, Meanie, I know you're throwing that word ether out there on purpose. I don't know, did we watch that in here, or did I watch that on my own? About that's where that term came from, put that out in the ether. Something, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I know you know that I know that you know that I know that you know. I'm with you on the same meanie level, the meanie world. Yeah, I'm not gonna hero worship anybody. That's ridiculous. I do admire his skate skills. I don't know when that was. He doesn't look much younger than he does now. However, apparently he had back problems and couldn't bang. You can finger bang. What's the problem? I can't play it, but Louis C.K. has good stance. Good stance. Louis C.K. has a skit. He's like, I was walking down the street the other day and I came to a storefront and they had a wheelchair in the window. And he's like, yeah, that's a real impulse buy. It's like, I should get a wheelchair. I'm tired of dragging myself around for the last 10 years. Oh, man. They always call me Big Man. It's funny because I'm short and I go to the basketball courts and play with the big guys. And like, Big Man, I'm always pick last. And they're like, hey, Big Man, come on. And I can shoot from the side and I can shoot threes. So they're like, and then I actually found ways to skirt around the big guys using my height as an advantage in basketball. I haven't played basketball in forever. I should pick it up. It's great exercise, but yeah, they always call me big man. The guy's like 6'6". I'm like, yeah, I'm the big man. Let's see what else we got today. Why do they keep popping me up? And I want to change that. Let's change that together. Let's just go ahead and get that business out of the way. I'm gonna steal Dinky IMO's thumbnail as my thumbnail. Where is that? Oh, post workers. Oh, that's that one that I didn't. Yeah. Okay, maybe the community. Your home feed has expired. Interesting. That's never happened before. If it doesn't expire again, it might expire. Toes, live right now. Check this channel out. Bruce McGuire. He does have good references, this Toes guy. This guy, Toes. Turning over every stone. Thanks to this guy one day ago. Sumter, please. Alright, Tether, we'll look at that in a sec. I'll open this in your window. Put a like. Yep. And like. And let me see. Where did Dinky go? I'm going to have to go to his page, aren't I? So much. See all the work that I do for you guys? It's not easy being me. It's not easy being green. MO. Yep, look, he picked it up. Dinky Ink Station. I wonder what that is. Let's check this out. I'm tired of watching Kane. I want to watch manatees now. I was only happy when the manatees are killing each other. I'm stealing Dinky's pick. Oop, I farted up. Alright, take the picture. There you go. Wasted picture. There you go. Now I meow it. One more try. One more time. Boom, stolen. It's better than my ugly picture anyway. It's the only thing I find real quick. You guys pressure me to go online all the time. Let's see here. Ding ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. Thanks for everybody who's subscribing today. Wow, thank you. I appreciate it. They got me out of that 666 zone I was stuck in. Alright, this is how it's done. This is how it's done in the YouTube when you have to deal with YouTube. It's slow, painful, and tedious. Let's see here. I'll get rid of the red eye one. Do you guys like the red eye one? Do you want me to keep the red eye one? I think you might be mad that I still... Save it. There it is. Thanks, Dinky IMO. Special thanks, Dinky IMO. Let me put the hell that's still saving. You guys want to play trivia? You want to do some trivia? Maybe 15-minute trivia. See this? Look at this. If you copy and paste ats, then it won't do them. So look at how you do it. You go at, and then you do it in the chat, and then they'll pop up. Like Heather should have popped up there, real quick, but she didn't. And then if you go back, did I do a space or something? Yeah, I did a space this way. See, now look, boom, and now it's grayed out. And so you know it'll inform them that you've named them in a video. This is criminal confidential. I'm surprised with as many criminal confidential videos that Tommy Jude has played that he didn't know half of the crap that I was talking about. Maybe he just plays stuff and doesn't pay attention. Poor Tommy. This is from, that's what they say in the Fat Albert show. Come get some, you might learn something. Okay, anyway, I'm silly. I'm delirious at this point. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Got. Don't get got. Dashboard, let's see what's happening on there. No copyright strikes today. That's nice. Here's all the lives that you can't see. I dropped a bunch of them just in case I get attacked by a certain family. There's the one from last night. Do you like that? And then I hid... Which ones did I have? I hid the backroom ones now. Let's see. Look how many copyrights I have. Look. And I privated all the bike ride ones because I kind of say stuff on them sometimes. Look, here's a copyright. But it's stuff like they just are being picky and like whatever. It's the stupidest thing. Public. They unprivated. Oh no, this one here. See, it's private. All the panda ones. It doesn't matter. I mean, you guys aren't gonna go back 2 months and look at stuff anyway. Excuse me. Holy, swallowed the wrong way. I need a drink. I'm gonna die. Coffee at 5 in the morning. Love it. Yeah, that's a good taste. Green Man. Phew. I'm sorry. Excuse. That's how I sneeze. I need to close my mouth. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's never gonna happen. I have some shorts. You guys want to see some shorts? You want to see my shorts? Check this out. I only have that many shorts. Videos. Let me see one of my videos here. There's a funny one. Here, let's go back in time. Let's go back in Purge time to the ever-loving first bike ride live. Where is that sucker? Right here. Where it all started. Check this out.
It didn't. It wouldn't connect. There it is. All right, here we go. We're on the get shape.
I lost a lot of weight since then, damn.
Number one. Oh, we already have an
Fat boy. Let's see where my first interview comes in. I want you guys to check this out if you haven't seen this. Here I accosted people
so if the Waffle House is closed,
on
that means you gotta
the
get
pedestrian
out of town.
bridge.
Hey, boss, how you doing? Hey, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? How you doing? I'm Kane. I have a true crime channel on YouTube. Can I ask you a couple questions on camera? You okay? We're talking about true crime. Are you familiar? Do you follow the papers at all? No? Well, can I ask you a couple questions on camera? What's your name?
Richard.
Richard. Okay, it's nice to meet you. I'm Kane, and my channel is Kane Beats the Purge, and we follow a case. I don't know if you heard about it. It's called the Idaho 4. It's in a town called Moscow, Idaho, and 4 college students were murdered in their beds while they slept. Are you familiar with the case?
My buddy's trying to fix it for me.
Okay. Well, look. Can I get a reaction from you when I tell you about the story?
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
You're in a hurry. Okay. All right. No problem. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for stopping. I appreciate it. All right. Well, we got one person to talk to those guys, and I think we're at. Okay. We got about 15 seconds.
Where is it?
Before we rock on. Here he is. He's gone. He's a busy guy. Let's see.
That's
cruise.
Alberton Road here in Largo.
If I go that way.
It's right where the sheriff's office is.
Then I don't foresee myself. I try to avoid going uphill whenever I can. And what's happening here is this thing keeps turning my phone off. That's why it's stopping the live.
I can't find a gator to
let's
save
get
my
back
life.
after it here. Okay, so
look at that was the Tekken hairdo.
Game here.
I was letting my hair grow out, trying to look like a Tekken character.
Okay, we're back into it here. The higher I put my phone up, the more it wiggles. I noticed. But I'm trying to keep it away. Let's see if we can't catch up with Richard. He's on a powered moped or whatever that was.
Moped.
And we got some beer drinkers over here. We got somebody maybe we can talk to there. All right, we're cruising now. This is rolling. I love it. Yeah. Oh shit! I'm one-handed. That's not good. Help me. There we go. Okay, we're rolling. This is great. Let's see. This guy looks like he's in form. I'm gonna stop talking.
Damn, I lost that gut for
Hey,
sure.
how you doing?
Wow, that was a big
Good
gut. I don't even
dog
drink
there.
beer.
Hey, are you familiar with true crime at all? Do you follow the papers at all, or the news? Have you ever heard of the Idaho 4?
Do you take the papers?
No? Okay, cool. Well, have a great day, man. Love the eyes on the dog. Okay, sure. So, there you are. This is just kind of an empty field right here. There's a street coming up in a little while, so we'll try to hit that.
Wow, look at that gut.
Yeah, so this is going pretty good so far. Check out that ear tree. Those are cool trees. I like that. This is a nice little neighborhood. They got the Little wall right on the.
Hold on, we got a couple interviews coming up here. Hold on.
It's quiet back here. Hasn't been a rape in a few years back here, so it's been fun to talk about it.
I tried to go into this head shop
and then so we get the corner
and ask people stuff, but they didn't want to talk.
You got it. Hey, are you familiar with the news, ma'am? Do you follow the news? Have you ever heard of something called the Idaho 4? It's it happened in Idaho University about 2 years ago. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions about it? Tell you a quick story? You're in a hurry. Okay, no problem. Have a great day. Okay, see? Florida. Nobody knows anything about Idaho 4. It's vetted now. You guys didn't believe me. This is the... Okay, so this is the coin laundry. And
I think the feed cut out.
Connecting. I'm live.
We're
Okay.
friendly here in Florida.
And so this is me.
Except for the
going
big
in.
Pete.
Yeah, they got a Faraday cage in there because it was straight locked down. All right, we're gonna go back to front view, Alabama. Oh man, why they probably do know about it there. What else are you gonna do in Bama, right? All right, just rubbing that.
Go roll
Okay,
tide.
we're gonna move on from this plaza. We're in on our welcome here.
This was a fun part.
But this is kind of cool because there's a couple places that I kind of know people that I can stop. There's a little bar that I want to play at called Tap, and then there's
Here's
Dollar
the music
General.
store one.
Kane B's The Purge. He's kind of look. Yeah. DNA on the knife sheet. He did the playing. He taught.
This is at the music store here.
How you doing? But people got their earbuds in there. They can just straight ignore you. So, motorcycle behind us, I guess. All right, here we go, Mike. All right. Okay, I got a little shade going on. The bike is gone. They're going over to the Tap, so maybe we'll talk to them in a second. Where is it? Okay, I think Mike probably follows in here, so we'll go in here. We'll talk to him. Oh, sorry. Heather, have you seen Red or Her? Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
What a producer.
Mike. What's up, brother? All right. Hey, Mike, you follow the news, right? A little bit. Are you familiar with the Idaho 4 case?
With the what?
Idaho 4. There was a unaliving in Moscow, Idaho. 4 college students murdered in their beds a couple of years ago.
No.
You're not familiar with that one? Okay. I'm doing a YouTube channel right now. Do you mind being on camera?
Oh, God, okay, shit.
Look at me, dude. I'm older than you. All right.
Yes, I'm not very entertaining.
You actually are. I actually stopped here on purpose because I like you. This is Mike here. He owns the music shop here. And really killer instruments. He's got the Bose systems and all that stuff. Keyboards. It's a fun place to come chill and chat. Because he knows all the movies that we all know.
Guitar George, I know all the chords.
That's right. I watched Crossroads the other day.
Mr. Miyagi, teach me how to sweep pick.
I watched the documentary of it too, and I didn't realize that
I'm not giving him
the guy from Guitar Player magazine, what's his name? So I'm getting my tongue. He did all the
blues stuff.
Well, he also did like the Yngwie kind of diminished.
Steve Vai.
Well, Steve Vai did the playing. He taught.
Any of the fast stuff was all Steve Vai.
Right.
Roy Cooter did all the slide guitar.
Cooter, that's okay. Yeah. And then they had, it's like Aldous Huxley or something. I can't remember his name exactly. But he always had the article in Guitar Player magazine back in the day.
Right.
So let me ask you a couple questions. Have you read, seen, or heard anything about Idaho 4? That's a no.
No, that's
How are you? So yeah, 4 college kids were murdered in their beds, and it appears that.
Oh, wait a minute! Yeah, with the one guy that they had a suspect in it. Right.
Here we go. We got the Florida folks. I'm trying to prove that nobody outside of the Pacific Northwest knows anything about the Idaho 4, and here this guy busts out BK. Okay.
Ryan Colbert.
Do you mind being on camera and doing my YouTube channel right now? If I ask you a couple questions real quick?
Sure.
Okay, I'm Kane, by the way. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael. I have two Michaels. All right, cool. So we got a bite on Mike. He knows what he's talking about on the Idaho 4.
The hamster started spinning on the wheel again. You had to yawn.
I had a good gut punch and got him here. So what do you remember?
I remember they were killed. There was a couple of people in the house that lived that were passed by. They thought it was some kind of personal thing. The suspect was just kind of. I think they traced through his GPS or whatever that he'd been kind of going around the neighborhood.
Okay.
And so they come up with enough evidence to, at the very least, to arrest him.
Right.
I don't remember whether it's had a trial yet, Mike.
I think it started. Yeah.
Has it started? Okay.
Wasn't there footage of him at the food truck or something before they went?
Okay, he knows about the grub truck. This is great. Okay. All right, Michael, it's great. A knife? Okay, the knife sheath.
Knife sheath.
And it had DNA on the knife sheath.
I didn't
right?
Pay much I remember little bits.
Oh, right, yeah, the DNA on the knife. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, so people have heard of it. We're not the only one. Did you say unaliving?
Say what?
Somebody said unaliving. Oh, I said unaliving. Okay. Because you can't say dead or murder on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
They'll demonetize your channel. I don't care.
They were eliminated. Inhumane.
Great. Hey, that's good. We're gonna remember that one.
Life functions ceased.
So, Michael, what else do you remember about the?
Well, they were college students, right?
Yes.
I think there were 4 students that were murdered, if I remember right.
Okay.
Kohlberger was also a college student, I think.
Right. He went to Wazoo.
It's a different college he was at, though, right?
It's just across the road. It's in Washington, in Pullman, Washington. It's called Wazoo University. He was a criminology. And a lot of people have drawn conclusions between him and Ted Bundy. I'm trying to say.
Ted Bundy wasn't as sick as this guy.
Well.
Ted Bundy was aided by the fact that it was the 70s and you really didn't have DNA evidence.
And you didn't have cameras and you didn't have,
When you're driving around with a rape kit in your car with no passenger seat, if he'd been pulled over for anything, he would have got. I think we got a suspicious kind of guy here.
Yeah, he was cleaning the car in front of the cops. The cops were watching him. He's.
Well, it's another one of those when you're a malignant narcissist like Bundy was. You think you're smarter than everybody else.
And then there's that
He
piece as well, right?
Right, exactly. And this guy here, what's his name again? The new
Kohlberger?
guy, Kohlberger. He's got the same kind of thing going on. That smug, you'll never get me because I'm too smart kind.
Yes.
Okay.
Innocent till proven guilty.
Okay.
Innocent till proven guilty. But I'm just saying from the first opinions, he just was kind of smug.
He's got that look on his. He has that kind of resting bitch face kind of look.
Yeah, but sometimes people can't help. Look at Amber Heard.
Like there's gears turning behind the
Sorry,
glass,
Amber.
You know, like you can tell there's something.
I don't know if she watches my channel. I do have Amy in a van as a subscriber. It's about my only. So, Michael, what do you recall any other details about the case? It seems like if you remember his name, that's pretty. You've got a great memory, I guess.
Names come easier for me. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember much. I believe the trial started, and I haven't followed it much.
Okay. You watch like court TV and that kind of thing.
I don't have TV.
How do you?
YouTube.
You watch YouTube? Okay. Well, if you want to catch my channel, it's Kane, letter B, The Purge.
At The Purge?
It's called The Purge. It's called The Purge. Just Kane B's The Purge. If you want to come check it out, you can see yourself on the YouTube there. What's that? Like the movies, yeah. Well, I originally had started it because other YouTube creators, and it's a very small genre, the Idaho 4. And so I was like, let's start a channel where it's like Maury Povich, and you can get out your beefs and end it.
I got a beef.
Go ahead.
Specifically about the Purge. Those Purge movies are all a direct rip-off of that one Star Trek original series episode, Return of the Archon. Remember when idiots all beating the one guy, festival! It's the same damn thing. They have a 1 hour a day where they just go nuts and just beat the
Oh, that's right. I remember that one. Yeah.
First time I watched the Purge, I was like, oh, this is a rip on Return of the Archon.
I saw the second one. I liked the second one. He built a house.
It was great because Frank Grillo's great.
Yeah.
You know?
Was that the director?
Frank Grillo's the guy who was, hey, all I want to do is kill this one guy, and I gotta get this guy's people all in my car now. What's going on? I gotta hurry up so I can do all the Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
All right, Michael, back to you. What else do you remember about the case? Do you remember anything about anything seeming fishy to you as far as the arrest goes, or hearing anything about that?
No, I don't remember hearing much details. Just the thing that stands out for me is just I can still see his face, and again, there's like and innocent until proven guilty. I don't have
just because you look
evidence. Yeah. He looks like somebody that
he looks shady.
Shady. Like there's something going on. He's thinking about something else than what's shown on his face.
Do you remember anything about the car, the Elantra, the white Elantra? Does that ring any bells?
Did he get pulled over with his dad?
Ah, yes, he did. Twice. He was pulled over actually a month before, and they had body cam footage of it.
With him and his dad.
And then he got pulled over on the way to Pennsylvania on Thanksgiving break twice. And it was funny because both times they said, "Oh, you were tailgating too close to the van," and then never asked for his ID. They never asked for his registration or proof of insurance. They said, "Okay, well, just don't follow so close and let him go."
As you described that, I wasn't aware of those details, but I'm just in my mind drawing a parallel to the girl who got killed by her boyfriend and how they got pulled over and he manipulated.
That's where I started. Was the Gabby Petito?
Yeah.
Where her boyfriend really manipulated very effectively a social hack with the officers on scene.
He was really smooth.
Won them over, and they had a strong, it seemed to me, a very strong bias in his favor just because he was kind of like one of the boys. And knowing just background about Koberger being a criminologist in his studies.
You probably know how to talk to the cops.
Yeah, and that narcissistic piece that likely is going to be there involved in serial.
He knew how to talk to cops. I love it.
That's not a far stretch that he would have been able to manipulate.
Pretty
okay.
imperfect.
That's a good insight. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, guys. Wow. Did you do the Thai food today for lunch?
No, because they're not open again until the 18th. They went on vacation.
Oh.
How dare they close their store?
I've been dying to try it because you talked about it and you said it's a good deal for lunch or whatever they got going on.
You got the lunch deals like $10.
What's the pineapple thing that they have over there that's so good?
Delicious.
All right, let's skip ahead to the next interview here.
Talk to somebody. Okay. What is going on? TWIZ, what's up here? Got a ratchet. Yeah, the ratchet is because TWIZ, the normal check. Okay, now I'm back. I'm gonna turn this thing off. I swear to God. Look, this thing, the crank, keeps just like the.
This is a Dollar
keeps
General.
Unscrewing. Well, you know me. It's okay. Look at me. Have you ever heard of Brian Koberger or the Idaho 4? You're familiar. Okay, great. The third one today. Yep. Four rolls on the line. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case that you remember? It's been 2 years. Yeah. You remember any?
He was like a stalker.
He was a stalker. Okay.
And he more or less, it was all planned and plotted, and they thought they heard him in the house.
Okay, but one of the roommates that wasn't hurt, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think to me somebody knew something because it was too many.
Too many weird things, right?
I haven't eaten there yet.
Am I waiting on you? I think we.
You probably are.
I just want. I'm this poor gentleman behind
Too
us.
many things. Was
Awesome. Thank you so much. What else do you remember? Anything else about the case?
No, that was more or less just that it was, to me, something triggered me the way I thought it was a film.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you. What was your name again?
Baby Lynn.
Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate it. So she thought it was a setup. And that's Florida for you. So we got two. Hey, what's up, man? You follow true crime?
What's that?
You follow true crime at all? Like cold cases and that type of thing.
No,
You ever heard of the Idaho 4?
I haven't owned a television in over a decade.
Okay. You follow? You read the newspaper or anything like that? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Have a great day.
Hold on, there's one more. This one's a good. This is in another head shop, and everybody thought my bike was gonna get stolen. Here. I'm trying to speed it up. It's not working.
Be a superstar. He said. All right, we got somebody who knows a little bit about it, and she follows true crime. So here we are in the smoke shop. So we've had trouble finding people that My name's Kane, by the way. You guys doing?
Michael.
Very nice to meet you, Michael. Another
Everybody's
Michael. That's
Michael.
Michael today.
They ran out of NPCs.
So I have a YouTube channel called Kane Bees the Purge. And we have a small little community, and we follow a case called the Idaho 4. There's 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho that were murdered in their beds. What's your name?
Jolie.
Jolene?
No N. Just
Jolie. Okay. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Now, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case?
I know that they were attractive and they were doing like social media or something, and then some young guy was stalking them, right?
Okay.
He was stalking them and at a bar or something.
Okay.
And 2 of them heard what was going on when she got killed, or they got killed, but
The 2 other roommates.
Yeah.
You know about that. That's good.
Yeah.
She's got a great memory. What was your name?
all I really know.
What's your name?
John.
John. I'm Kane. By the way, thank you.
I don't know the details.
You know some more details than most people in Florida know. Because
Really?
what I'm trying to prove is that most people out of that's a pretty cool video. They're gonna copyright strike me if I show it. Most people don't outside the Pacific Northwest have no idea about the case whatsoever.
Wow.
Are you familiar with that area, Idaho? Have you been there?
I was born in Clearwater.
You were born in Clearwater. Me too. And there's Colorado Springs right there. One of them. Anyway, so what else do you remember?
That's it. I just.
Do you remember anything about the defendant? If I say the name Brian Koberger, does that ring a bell?
Not really.
Or the arrest or anything like that?
No, it seemed kind of weird, like the
Okay.
whole situation. Like, how did 2 people? There's like 4 people in the house.
Yes.
And they didn't hear anything of them getting killed. Like. it
Right.
seemed
Yes.
odd.
Good. Okay.
I would hear shit. Especially
It's a very small house and it's an older house where they
Yeah.
kind of did shoddy construction on it.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that they didn't hear anything. And it's
Right.
Methany and
Yeah.
Dylan Methinson.
Really? That's probably.
Well, that's what we call them. Yeah, that's what I class I start stuff and I have a small
invented
channel
that.
and then the bigger channels pick up on
Oh,
it and it rolls from there. Anyway, okay. Anything else? Do you follow any other cases? Did you follow Gabby Petito?
I know that one.
Okay.
Went hiking.
Mm-hmm. Are you big on true crime or you just kind of
really.
keep, okay.
I'm not, I keep informed.
Right.
Not like
A lot of people don't even
most
watch
of
the
these people
news.
now
you
are
know.
really dumb.
They don't watch the news anymore. You can't. Can you really blame them though? There's so many
They're
things.
like, oh, I don't watch the news because it's all bad news. Well,
Right.
If you gotta watch the news to know what's going on,
I think so. It's nice to know if the hurricane's coming or something
Right.
like that, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, let's think.
That's it. Did I clear the waiting room with that? Where are we at? Here, I can check my own live because I'm in a feed. I tried one more. Am I really loud? I'm sorry. I apologize. I tried one more interview at the Spencer's Gifts or whatever that is, and they said, "Oh, we don't allow cameras in here." So I'm like, all right, well, whatever. It's funny. Spencer's Gifts is the only store in this area that has more than 1 employee. You go to a bank, they have 1 employee. Every single bank. CVS is like 1 or 2 employees. Anything like that. It's weird. Anyway, so let's see what else we got here. I want to try one more thing. If you guys want to bear with me for one more sec. If you don't mind, I want to find Ghost Tree. And Ghost Tree is a ride, and I actually submitted the footage. I was on a live, and it might be just under videos. Let me see here. No, it's probably under lives way back. I have over 100 and something videos, and anyway, I've done returns to Ghost Tree, right, and trying to get back there, and I guess return to Ghost Tree would give us a hint of about approximately where it is. And it was a nighttime live ride. Alright, here's number 4. And unfortunately I didn't change the title. So I haven't been able to re-find it. But anyway, a disembodied voice spoke to me, and it's crazy. I know it sounds crazy. Let's try this one. Let's see where this is at here. It's the nighttime ride. There it is.
So let's see. Yeah.
What is this?
Maybe you know. to let us in and
Oh, is this
talk about true crime.
I gotta kill the audio because I think this is the strip club, and they have like In Excess playing or something. I already got a copyright on it one time. We get a peek inside Crazy Girls, I think, right? What is this? Oh no, this might be the arcade. What is this here? This is the sun going down. I think Crazy Girls is in here. If you guys want to see the strip club real quick. Let's see here. Bring the audio back.
My phone would probably die sooner. And I'm just gonna point the camera right directly at this bitch. Fuck this bitch. See if she's taking out the garbage.
This is the Whack Shack right here.
And then I'm gonna
it's pretty much more or less like down the street.
Stop right by her.
And
like
there was one of the massagers was sitting out in the car here, and I actually stopped right in front of her and pointed the camera at her. And then she like drove away. I talked to her even.
Good artist. Yep, we got all our sliders. Okay, seasoned curly fries getting tasted right now.
It was certainly dark. I remember that.
Loaf of bread.
This is one where the guy got pulled
crazy.
over. Excuse me one second.
But you know, what does that do to your waistline? I'm gonna go ahead and pop open this Mountain Dew, if you don't mind, Kiki. How you doing, Kiki? Nice to see you here today. I was trying to get Robert and 12 Gag into the chat here.
Okay, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Hold on. Maybe I want to do a return to Ghost Tree and actually find it, but it's got to be somewhere. I don't know. Let's see. Was it ride number 2? There's 1.5. I think all my rides. What's this one?
Hi, welcome. This is day number 2. We get in shape tour. We are gonna rock it and go out and get yourself some big black frame with the glass so dark they won't gotta stop and get some shit because
everybody's always asking me if ET's in the basketball. Ooh, this might be Ghost Tree.
It's not.
Hold on.
Oh, no. There are so many fucking bugs right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. Okay, it's on the way.
Waterway?
There.
It's probably hard to see, but the moon looks nice, doesn't it? We have this little carriage house or gazebo thing. Whatever.
This was the first alligator adventure.
I'll roll by the
Look at all the people in the chat. Tinel Ray, Echoes, Meg P.
You know, at night in the bay.
Who else?
You get that bioluminescent water in here.
Christian Nevada. Woke up. Nothing that fast.
I'm having to work. It's law enforcement actual work. I don't know if you guys monitors or can pick up the lake. Probably all backwards. There's a nice little gazebo right here.
Who else?
Check that. Oh,
you know you're my boy if you're in my chat on a bike ride.
You know, I see one cruising through the water. So I see him moving around. You can find them by the bubbles. Now, I mean, as far as I know, there could be a 15-foot gator next to me right now.
Oh, I think that was it.
You wouldn't see him, but I see him in the water.
Okay, this is where I got attacked by a swarm of mosquitoes.
Oh God, you hear that? That's a bull gator, my friend. Like that. I think this is the better count. Okay, let's do a scan around, make sure I'm not going to walk up on a gator. That would be no fun. Manning by Gator doing YouTube live. Okay, you can see the lights. I was hoping you could see waterway. It's probably hard to see, but the moon looks nice, doesn't it? We have this little carriage house or gazebo thing or whatever. And I'll roll by the lake. Hopefully there's not a gator sitting on the bank here. You know, at night in the bay, you get that bioluminescent water in here. I'm off track. Oh no, I'm having to work. It's law enforcement actual work. I don't know if you guys monitors or can pick up the lake. Probably I'm all backwards. There's a nice little gazebo right here. Check that. Oh, you hear that bull gator? Ooh wee. Yes sir, he let me know. I see one cruising through the water. Ha 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 ha. You guys can probably see him. So I see him moving around. You can find them by the bubbles. Now, I mean, as far as I know, there could be a 15-foot gator next to me right now. And I'll tell you what, you wouldn't see him, but I see him in the water. There's all kinds of bubbles. Make it. Oh God, you hear that? That's a bull gator, my friend.
That's a bull gator.
Like that. I think this is the better count. Okay, let's do a scan around. Make sure I'm not gonna walk up on a gator. That would be no fun.
Be nice if I turned my
Manning by
flashlight
Gator
on.
doing YouTube live. Okay, you can see the lights over there. I was hoping you could sort of. Let me turn it. It'll make me stop
I had
if
to
I
save
do
my
this.
battery. It
Orientation
drained
is
so
locked.
fast.
Oh, I can. I just have to unorient myself. Let me see if I can. Okay, auto rotate. There we go. All right. No, it's not. No. There are so many fucking bugs right now. Okay, so look. Let me see the people's houses. I turned it off. Phone. Okay, there's a big gator right there. Shoot him. That's a big gator. Wow, okay, this is his house. There's a drainage
It's probably
pipe
a
right
log.
there. They like to sit in front of the drainage pipe. And they catch the fish going in. I am terrified right now. A little bit. Look how beautiful this is. Oh my God, that's a big mosquito. Holy shit. Check out the window. Okay, yeah, this is not the place to be. Oh my God, Mosquito Central. I can't get my phone. Help me, Lord. Okay, so I'm moving on now. If you saw a gator, good for you. I'm out of here. Holy deep situation. That was nice though. Okay, I got them all. You are the most informed person I've come across in Pinellas County so far.
And they thought.
Oh, these people
Looks like
are
all
great.
the pipes. Nice. It's quiet. I just heard the bike sound of the beach cruiser going. My buddy in La Jolla was the one who got the beach cruiser craze going, and he sold it out to Walmart. If you see La Jolla bicycles, somebody I used to surf with at Windansea, and I'm shushing now, bulldozing that grand jury right there. You saw that. Shushing now, not talking now. So
This is the last interview.
That was such a great ride. I'm gonna do that again someday. That was like free freaking adrenaline going down that hill. It's not that bad coming back up. Okay, here's another Trump house. Luna. Is Luna Trump? I don't know if I'm blue or red. I forget. But shushing now. Not talking. Man, I want a giant Coca-Cola. Would that just screw everything? Oh, I have Kit Kats. Did I end up buying Kit Kats? Does anybody remember? With my glasses? I can't believe these glasses have lasted so long. Okay. Man, those bugs, you wouldn't believe. They're still all over me. Because they get, they stick to your paste. You are the most informed person I've come across. Some news stories that were Coca-Cola. Would that just screw everything? Oh, I have Kit Kats. Did I end up buying Kit Kats? Does anybody remember? With my glasses? I can't believe these glasses have lasted so long. Okay. Man, those bugs.
This is funny.
You wouldn't believe. They're still all over me. Because they get, they stick to your pasty skin. And then you die. That's how there goes a guy. And you die. That's how you die. Get a little last look there. And now I want to catch up with you guys. So woke up's back. Heather's there. Banana. Hey, I made the light turn out by talking about it. That's kind of nice. Oh, meow. Do they meow at the moon? You don't hear a whole lot of meowing at the moon, really. Oh, why? I'm just standing here in the middle of the street, probably get run over. Man, a lot of construction in this street they're doing. It looks like all the pipes, and I'm guessing those are water pipes. So I don't know if that was done during the storm or whatever it was. But yeah, there's a lot of construction. These streets could use a little bit of help right here. And then a lot of people remodeling. Because, these houses are now, you see them. And these, when you have a cinder block house in this area, Pinellas County, you're between $300,000 and $500,000. And look how it's turning yellow. I don't know if you can really even see that. Let's see here. See if it'll focus, but you can kind of see the yellow. There it goes. Hi guys, how are you today? Oh, trying to get this moon in focus.
Look at all these crazy construction.
I was just saying, I'm on a YouTube live broadcast right now, and
And you're getting the moon on your.
I was trying to because I have a little chat here. My friends are just chatting away about some news stories that we talk about. Do you all follow the papers?
Yes.
Do you remember something? University of Idaho, 4 students being killed in their beds.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you do?
I mean, I remember hearing
You know all about that, yeah.
Really? Oh, what do you remember? Do you mind if I put you on camera? My name's Kane, by the way.
All right.
They can't see your face, but if you don't mind.
All right.
Okay. It's so dark here. I'll get on the other side of the light. I can see better. So it was 4 college kids. They call it the Idaho 4.
Yeah,
And if you remember,
the guy broke in supposedly.
Yep.
And they were sleeping and he killed them all, but one girl survived. She was in another part of the apartment, her own room or whatever.
Right.
And supposedly she heard a little something, but I thought that was weird that she didn't hear a lot more than just, But then they didn't catch him right away. But somehow they caught him supposedly. But then I hear there's this I heard some follow-up.
oh wow, you are the most informed person I've come across in Pinellas County so far.
And they thought that he had been there one time at a party, and now it's starting to come out phone records that he had talked to one of them girls. And so that, so now you're starting to wonder, was one of the girls in on it? Or, just,
Oh wow, you're great. I love it. What was your name again?
Oh, Melissa.
Melissa and
Josh.
But yes.
John.
Jeff,
my bad.
That's
I'm Kane. Nice to meet you guys.
But what's funny is it's not always what they first find out. When they start digging and get more evidence and DNA and phone records, computer, they get into they
took his laptop. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have followed along. You really do read along.
Yeah. Well, I instead of me sitting and watching a movie at home, I sit and watch all kinds of news stuff.
Do you watch the YouTube at all, or do you ever watch the YouTube?
Oh yeah, YouTube.
You have the Roku and whatever?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to check out my channel, it's Kane, like Cain and Abel.
Oh, okay.
Kane 'S B The Purge, like the movie The Purge.
Oh, okay.
If you're familiar with it, the guy at the music store the other day was laughing about it. He said that it's The Purge. The whole movie was based on one Star Trek episode or something like that, where the town just has an hour where there's no laws or whatever. So
C-A-I-N.
Oh, K-A-N-E. I'm sorry, it's K-A-N-E.
K-A-N-E.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Melissa and Jeff. Kane B's The Purge. So B''S The Purge. P-U-R-G.
Wasn't there a movie, The Purge, or something?
That was, yep, correct. Yeah, the second one was really good. I haven't seen anything beyond that. It gets kind of ridiculous. But the premise was, I'm from Clearwater. I just moved in across the street there about 4 months ago, and that reminds me I got to file for my homestead. But and I was doing this neighborhood or the one next door because remember that updraft we had back when the rainy season started? Did you guys get affected by that at all? Or?
You mean that windstorm?
Yeah, and it was the first one. It was like only lasted like 5 minutes, but it almost blew my house off the rafters.
Wow. Right around here?
Yeah, they lost their roofs over there.
Oh, wow.
I'm over here on this side.
Otherwise,
well, like I said, it only lasted 5 minutes, but it was a tail piece of that derecho that they got up there in the Midwest. And they had so many tornadoes and all that stuff. It was the very end of theirs. And it was like a little tail piece. Anyway, so go on, Melissa, about what you remember on the case. You remember the guy's name? The defendant?
No, if I heard it, I might remember. When I first heard it, it would have stuck in my head, but now that...
Brian Koberger? Does that ring a bell? Brian Koberger?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember things about his family.
I just remember, didn't he get pulled over? He got pulled over and he had a ruler on his face. I remember.
He did look very surprised, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked like he was...
He has, they call it resting bitch face.
Yeah.
He just has one of those, kind of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Kind of like...
Wait, is he Jewish or something?
I don't... What's his last name? Koberger? So, yeah, probably...
And I remember something about his family. Wait, he was a college student who's supposed to be real brain, and his major was Oh gosh, political science, or he wanted to be a criminologist.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good memory, all right.
Now, that was just
This is the-
triggering the more we get.
You're halfway through the test. No red marks.
So, and then you wonder, okay, so he's all into this criminology, and is he like listening, you know, is he like obsessed with crimes because he's a serial killer?
Well, his teacher back in Pennsylvania was the one who wrote the book about Bundy.
Yeah.
And so there's all these comparisons to Bundy. You're correct. You're right in the right track. Go on. Go on. Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh no, but I remember that you have a good memory. Do you?
No, I mean that's I just remember he had that Frankenstein. So that's,
Yeah, that does kind of stick in your head.
It's all the way from.
He had a real someone focused on his eyes whenever he was pulled over, for a traffic stop.
Well, technically, it was the second time he was pulled over on the way home from Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So he was thinking, what do they keep pulling me over for? I think was the look that he was giving, if I remember correctly. That's great. What else do you remember, Melissa?
Was there a party there? They
Wow.
connected
Okay.
something
They played the body cam
party.
footage from the party at the house.
And then he had been in there before, right?
Oh, you're talking about the pool party.
Yeah, is that what it was?
That might be what you're talking about.
And I think they saw that he had been in there before, that apartment, but nobody really remembered.
Do you remember
him.
something about the Bluetooth being connected or something like that, or the Wi-Fi?
He got on their Wi-Fi.
No, he didn't. But that's the media keeps putting out all. And I'll tell you what, I ran to the back of this neighborhood, and I was trying to see if I'd see a bull gator, and I heard him out there. But I walked out into the grass, and it was the biggest mistake. I was literally like an off commercial. I was like, "Where's the DEET?" I was covered head to toe, and there were the big bird-sized mosquitoes.
Down that way.
Yes, ma'am, at the lake. Is that a lake or is that intercoastal back there?
Well, there's a little pond over here, and then over that way there's a lake.
Okay.
But there's a big sewage leak down the end.
Oh, that doesn't.
And there's a pump
Oh, so it is sewage. I thought these were the pipes were a little bit small for sewage.
That's
but
where I
guess
blew my
that's-
tire out.
They're replacing both the water lines.
I see. Wow. Well, it'll be nice to have it, because these haven't been done since the 50s, right? So once it's done, and then,
These people, 2 people selling their. Well, the one's pending. They already sold.
I'm probably getting questions in my chat for you guys.
Oh yeah. The other one they're asking $400,000. It's a 3-bedroom.
Me and TWIZ got to do, if we're going to do anything, we got to do the Randonautica in Moscow. That would be a blast. My goal is to get to, I definitely want to go to Moscow, but to Ada County for the, July or whatever, 23rd, or June. Hopefully I can make it. It is my goal in life, so we'll see. Let's finish this out. I walked with him for a little bit to get to see what they look like.
People see all this construction. Who's going to want to buy it? These roads.
There's no sidewalks, but the remodels are so nice here.
Stop it. You know what Randonautica is.
Get your bike, TWIZ. Okay. I'm sorry. They said that they want to convert you over to the. We have now. And what I said is with the media. You know how the media is, CNN, Communist News Network, and all that stuff, and they fill us with lies. Well, in this very small YouTube community we have, it's a very obsessive community because do you have Netflix?
Oh yeah.
Have you caught some of the documentaries like How to Make a Murderer or Don't Mess with Cats? Either of those it's a true crime kind of thing, and the true crime thing on the YouTube. Here, I'll walk with you guys. You can keep your walk going. Is really growing, and so that we call the legacy media is just throwing money on top of it. And so within this small little community that we have on YouTube, where we're trying to expose the lies of law enforcement, which we have every day all across the country, right?
Oh yeah.
What's an example you have of that?
I'll tell you a big one that's been recent. Hero in Pennsylvania that almost was the VP pick of Kamala, camel toe Kamala. they almost picked Shapiro, and he covered up a crime. He covered up a murder.
Yeah.
That he said the court said that was a suicide, and this beautiful lady was stabbed and killed. You could see her boyfriend, who probably did it, was one of his law attorney friends. And he covered up, and he's in government.
You are great. You are so
You
well
guys
informed.
see-
This is
I don't
great.
know if you can see the chat. I just realized because the chat
lady
is
was
on the
a
thing.
suicide.
thing.
The 3 stab wounds
Yeah.
in the front, 3 in the back.
Right. How do you stab yourself, first of all?
Yeah.
Let alone in the chest. Come on.
And suicide. And I'm like, why isn't this guy Shapiro? Why isn't he? What's his first name, Jeff?
Oh, it's backwards.
Josh
now, though.
Shapiro,
Why
yeah.
isn't he in jail?
Which way you guys headed?
Oh, right.
Okay, I'll walk with you if you don't mind.
But sometimes we walk around the Largo.
I'll stalk
Mall,
you.
too, for-
Yeah, I did the Largo Mall twice, and my tire was too flat. I was going to try to make it to the beach. I'm doing my
How's
get
that?
in
Does that
shape
work?
true crime ride right now. So
But I think now that whole thing, like, okay, CNN, they're all communist news network.
right.
And now Fox tells the truth, but then you gotta watch out now because Fox is owned
Yeah,
by
well, they're still
Murdoch.
owned by Vanguard and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, BlackRock. Now
Yeah.
you got the shooter.
Oh, you know your
Trump-
shit.
I love this lady.
The Trump shooter.
I'm going to get out of this way, this bike guy.
He was from my high school.
You're kidding.
The Trump shooter.
Oh my gosh.
Now I'm a lot older than him.
Right,
but
not
he
the
was
same
in-
graduating class, but
He went. He was 20. He was in my daughter, or no, not my daughter. His.
I guess he's letting us
brother's-
pass her.
My niece, which would be his brother's daughter, college class a year ago.
you're kidding.
At this community.
Yeah, and he was in a BlackRock commerciall. Did you hear about that? Yeah.
And you hear about their stock. They shorted the Donald Trump stock and everything.
Yep.
And because they thought he was going to get killed, and it turns out he didn't get killed, but somehow they still made money.
So,
But that whole Vanguard thing. Oh yeah, they're the ones running the country.
oh, absolutely. They own everything.
They're the elite upper echelon. They're the this new world order.
Here, I'll let you back on the sidewalk.
Oh yeah, WEF
Man, she's got all the facts.
and all that World
Right.
Economic Forum. They want our country to all be socialist.
Oh, did she fall?
They're trying to push
Yeah.
this green new
The
deal.
one government thing.
Yeah, one government.
Wow.
And with that Green New Deal, they want to take away all our rights through that, and basically
Yeah.
they're going to bankrupt the
There's so much
country.
stuff buried in it that we don't know about, like the TikTok deal. That has the same thing where it's not really taking apart TikTok, it's taking away our rights to say stuff on the internet, which is a scary one. But back to Idaho 4, I was saying that this small community, what's happened is that people that were actually seemed like legitimately investigating it have now just put the blinders on and they're like Nancy Grace, he's guilty, that's it. And they won't listen to reason.
Yeah.
And so what I think it is that law enforcement or the prosecution, the attorneys have either paid them off, give them some tip or something to keep them quiet, and now it's caused this huge divide.
Yeah.
And so now you have over half of the community guilty. I know he did it. He was putting his garbage in Ziploc bags and blah blah. And
the other half are like, well, the real killer might
so
be out
you have divide and conquer, right?
Yeah.
And so it split the community. Now we're weaker.
Yeah.
And so when you say, "Oh, he didn't do it," you're all of a sudden I love Brian Kohlberger guy. You're a killer lover, and oh shit, almost fell in the sewer. You seem like it's a conspiracy, a fringer.
Yeah.
So what else do you remember about hearing on the case? If it's, I don't know if the steams are rolling yet or not on it. It takes a minute to think back. It's 2 years now.
When I first thought it was him, they came out all this evidence that it's him. Then later on, you start hearing all these other little theories and that. So that's when
You want to cut through here?
cut through this.
Okay.
Then you end up starting to think, well, they might have just been trying to put a guy in jail just to close the case.
Yeah, well, they had to get somebody, and it had been 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Go on.
Well, then now I've kind of lost interest in it.
Which that's another thing that they want, right? They want you to forget about it.
In our state,
I got skills for
we're
falling.
from Pennsylvania.
Oh, you are? Okay.
We're from Pittsburgh, where that shooting happened to Trump.
Right.
Oh,
You're from the same town?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, the shooter went to Bethel Park. He lives right behind one of my cousins with his parents. Well, now he's dead.
I think he shut his wife up right here. He's like, all right, honey, that's enough.
He had 3 sports cars.
She was ready to
He
go
had
on all
overseas
night.
encrypted accounts. 1.5
Wow.
million. He used to practice shooting at the same gun club as where the FBI
Yes, and there's phone records of an FBI agent visiting his house 10 times, right?
and ding down in D.C. near the FBI building. Same, the phone pinged at his house, and then pinged down in D.C. out of back and forth. But yeah, it's obvious that, and his parents, I think they ought to arrest them. They would have to know stuff.
I mean, well, he did call the police, right? And I wonder if that was to cover for himself.
Yeah, a little too late when the kid was on.
I've actually, you have more information on that than I do, because we focus on this case so much that we, even the bigger stories kind of slip by, and I keep seeing tids and bits about it, but I don't follow it as much.
Well, the local police, there's all these whistleblowers. They said that the FBI took their phones and they deleted all photos, messages. They
Took the phones of the people that were there?
The
witnesses.
The local police. Yeah, they took the phones of the local police.
Let me see what I got. Sorry. To faith in humanity, echoes, clarity, connections, and dollars. Yeah, they're following you right along. You're a big hit so far.
Oh, I should give them my
Well, make sure you subscribe to my channel and like the video you're going to be in.
Oh, okay.
But it's live right now. But yeah, go ahead and give your Instagram.
Yeah, well, it's I gotta look it up here actually.
Okay.
Well, my last name it's Missy.
Missy.
But let me figure out how I worded it.
Okay.
I haven't given it out for a while, but I go on there.
Okay, I think they have a community in there too. So.
It's under Melissa Meyer Thompson at Missy Thompson.
Meyer, M-E-Y.
Or M-E-I.
M-E-I-E-R Thompson. T-H. Oh, like just Bill Thompson is the prosecutor in this case.
Oh.
We call him Santa Claus. He looks like Santa Claus.
And that's my Facebook is Melissa Meyer Thompson.
Okay. All right. Well, the people will check it out.
Active on
Thanks for
there.
being on. You guys are awesome. So nice. And I appreciate it. I'll see you around.
Yeah.
And Jeff and Melissa, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
With your vote for Trump.
Oh, come on. What am I, an idiot?
Oh, yes.
I was driving down one of the streets and I saw all these
too.
They're smart. They're smarter than I am. Bunch of camelist signs out there. And I'm like, they probably got the camelist pillowcases and this and that.
Oh, gosh.
But yeah, right there. And then you got Trump across the street. I was like, it's going to be like Hatfields and McCoys in November. Well, I'll let you hit your walk. I'm going to head back home. Nice talking to you,
She
Jeff.
might want to take away our guns. Well, we'll walk back now.
Oh, you're going to walk back? Okay, yeah, I'll keep walking. We'll keep going.
Take away her guns because she said on day one she's going to take away guns. She's going to close the border.
Wow. She's going to close the border now, right? Yeah, I love that one.
Why don't you do it
She's
now?
been in charge of the border and ripping on the border patrol all this time, but now all of a sudden she's going to shut it down. I love that. And you know we have close to 20 million people that have legally immigrated now since that.
Oh yeah,
that's scary. That's the scariest thing.
They're flying them in too.
And that's what I was just saying.
She was in here the other day, I
This
think.
is like a chest bump in the nuclear war of the battle we have ahead of us going against government. You see it. It's so much corruption, and it's coming down every day. And the only way that anybody gets turned in is because I think the bad ones, they have blackmail in each other. And the only way that something comes out is they want his job or he crossed the line.
I want to see what you guys were saying on the at Sunset.
Remodeled my kitchen. They agreed to show me how to do everything. So I learned from them. They used to come in the morning. They didn't tell me they were cops. They were recommended from a friend of mine, and the place would just smell like I had the dankest weed. I used to drive to Tampa to go get it. I mean, it was like 128th, and the guy. Anyway, I would just, I take my wake and bake and the cops would come in and help me in the morning. They'd smell it. Finally, they laughed like on the last day, like, we're cops, right? I'm like, what the hell? Back then in 2008 or whatever it was, 2006, weed was a little bit more of an issue, but they didn't care. It's like cops, when they're off duty, they don't care. So you have to remember that cops are taking orders. And, I want to wrap up with a thought about pain.
I want to wrap up and I got another 4 hours.
We all have this view. But you look at them, and I can relate. Oh, look at this. Florida Shuffleboard, Corey, y'all. Florida Shuffleboard. Welcome to Cocoon, my friends. They don't have the shuffles or the sticks anymore. Nobody, I don't think. They have the chalkboards though. Is you take the stumpiest little guy who has no experience, mind you, that is relatively new to the... This chat hasn't moved in a while, so I'm assuming you guys are missing this awesome view. Let's see if it'll focus itself. Maybe it will. Come on, there you go. Yeah, and then oh, maybe it's because I need to push it down. Let me just see down. Hey, who's in here? Tanel Ray. Oh, awesome. Hi. Why don't you stalk your ex with you? That sounds about right, Heather. That's right. Your power wasn't out. You were stalking people. I did have a friend who was a stalker, and he tricked us in. He bought us beers and then left and said, keep an eye across the street. My ex-girlfriend works there. Watch for her. He tricked us into being stalkers. But anyway, you have Payne, and then you have a retiring prosecutor who was right there, and he knows what happened, and he knows he's lying at the scene, and he's in charge of the prosecution. He's going to retire. This is going to be his last case. Now, especially, I don't know if before. But then you have the PCA, and it's like they're laughing at us. Oh, we have DNA. Oh, you got DNA? All right, cool. No need. Let's just take a bunch of dick pics, and that'll fill up the 51 terabytes that we need. And we'll just tell the jury we got 51 terabytes of information. They'll believe us. They want to go home and have dinner. They want to go home and pick up their kids from soccer practice. They won't care that the digital cell phone information is all a bunch of made-up malarkey. Okay? And so this is how they've done it. This is how they do it. This is how it's going across the country. She had it going on in the sweater yams. When I say sweater yam, I mean small. That's just so you know, for your checklist, see if it's funny though.
What are you talking about?
And the manager's like, come on, we'll get you a drink. We'll do anything. Free drinks. Oh, yeah, that. Oh, hiding that ZR1. I happened, when I was on a bike ride one time, I happened across a 60
it's a basket for the hose. That
split window.
And
it was right behind my apartments. And the guy had a whole warehouse there just for the vet, where he kept it. And, those things are 100,000 broken down, going down the road, three. And I actually have some pictures I'll post one of these days when I come across it on my old phone. I was in Canada, my girlfriend. Don't try to find her. But it's a nice fence. Those are fun to put up. It's a lot of cement. Yeah. It looks like everything held up over here from the storm pretty good. So anyway, there's that for you, Meg P. If there was any kind of sentiment on that. I'm not a bad guy. So damn, I just hit on the last topic and I forgot what it was. Shoot. Yeah, I never would have made it back from the beach. I could have probably made it there. We probably did 5 miles. I could have made it there, but it would have been dark. But I would have had to call.
You lost everything, exactly.
For an ambulance on the way back.
Everything. His house.
All right, cool.
Kid.
All right, we wrap it up.
All his money.
Coming up here.
She didn't even take it.
Yeah, but
she
I've
just,
been okay. So what I was saying, I'm fortunate on the haters. So I don't understand that. I don't know what happened to the Joker guy. If you
If you're a girl, you should
You have
get
to
paid
remember
for
that cops are taking orders. And, you know, I mean, I want to wrap up with a thought about Kane. And I know that we all
tell you
have
haven't
this
seen me in
view.
action.
But you look at him, and I can relate. Oh, look at this. Florida Shuffleboard, Corey, y'all. Florida Shuffleboard. Welcome to Cocoon, my friends. They don't have the shuffles or the sticks anymore. Nobody, I don't think. They have the chalkboards though. Is you take the stumpiest little guy who has no experience, mind you, that is relatively new to the department, at least as a detective, Kane, and you put him in charge of the largest horrible crime that's ever happened, pretty much I'd say in the state of Idaho, agreed. And I mean, when you talk about Cole Seavers and the Fall Guy, could you ask for anything more? Let's take a roll down here. Camper's Cove is too rough for me to do. This seems kind of quiet and nice. Maybe a short little trip like these little dead ends. So why? And then, you know, you say why didn't they use, okay, that was a quick trip, because otherwise I'm going back to where we just came from. Why do you not take the opportunity to plant the actual unlogging weapon with the DNA that you already have at the house, at the apartment, you know, at Pennsylvania, in the car? You know, I did TWIZ, and then we're talking about today. There were cops here the other day, about a billion cops they had to SWAT, and nobody was watching. He said SWAT.
All right. That's enough of that. What is it, 5:30, 4:30? Is it 4:30? 5 hours a month? Oh my gosh. You guys are terrible. Look at this abuse you're putting me through. I don't know if the chat replays on this one. I probably got a copyright strike from walking into one of the stores on that one. Darn it. Because the chat was so funny in this one, whereas it was
this
in the music
is
store,
Daddy's. No, this is.
Yeah, there's like, make sure you say read, seen, or heard. Let me see if I can get it to pop up.
Keep informed.
Right.
Not like
A lot of people don't even watch the news.
really don't.
They don't watch the news anymore. You can't. Can you really blame them though? There's so many
They're
things.
like, oh, I don't watch news because it's all bad news. Well,
Right.
If you gotta watch the news to know what's going on.
I'm getting sleepy.
No?
If you want to do me or just live feed. YouTube. There you go. Come on, get on it. There it is. Let's see what's up. I like finding random people just to jump in their chat. We did that one time. It was like some lady just doing her dishes, and she started like beating her kids and stuff on it. And if anybody remembers that one, AR was live. My bad. Sorry guys, we missed that. That was fun though. What the hell? What in the
Guess
world?
what?
What is
We
this?
weren't kidding before, and we're
telling everybody. And I wanted them to focus on it because I had been down this road before. When there's shaky evidence, there's always the possibility of the case being dismissed. Now, many were hoping for sooner than later that would happen. But ladies and gentlemen, the dismissal typically comes as the suppression hearings are held. Why? Because the state finds out whether or not they're going to have their evidence when they go to trial or not. But it's no different in the Idaho 4 case. As we're watching,
I said it vaporized before it hit the bottom of the collection plate. Let's see if the ammo pops up. There it is. Dinky, a dinky. Is he live? Was he? He's tomorrow, right? Let's see. He's gonna wake up tomorrow and see I still his thumbnail. I'd be like, what's up? He's probably up now. Let's see here. I think this is the first one where TWIZ didn't show up. They're like, "Where's TWIZ?" And he did that awesome thumbnail and everything. Where's the audio? Can you guys hear it? There it comes.
I read the news story of your arrest the other day. That was wild. If it's just, if it's crazy, it's.
They adopted it. They still have a good contact with the woman. They got it from her. She said they are the loveliest people. And where'd you get that from? That's really interesting. So you're saying, like, the family adopted it?
You can't see the chat. Chat is not available.
That's what I think.
Does he disable his live chats? This is after. There's a live chat. Okay, he probably got a copyright or something. They made him take it off.
It gets confused because it's a computer and it puts the tracking point way over here and you got to manually pull it back in. I just don't know if there's any possibility of something like that.
I wouldn't think so because it calculates the time. So like the only way I could really think of that happening is if it gets like some weird reflection, like because it's not always necessarily like a line of sight to where the phone is or whatever's connecting to it. It can bounce off like mountains.
There's apparently a lot of weird reflections in this case.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the
that was a digger,
because you drive out and you
by the way.
test the network and see where the
missed it.
are,
Yeah.
But that's why like the drive test is so important.
So for me, the first thing that would come to mind is that it's a matter of interpretation by two different parties, but it's also a matter of accuracy with the data. If it's always 100% correct, or if it ever does glitch in any way.
Yeah, I don't think it glitches. I don't know how it could, because it just calculates the time it takes for the radio frequency to get from point A to point B back to point A.
Right. But if something were to like pass between the 2 points, like you said, a reflection or something,
a ghost or a
I don't know
Bigfoot.
if weather has any effect, or
Yeah, I think elevation and moisture might affect it. I can't
Is this the
remember
one that I was on?
But I mean, they'll be able to calculate all that stuff.
I think this is the one
You're
I
going
was
on
on.
the side of a hill or something. I don't know.
The interesting
told him
thing
to
is
shut
on
the fuck
AT&T, it pings your phone to get the timing data every 15 minutes when you're not on a cell phone call or texting anyone, right? So at 2:47, they say that his phone stops connecting to the network, but all they have is the call detail records. So all that means is he either texted somebody or received a text or ended a phone call at the time. But in between him going from campus on WSU to Bubble Way Park, his phone pinged either once or twice. And that'll be the timing data that they need. So it'll show him driving towards the park. And then what I assume will happen, because there's no cell phone coverage at the park, when he drives out and gets to that tower that he connected to, he probably had a text message waiting for him. So his phone searches for signal, gets that text message, receives that text message. That's when they get that CDR record at 4:48. And there is a tower that's 37 to 41 minutes away from that 1300 Johnson Road camera. That would be the one that he connects to.
I think TWIZ, you make valid points on how this works, but I think that the data that you're referring to is going to be presented.
Oh, this is the one where Swamp was on Daniel. She was just talking about that the other day.
The data and the way that they do this, I think, is actually going to show Brian could have committed the crime rather than could not have committed the crime. I think there's more layers to this data.
Trying to
than
egg
we're
me
aware
on
of.
to fight somebody.
And I would assume that the FBI expert who's processing this data knows what he's doing as well. And
Do you watch this, dude?
Yeah, to laugh.
I mean, are you actually hearing what's coming out of his mouth? Like,
Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure later on he says that the prosecution isn't going to use the data. So
yeah, but and then he's on about
the
like,
prosecution's not going to use the data. Okay, well, like the defense is going to because it shows he wasn't there.
Yeah,
So,
like many more layers to this information, and I'm sure the FBI have got much more. And it's like, well, no, it's Maori had a phone call with somebody.
no, the cast report's going to exonerate Brian.
Exactly.
That's what they've been saying the whole time. That's what the first alibi is about.
Yeah, that's why they've been holding on to it. That's why Anne's been talking about
be
exculpatory
very
evidence.
convincing in explaining their side of it.
Don't you think that's why Anne keeps asking for the cast report? Why would she ask
Absolutely,
for
yeah.
something?
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that they're asking for data. But
They're
what I'm
asking
saying
for
is
they're asking for
data
the
can
cast
still
report.
be being processed. Yeah, data can still be being processed right now. That's why there's a discovery process here that they're working through. But when it comes to trial, I think that data is going to be on point. And if it's not, I don't even think they're going to present it. And I think that they're going to prove his guilt without relying on that information.
Well, if they don't present it, Anne will.
She can do that, but if it's not what the prosecution is arguing, I don't know how effective that would be.
Well, the problem is that in the arrest warrant, they use cell data that's completely inaccurate. And what you're going to have, most likely, is a Franks hearing that gets that arrest warrant thrown out.
That's the strategy. I agree with that. That's what I've talked about in some of my videos. Is I do think that that's their best bet. Now, just because they're going to attempt that doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I would expect that they're.
But it's only towards the defense where it might not happen.
Motion that they possibly can. I don't necessarily think that means they're going to be successful in those.
So did Daniel not start off this conversation with saying it's not a game? Are we not talking about tactics and
motions? Again, I think there's more data out there than they're aware of.
Listening anyway.
You make valid points on information they're still
No, he's
waiting
looking at the size testimony, trying to get me.
Yeah, and he can't do it.
No, I just checked his channel a while ago. There's no video up.
We do know.
There's a lot of people that he said he would put up.
We do know that a jury of 12 reviewed that evidence and determined there wasn't.
Still with the caps.
There was also 6 people on the grand jury that had more evidence, and they were denied.
Yeah, but you don't get all the evidence in grand jury, my man. That's the problem.
Exactly.
You don't get all of it. You only got to get enough to prove that this guy has enough to go to court. So
Right. Well, didn't they just say just a minute ago, right, that
can you read it right there?
It has to go to a grand jury.
Is that
in
good
order
right
for
there?
it to be like a
guys
to go to trial.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what he said.
that's what you said like 5 minutes ago.
Did I show you the comment from one of his videos a while back
probably
where
can't
Daniel
read it
goes in there, he's like, "Hey man, I like your stuff. Like I should have you up on panel." And I just replied, "LOL, LOL."
To who? To you?
No, on Daniel put it on True Crime Times channel, and I just laughed.
Well, just the fact that somebody wanted more evidence isn't evidence enough that they don't have enough evidence.
Where did we hear that information? Where did we
it's
hear
in
the
a-
information that the grand
Ann Taylor said
Jay
that.
said it in a hearing, and it's also in a filing.
Jay said it in a hearing. Where's the? I'm just curious. Like, where's the filing that says 6 jurors requested more information?
I'd have to find. I don't know.
Well, Daniel has inside information about what jurors said. Remember, he's already said that, and so did Blunt, that they know jurors have spoken.
What did we
Why is
say?
he not saying?
I can rewind
But-
the chat here a little
so
bit.
Where would that have come from? Where would that information have come from? Would that have been from the jurors' mouths themselves?
I think they got a grand jury.
So the grand jury is just coming out and sharing this information, huh?
Yeah.
They got a transcript, I think.
They came out and shared
They
it.
said it in the hearing, right? That's when they came out, because we were discussing this the other day. Didn't it come out in the hearing?
Yeah, Jay Logsdon says it at some
Yeah,
point.
Logsdon said it.
What does he say?
He said that 6 grand jury members wanted more information. Right?
It might
What
be
does that mean?
5. I don't know.
What does it mean?
They wanted
Yeah,
more
like,
evidence.
what
But the
does
thing
he
is,
mean?
grand juries need probable cause, right? That's it.
Right.
They can indict a ham sandwich. That's a famous saying.
It's
Doesn't
actually a
mean
little.
they're
It's actually a little bit more than probable cause. I think when you get to the grand jury, a little bit more of the evidence. But
Oh, just wait.
Okay.
Ironic, I just ate a ham sandwich.
probable cause is
Dude, ham sandwiches are the best.
Probable cause is what you're referring to with the
Tax
cell phone
bags.
data here, as far as securing the other warrants that are going to give them deeper insights into the cell phone data.
I think that Bill Thompson rebutted the grand jury at some point in time and said, all you need is probable cause. You don't need anything further.
Well, that's up for debate, and the judge ruled that that wasn't valid. So
It's up for debate when it's in the transcript. What wasn't valid?
They brought that up already, didn't they?
Oh, and like a motion
as far
to
as
dismiss?
the grand
Do you guys see
jury
the
instruction,
chat okay?
they've already addressed that in the pretrial.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why they were saying it.
And
It was
the
based
judge,
off
I got one more
yeah,
chop
but the
deep
judge
before we
already
go
ruled
to
on that, right?
Yeah, I don't,
late
we're
night
not talking
snack.
about that. So, yeah, I mean, you're right, but I don't know. I don't understand the relevance.
You just said that the Bill Thompson
Happy Hug.
instructed the jury.
Yeah, he said that all they needed was probable cause. They didn't need
Yeah.
anything further in order to get that indictment.
Yeah. So what's your point on that?
All they needed was probable
I
cause,
gotta do the thing for
Well,
too fast.
They had probable cause, right?
according to the jury.
Oh,
Correct.
Yeah. But probable cause is like a very low standard.
That's
I
why.
think there's a little bit more than just probable cause that they saw, is what I'm saying. Regardless of the dispute from the defense saying that they didn't like the way the jury was instructed, The judge didn't see any issue there.
This has nothing to do with what the defense said. This is the fucking jury.
Because that's just cool. That's just how the prosecution and defense says things. They say things in certain ways. That's just how it works. Just like when you said, Taylor said, thank you very much. You can read into that however you want.
Yeah, you can. For sure. You can read into everything how you want. That's why they're opinions.
I gave away all
During
my
the hearing,
busted
Bill
my wad
Thompson said
last
all you
time.
need is probable cause because the
We had,
jurors were asking for more.
Let me see if I have any more to give out.
Right. So I'm listening to Cyray's.
I gave them all away.
That's mine real quick. I'm trying to get to that part. I got to the part where he said that
Magnum
AT&T
was in
CDRs
here,
are
right?
extremely accurate because there's 100% connection to it, and that the test driving, which is what they're missing, is only to, I guess, further accurately pinpoint where they're at. But that it doesn't say that those AT&T CDRs aren't accurate. But I'm going through it at like super something speed, going through it. But I'm going to get to the point where he says that you don't need the time stuff or whatever if you put it into the default mode, because that's all you require. In fact, that's what the prosecution says at the end of this trial here, or this hearing here, stating that that's what Maury had testified last time, that he put it in the default mode. The only thing that he had changed was to specific standard time. So I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a heads up of what I'm doing over here. Real quick, True Crime Cult, welcome to the show. Well, what are your thoughts on what we've been talking about this far?
Well, I agree. I agree with some of the things that TWIZ said.
This is the one I was on.
When it comes to the cast report,
I was on later
because if you look at
this is when we had the crazy Jen, I
Brian
think, or
Colbert's
Gigi or
phone
somebody.
moved and transferred from one phone to, or from one tower to another, if the specific time in which
Let me
that they're
see if I can
referring
put the
to is
time- oh, the
only
timestamps
from the
wrong.
drive from Pullman to Moscow and how the phone acted inside of the house. Because he talks about all the other test data from outside of the neighborhood, from outside of the house, from outside of all these places, but the two specific ones, and he even states that, if there was ever a case he wanted a map, how long it's going to take you to get from Pullman to Moscow, it's this case. The thing is, his phone wasn't on during that time, and there's nothing to compare it to. And so that's kind of weird, don't you think?
There's nothing that says his phone was off.
Like I said, there's something, I'm not saying that it was off, but it wasn't connected to a tower for something to show.
Right, so he wasn't making a phone call or there weren't texts being sent in and out. Are you calling somebody on your phone right now or sending a text message?
No, but I'm constantly on my phone, and what he said was.
So my point is this.
But he said no. What his point was that AT&T is really good because there's continuous connection. Is exactly word for word what he said. I can rewind it for you.
I know what you're talking about.
So there's continual connection between those things, those pings, and whatever the case may have been.
Yeah, the towers record it, but they only had access to the CDR.
Right, and he testified, and I'm gonna find it real quick, where he says that all you need is the CDRs if you're putting into the CastViz in default mode. That because the accuracy of the AT&T specific AT&T CDRs are extremely accurate. So yeah, man. I mean,
when you have full access to the data,
you could never be stupid.
No, he just said all you needed was the CDRs, and that it was 100% like accurate.
but he also says they don't have the timing data. The timing data was missing.
But that's because he's talking about he saw a tree, there was this font, there was this other font, there was this letter over here, there was this letter. So that told him that they used.
Did Willie show his face before this? Was he always had that mask until one point he
However,
finally
that's not what
switched to
Maury
this?
testified to.
The timing data and the driver.
It's not very difficult. It's not very
I'll give you a
difficult.
shout later, will you?
Points and the map that he was able to procure for the grand jury. He said he could do it within seconds. So I don't understand why it's like, oh my god, the biggest deal in the world here.
Well, I'll explain it to you.
The prosecution's not even going to use this data in proving their case.
Is that Jeff?
The defense can
What did he say 10 minutes ago?
Absolutely. They stated in the hearing that they aren't going to use it. They didn't seem worried when
Why would Jennings be?
They didn't even cross-examine Cyril.
Why would Jennings be
they
worried
stated
about
they're
the
not
cash
gonna
report
be
if they aren't
using
going to
this
use it?
prove their case. The defense can bring it up all they want and try to cast doubt.
Show me the
prosecution
timestamp where the
is not gonna
prosecution says they're not going to use this data, please.
It's at the end. It's at the end.
Please, no, show me it.
It's at the end.
I was in the court. I was in the room. I've watched it
Watch
5
the
times.
video. Watch the video. It's
Show me the timestamp.
I'll have to look it up. I don't have it in front of me, but it is in the video.
I didn't ask for it right now. I'm just saying, show me.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I like it when you say it like that.
But my point is, I don't think this is even going to be used in proving their case. I don't think
Of course you don't, because you think he's guilty.
Timeline. Well, I think he's guilty based off of what I've seen.
I honestly believe that the IgG and the DNA isn't going to make it into court because you're going to have suppression.
Yeah, that's what they used to arrest him.
Did they start the trial? Did I miss something?
I mean, it's been admitted in. That's what I'm trying to say. They used it. They used it against them.
Has the suppression hearing started?
I mean, it hasn't. But I mean, has the hearing for when the death penalty is going to be given, has that started yet? No. I mean, we'll get there. But when we get there, just because even if they argue that they're going to and they get one, doesn't mean they're going to win a trial in any of those things. There is absolutely nothing that says that they've not given anything that says they should be thrown out. Like, what was it mixed? Is it like what's the problem here? Is it so like small that you couldn't determine who it was? Did it come back that it was 1/1000th or 1 in 1 million, or did it come back 1 in 5 octillion times? I mean, there's a big difference there, my man. And I think that, I think a lot of people are misunderstanding the fact that technology improves over the years. And people are looking at, oh man, touch DNA back in 1990, throw it away, wasn't enough to put somebody behind bars.
There's also a flip side to that where people are too reliant on technology because technology has become a religion to some.
Well, I mean, not to me, but at the end of the day, when you have it's not just the technology, it's not just the DNA, it's the car, it's the phone issue,
DNA, the car,
at the same time that the murders are happening, and it just so happens if this guy is innocent, if he's innocent, that the odd hour of night that he chose to drive around during freezy, icy conditions just so happens to be the same time that a murder happens.
Where was the ice that night?
On the road, man. You can even see it in the back. It was 20-some odd degrees. It was
okay. Do you know what is required to have ice?
Precipitation. And dude, do you know what happens in the middle of the morning, especially in places like Washington State?
Oh, you mean the places that I've lived at for several years of my life? I'm pretty familiar with it.
So you're saying there's no dew in the morning? Is that what you're trying to tell me? There's no humidity there? There's no dew at all?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Not in the winter.
Typically on the west side. This isn't Seattle.
So if you were to go and you see the fact that there's like there's a good indication there that there was ice on the floor was the drone footage when they went to go pick up the
days later.
No, it wasn't days later. You can tell that it was the same day because there was police officers there directing traffic for that area, and that was only happening
by the house, where there's like holes and cracks in the road.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where the sun doesn't hit, where the shadows are, the shade is up against the back area there of that complex. That area is not very well lit with the sun. So because of that, and because of this area, you can see the snow and the ice and stuff there. You can see where in the Banfield, for instance, it's not there because that's well hidden in the snow. I mean, in the light and in the sun. So there's a difference there. But yeah, during that.
So he's talking about a little car park behind King Road House. What is that? What has that little car park behind King Road House got to do with Brian being out driving?
Absolutely nothing.
In the ice. Exactly.
Night? Yeah, I guarantee it was. They said it was overcast. You know, typically.
You're damn right, Steelers.
Isn't there a
Steelers said that mini JLR knows everything, doesn't he? And I said, damn right.
Those are the things that happen when
JLR Jr.
You know what also happens when there's dew and humidity?
What happens?
You see people's breath. Do you see anybody's breath in the grub truck?
Probably.
Do you see people bundled up like it's freezing?
Yeah, actually there is. There's a guy that's like, man, you're crazy. It's freezing out here.
There's a guy in
one.
shorts
In fact, he's like this, and there's some other guy.
One guy in shorts and a fucking vest.
There was one cold person.
Jeff, you're on mute.
But anywho, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you come out here to do and stuff. I'm going to be tagging you here pretty soon on this hearing stuff that I get to.
Please do.
Will do. But this has gotten way longer than I expected. Prime Colt, I'll let you get a couple of words in. I know you just came in last, and then Kiki and then Jeff, I'll let you finish that.
So if he was to leave,
get his DNA. It took they had to get his dad's DNA, so it's just so odd that the police trying to get his DNA, they couldn't do it. He's wearing gloves, he's wiping things down, and yet just this odd random night when these murders go down is the one and only time his DNA somehow surfaces and ends up underneath the body of the victim on a knife sheath, which is suspected to have held the knife, the K-bar knife that was used.
What you got now, Daniel?
It's a big coincidence. That's all I got to say. I want to thank everybody. Kiki, any final words? Let me pull up I think I did already, but I could be wrong.
You already did. That's fine. I just want to thank everybody for this really spirited debate tonight. I've learned so much. Again, I know I already said it before, but I just really had a good time, and thank you for having me on panel. I'd like to do this again sometime.
Yes, we'll do this again. 100%. Jeff, any final words? I put up where they could find you. Jeff H. If you just search up Jeff H. Idaho 411, you'll find his channel. It's blown up because of that. No problem.
I was just looking at in Moscow, 4 a.m. that night, 28 degrees, ice fog, 5-mile-an-hour wind, 89% humidity. So it was a pretty cold night.
Doesn't mean the roads were icy though.
89% and icy and frosty. Okay, maybe not. Maybe those words mean something different. I appreciate everybody. Y'all have a great night. Please follow everybody that has been on panel. Please like, subscribe on us. And again, we all have different opinions. We all have our right to them. We'll find out this one sooner or later when court finally does come. Until then, keep watching, keep subscribing, keep tuning in. We'll see you next time.
Don't do that. You don't need to do any of that. We'll do it for you.
Dry humor.
So there you go, TWIZ.
Fun times.
Fun time, Frankie, eh?
I need to watch it from the beginning.
What, from when you started talking to him, or?
No, from the beginning. I got there late.
Yeah, but you were still on it for an hour and a half. All they were doing was agreeing with each other before that.
Oh, I'm sure.
wanted to. What was the thing that he was meant to be finding you? The last thing that Cyril says.
Cyril says that the cast viz program would be extremely accurate with default settings and CDRs.
And he says that's right at the end of the hearing or something.
Well, it's not in the hearing, so I don't know.
I know, but well, let's find it.
I'll be right back.
I don't want to hear
work during that 6-month period. A tower I map in July may map differently in November, so it is important.
So, should we hear Cy's testimony?
I do.
Why not? Why not refresh ourselves?
We need
This
to
is over,
watch
man.
Edelman again before.
I wasn't even in the fucking area.
Just a Willie
To
then,
change
they
the
were
venue.
going on, Judge.
Wow. Is he back?
Jules will have this without commentary on it.
I don't think I commented. Like, I don't think we talked.
Okay, we are back on record. This is State versus Koberger, CR 2922-2805. Everybody
Still the goblin
previously,
yeah, let's go find out.
in the courtroom. Mr. Cy Ray is
I don't want to hear
testifying. We are still on direct. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you.
Did she do it as a live?
Yeah, it's alive. She just doesn't talk during it.
Cyray's testimony review.
No, it'll be back further. That's when she's talking about it.
Review.
I think it's that one right there.
She's got
Is that 3
Maori.
hours? No, right. You just had your mouse on it right above that.
Well, that one.
Yep.
Is that the one?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Should be. Because right after that's the review of Pain. So that's got to be it.
And if you look at exhibit,
Right, how long is this whole thing?
The whole video is like 4 hours.
Collected that specific video with written reports to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
Okay. So, should we just listen to Cyrus?
Heather or somebody send me a text. I can't find my phone. I heard it go off. I
Let us know in chat when you want
We
to
should watch the end of Pains too. So there's no footage of the car? Not that I'm aware of. But he still drove by the house 14 times that night.
Most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
So he's on.
and I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together, though, did we?
No.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's my best
Is that
way
right?
to try to find this Monday's machine.
Sure.
And
Probably
Watson
put Jules' link in the chat.
That's it. Thanks.
All right. Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that? Ms. Jennings?
Oh, just one second.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Hope River or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay. What does it state?
Memory serves, it states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga, Moose River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Blues River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard.
Twizzle fingers.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Carry construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, I did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything for that.
Thank you. Taylor?
Are you testifying that Mr. Koberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
You're not the first one to ask that question.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, or more towards
I wonder
Tennessee.
where he's
Area
gonna
line
hide.
that starts there. However, I'll direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that
This
says
has got to be
possible
pretty
route of travel
embarrassing
between
for
the two
somebody
locations.
who makes
So
a
you're
career out of
not
this
sure.
shit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Wait, what was that? Head? I already went it.
The paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route of travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video.
What did you find?
To my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you.
So, did you catch that?
Okay.
Good enough, thanks.
And
But that's just, she didn't get what she wanted or anything. Like, that doesn't matter.
but what was her question?
You didn't have any footage of the car?
And his answer is,
Not to my knowledge.
You spell your last.
I like your avatar, Angel D. And yours too fast. It's pretty.
Ray, R-A-Y. Yes, sir. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you provide consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in
Give us the
Arizona.
time, TWIZ.
I started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97.
Wouldn't recognize you without it though.
There
Brown
wasn't
tea.
a lot of training.
Is that- wait,
Obviously,
is
cell
that
phone technology
prison
and the
site?
use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret them. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked
The history
with
of the
narcotic
Purge
interdictions,
from Iraq.
and the primary role there working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes.
You had me at
Again,
overlay.
using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create.
Did she just change it again?
That is mobile. It's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
And I'll bet wherever it be.
Why am I so
In
loud?
2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. It was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate
You were
in
at
that
this
area.
hearing, weren't you, TWIZ?
I worked at that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth back and forth working, actually going out to the field.
Good to see
In
you.
2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor, in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in 2000, late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was.
Now, obviously, his experience compared to Maori and Payne together is rubbish. He's done hardly anything compared to those two experts in their fields.
They definitely know what they're doing.
Oh, 100%, dude. I mean, they've never had anything chucked out of court, have they?
I don't know. It's kind of hard when they never go to trial or really have any serious crimes.
Yeah.
Was available when I was a younger officer. In 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company.
Remember that one live we were talking about, and something came up where when they have a three-way with guys, what the middle was called? I forgot. It was like some French word. I'm sorry.
Provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement.
Like me, nothing half-assed.
Very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department, and I started a company called ZETX, Z-E-T-X. And we offered a couple different things. So we have the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan. And
Trimlight is the industry leader of permanent, programmable, all-occasion lighting. It's designed to be hidden by day and bright and beautiful at night. You'll love Trimlight's.
Some of the documents may mean and what we could possibly see here in the near future. Hit that like and subscribe button and ring that notification bell. Without further ado, let's break it down. Let's start off first with the case summary. What we saw here in the last couple of days was that a subpoena was issued by the defense on 12/26/24. That subpoena was a subpoena ducis tecum, and on the 27th they dropped a motion to compel. We also saw that on the 23rd of January we're going to see a motion hearing. So let's break it down. Let's get into a few of these. We are looking at.
Let's see what else is up. This is from 5 hours ago? I've been live the whole time he was live? Oh, they don't show the chat replay for 24 hours, right? And that, what happens? Damn,
On the 27th, they dropped a motion to compel that the expert may testify on Burger was out and about with his phone off. And during that time, while he did fingerprint him and did that test for comparison for fingerprints, there's a gag order in place. And there's absolutely no reason for the state to disclose that type of evidence out there. So I, for one, do believe that we are going to see fingerprints at this scene that belong to Brian Koberger. And this is going to be one huge nail in the coffin.
In the fingerprints.
I mean, how do you explain that now?
Oh, man. No way. This is when you were talking about me for me to play, and I played like everything but. I got you. Okay, let's... I don't want to get the copyright thing in, dog nabbit, dibble it.
Hit that like and subscribe button and ring that notification bell. Without further ado, let's break it down. Let's start off first with the case summary. What we saw here in the last couple of days was that a subpoena was issued by the defense on 12/26/24. That subpoena was a subpoena duces tecum, and on the 27th they dropped a motion to compel. We also saw that on the 23rd of January we're going to see a motion hearing. So let's break it down. Let's get into a few of these. We are looking at the motion to compel. So the motion to compel says right here, it says Koberger, who's obligated to submit a defense guilt phase expert disclosure by January 23rd, 2025. So what does that tell us? That this motion hearing here on January 23rd, 2025 has to do with Brian Koberger's disclosure of experts that he has to disclose to the prosecution. Now, this material for sanctions is basically the defense asking for the opinions and reports of the experts that the prosecution is having. They had something about 25 experts and only 5 reports and opinions and things of that nature, which I did talk to a friend of mine who is close with a defense attorney, and I brought this up to their attention. We talked about this. So basically what I was told was that the prosecution has to disclose their witnesses and their experts, so that way when it comes to trial, you know, they can use them. But not every expert is required to write a report for what they're doing and saying. It's a common practice, apparently. This is something that happens in quite a few cases, from what I understand. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what the state responds to. And then the next document that came out, which was the subpoena duces tecum, we debated a little bit, talked about it, speculated quite a bit last night about who the potential witness could be, right? You know, I thought possibly, you know, it could be Bethany Funk. She's been somebody that the defense wanted to talk to earlier during this process. I don't know if they ever did get a chance to talk to her or not. So I thought maybe this could be the person that they were getting subpoenaed for this hearing. However, again, this is for the January 23rd, 2025 hearing. And this is for somebody to stay through the end as a witness in the above entitled manner as part of the defendant. This witness that is going to be on behalf of the defense team is referencing here where Koberger is obligated to submit his defense guilt expert disclosures by January 23rd, 2025. It says here in the footnote, Mr. Koberger does not include here a motion to strike the death penalty for the failure to properly disclose experts. Without proper disclosure, that motion is forthcoming. So we know that's going to be coming. And my assumption is that you're going to bring in some witnesses that are going to be talking about how difficult it may be to, or how it's prejudice for a defendant to go into trial without knowing what the experts are going to say, so he doesn't know how to protect himself. It's stated here that the expert may testify on finding impressions or conclusions that he or she drew from work of other experts who previously examined or handled the evidence in question. I'm assuming those 20 of the 25 had something to do with that. There was probably the main experts that brought out their report and what they thought, and then the ones that are behind them, maybe they're not required to disclose that. But I'm not a lawyer. That's just kind of the information that I got from my buddy who is close to a lawyer. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is the possibility that the prosecution and law enforcement have fingerprints. In this same document here is the argument. The argument is that the expert issues are complex, involving many different facets of DNA, cellular data, cell tower coverage, and drive testing, car identification, crime scene and blood spatter analysis, fingerprint analysis, forensic pathology, and electric device analysis of the suspect, victims, and alternative suspects. These are the experts that are for the prosecution. I know a lot of people have been saying in the comment section to the live last night that maybe perhaps these are fingerprints of other people. Well, this is the prosecution's case. These are the prosecution's witnesses. And this is the case against Brian Koberger. So I don't understand where the fingerprints of other people would come into play here. Now, if this was the defense witness and they were going to try to say that there were other people there, then I would understand the fingerprint expert on their side of things. But since it's on the prosecution side, and this is a case against Bryan Kohberger, this is a Bryan Kohberger fingerprints. Now, what could it have been on? Where could it have been? You would expect to find them in his vehicle, in his house, in his apartment, and things of that nature. So it's not about those type of things. I know somebody asked, maybe it's when they caught him on video in different places that they were trying to say, hey, this is him, not only because, we see him on camera, but we also have his fingerprints in the area. The only problem with that is they didn't arrest Bryan Kohberger for about 8 weeks to 9 weeks after he purchased certain things. It was 7 weeks after the murders had been committed, but he had purchased things before that. I think it was a few days before that he had purchased the Dickies suit, and I'm not sure, about maybe a couple of weeks before that, he allegedly purchased from Amazon the K-bar knife and sheath. Where is the prosecution trying to say that Bryan Kohberger was during the time of the murders? That is inside the house. What do we know that Bryan Kohberger touched inside of that house that has his DNA on it? Correct. That would be the knife sheath, which could explain and be the reason why they're using that DNA and why they feel so confident in touch DNA. There could be other DNA sources there, but the reason they were using the touch DNA is maybe perhaps, and lo and behold, leather, you can leave fingerprints on leather. So is it possible that he left his fingerprints and his DNA on the knife sheath?
Why boomers were fitter in their 30s than we are now.
Chuck and I were both around in the 70s.
Yeah.
People just looked healthier back then. If you look at a photo of people
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
How would you explain that story that would have to come with that to say, hey, he handled it, he sold it, he bought it, it was stolen? The possibility of somebody taking that knife, also matching the same height and weight, also drives the same other car without a front license plate, also was out and about at the same time that Bryan Kohberger was out and about with his phone off. And during that time, while his phone was off, was committing the murders. The possibilities of that to being true, probably more likely that the DNA that's on the knife sheath belongs to somebody else than all those things happening against Bryan Kohberger in that single night. Now, I know people are going to ask and say, now, Daniel, why isn't this in the PCA? Why didn't we hear about it? Why isn't this all over the place? Why isn't there some sort of news about it? Well, when did they fingerprint Bryan Kohberger? They fingerprinted Bryan Kohberger after his arrest. So if they fingerprinted after his arrest, his fingerprints weren't available to compare when the PCA was written. And by the time that they did fingerprint him and did that test for comparison for fingerprints, there's a gag order in place. And there's absolutely no reason for the state to disclose that type of evidence out there. So I, for one, do believe that we are going to see fingerprints at this scene that belong to Bryan Kohberger. And this is going to be one huge nail in the coffin. I mean, how do you explain that now?
All right, what do we do? Keep going? More, Kane? Wormies are the best. Let's see here. Let's see if Mod Trick 7 days ago. I think I saw that. I played that one already. What else is going on in the streets of Tubes? Here. The Tubes of You. Gotta be something happening at 5 in the morning. It's close to 5 in the morning. We're at 6 hours. I broke my own rules tonight. Oh, there's Operation that's 6 hours ago. I don't know if they're talking about the case again. Let's check it out. You guys can see now. Let's see. Get past that.
Happened actually, didn't it?
I mean, supposedly. I mean, there is something creepy going on with those incubators and babies of the World's Fairs for sure. It's not. It's definitely not as it appears. Not as they claim it is. I mean, Taylor Swift does look identical to Xena LeVay. That's
She does. That
great
honestly.
observation, Teresa.
Some babies, the world's fairest for sure.
Whoop.
I'm with you. I'm sorry.
I try to go in the chat, the same thing happens.
General in the precognition aspects of dreams, where and he uses lots of examples in these aspects, and again tries to explain the biological response that could be causing this, right? And he's actually written books with Nobel Science Award winners on this topic. So the dude seems to have some bona fides as far as what he's talking about, because I think he's just like a journalist by trade, but he's trying to team up with other folks that are leaders in science in these aspects. But basically, that since time is not linear, and in the dream state you can kind of access different periods and states in time, including your own, kind of in a very Philip K. Dick sense, remembering your future. Oh, well, if you're like Samuel L. Jackson's "I'm a Badass Motherfucker" character he plays, that's really where he came out with it there, really where it came to development. What is this?
This isn't it, but it's pretty good. There we go. Look at him go. Oh, and he's got
They're
the
doing
dough.
pizza and boxing.
Is he a dough fighter?
Yeah, he's the dough fighter.
Oh, good Lord.
You know what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to talk about third worlds? I mean, there's some certainly. I mean, again, it wasn't great, necessarily fantastic in a lot of.
All right, that's a good show. 10 hours ago, Trump phone hacked. Results in the blah blah blah. Let's see if there's any posters here. We got something up, I'm sure. Truth Nation Uncensored. I don't even know what that is. Don't forget to tip your DoorDash driver. What? Pizza delivery driver arrested for allegedly stabbing woman. I keep forgetting to do stuff.
Violent over a bad tip.
Yeah, and now the driver in this case is being accused of
aggravated assault.
Now the driver in this case is being accused of stabbing someone 14 times. So listen to this. Police say this happened Sunday night near Orlando. They say the victim was staying at a hotel and ordered a pizza. Detectives say that's when a 22-year-old delivered the pizza, but she wasn't happy with the tip she got. So after that delivery, she went back to the hotel with a man who had a gun.
So they allegedly forced their way in, and police say the victim's 5-year-old daughter even witnessed the attack.
State believes that this is a punishable by life offense. There should be no bond set, and it should not be set for a pretrial detention hearing.
That's the female there, the delivery driver. She is also accused of stealing things from that hotel room. She is facing charges of home invasion, attempted murder, kidnapping, and aggravated assault.
Tell the story that I was gonna tell a story. I'm not gonna tell the story now.
Do want to head to a developing story that our Fox 35 Orlando team has been covering, as a pizza delivery driver was arrested and taken to the Osceola County Jail after she's accused of stabbing a pregnant woman several times over a small tip. That is according to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. The 22-year-old was arrested Monday and faces charges of kidnapping, home invasion, and aggravated assault. She's also charged under the same statute that covers premeditated murder. Matt Trezza with our Fox 35 Orlando team has much more on that.
Osceola County deputies say Melinda Irizarry was stabbed 14 times, all because a pizza delivery driver didn't get a big enough tip. Osceola County deputies say 22-year-old Brianna Alvelo and a man broke into the motel room where Melinda Irizarry was staying with her boyfriend and 5-year-old daughter. An arrest report says the man pointed a gun at the girl, then forced Irizarry's boyfriend into a bathroom. Then Alvelo allegedly took out a knife. Irizarry needed over 200 staples for cuts across her arms, wrists, shoulders, back, stomach, and breast, 14 in all. She also needed surgeries for a punctured lung and severed tendons in her knee. In the hospital, doctors told her she's also recently pregnant. In an exclusive interview, she says she's lucky to be alive.
Once I realized the severity of the situation, I'm like, oh my God, these people came in here to hurt us.
So far, Irizarry's doctors haven't said when she'll be able to leave the hospital. Alvelu is being held without bond. Deputies are still
violent over.
Where'd it go? I'm gonna have to look it up now. It's not gonna pop. Why did, that's weird. It popped on my feed. Oh, Jenn put out a video, 15 minutes. Cool. I'll check that out next. Did she pop in at all today? He doesn't even pop up. Is it uncensored? Like that? This one. Right? Is this it? This is Willie's channel? I'm subscribed too somehow. Well, that's why it's in my feed, I guess. 4 months ago. Does he do lives? 4 months, 2 months. Okay, I remember watching this little fight thing. Let's see. Something about this I remember, I thought. Let's see. I know I'm going to get in trouble with Willie. I know I'm going to get in trouble.
A long time and come here. So yeah, just let them know that I sent you. So when I go there sometimes, because I love Sean. I'd love to speak to him like one-on-one. I'm trying to. Like I said, he's not some big wig, famous, whatever, but I love his personality and I love the way he just gets to the point and he flips out. I mean, holy shit. And he knows a lot of stuff too. He knows locations. He knows individuals that live in certain areas of, where Higgins was visiting and this, that, and a third. And they had a guy from inside the jury, inside the courtroom that was talking about jurors' reactions and stuff. And then what the whole thing was after the trial was over. Well, after.
He did? I didn't. Which one is his first live? Co-worker.
He's, Anne's not playing any games. And I know people, just looked at stargazing or whatever and ran with that and wanted to say the alibi was shit. But I'm going to give flowers to Lawyer I think it's the Lawyer I watched his segment. I watched, and he did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal unbiased breakdown. Jules, I watched Jules. She did a phenomenal unbiased breakdown. And then I started watching Court TV. And I started watching News Nation. And I started watching, the media. And what they started saying and how they started wording things. And it was night and day. And that's why I feel like I wish everybody could know about, these YouTube channels and people who stream that put their.
Yeah, but I just can't see him going.
Like a good relationship and shit?
Yeah, that I knew of, yeah.
All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, because like I said, a lot of people, brought up his sisters and shit like that. It's crazy, man. I mean, they dug into everybody, and that's why I think his sister lost his job or something like that. It's crazy, man. They went after the whole family. So it's nice to hear, somebody that actually knew him. Both of them.
Yeah, they were. Everyone in his family, like I said, they were all good people.
Yeah,
and
that's why, like I said, when it first came out, I was like, shit, maybe he snapped. But then, like I said, when I read the documents, and I'm sure you haven't read the arrest warrant, it made absolutely no sense to me and no sense to a bunch of people. And the more that comes out, the more it's just, leaning towards, they probably just rushed this, just like you said, 10, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, why did they? What made them look at Brian? So, like, this kid got murdered, and how was Brian the suspect? What led to that?
Basically, they got a tip because remember they didn't have anybody for so long. They had, they were begging the public for any kind of tip. So they obviously didn't have any kind of, in my opinion, license plate or anything damning to show who this person was.
Yeah.
And I guess they got a tip from the FBI regarding his vehicle. But the problem is his vehicle. There's 22,000 others like it, and from there, they kind of just, in my opinion, ran with that tip and made Brian fit. Unfortunately, he was just in the wrong area, wrong time, driving around, and because there's only one tower out there, unfortunately, it could say you're over here, but you're really over here, and that's the whole problem here. And that's why I said the alibi that came out is basically Brian saying he is an expert, like a really, really top-notch expert that can prove that he wasn't over by where these people were murdered. He was over here by the park, and if that's the case, then Brian ain't the guy. So, and the DNA, yeah, but that's not.
I'm gonna have to watch it. I want to watch that. But I want to play Jen's video too. So if it doesn't go too long, then I'll come back and watch it, or I'll watch it on the live. But I haven't seen that interview. That's pretty dope. Let's see if it pops up in the feed here. Oh, by the way, please subscribe to Willie if you haven't. So you can do it. You can do it, Kane. Nope, I can't do it. There we go. I don't know how many people are in here, but just in case, if you're watching, feel free to join in. Thank you for watching The Purge. I'm Kane B. Do all the YouTube things here. We've been going all night. 2 nights in a row. No. And I'm not even high on anything. Alright, so let's see. Jenn from Criminal Confidential. She's been promising me this video on my desk for months. And, these are the police logs. Okay. Alright, I think we saw the first half of this, so we could probably jump into the second half. And she always gets me in the copyright strike, so I'm going to mute her real quick. Okay, at this point, I'm not going to play all those right now. Sorry. What else is going on YouTube? Let's see here. Oh, man. Thanks for being here with me, guys. This is fun. I had fun tonight. Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Who's live? Let's check it out. Usually you can find some rando crazy on live like me. I don't see anything cool lately. I'd play this, but I'd probably get a copyright strike on it because the chat's hilarious. They do like drinking games and stuff. Let's see what else is here. Ding dong, ding ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding ding. Let's see here. Something decent. Turkey show 5 months ago. Oh, that's Dinky. Let's see. Dinky's just churning it out today. Should we address the latest horse crap about fingerprints? Let me know your thoughts below. And if yes, I will do it on Friday evening. If no, I won't. Yes, because it's ridiculous, of course, is the answer. And they give you the results. Okay, so 52% yes. Yes, because we can learn from correcting the misinformation. No, because it's DTS only ever tell the truth. 6%. I don't care. 5%. Let's see what people are saying about it. Beyond Fire, fingerprints is 100% not PK. Why? Because a fingerprint leaves touch DNA. The only touch DNA connects to BK is on the sheath, which Anne wants to toss out, and PCA never mentioned fingerprint when it talks about it. Maybe fingerprints are from the other alternative suspects. I think no connection applies. Forget about DPS, it's a waste of time. Please, Dinky Doo. Furry that funny that DT thinks transferred DNA means it's a single source. Therefore, the person had to have touched the object. No. Regardless of how the commenters are blocked by their hate for Daniel, the prosecution is presenting a fingerprint expert. Let's forget the bull S and have an intelligent conversation about it and its implications. There's obviously a reason why, and it's obviously against BK. So what will they be testifying to? Seriously, people need to stop being petty and hateful and making this a team sport for entertainment. There are 4 innocent kids that were killed in the most horrific, terrifying way. How long has this been? And regardless of everyone's petty squabbling, they deserve better than this. Yeah, we got 6 replies to that one. Let's see what thinks. I absolutely agree. I would love to have an intelligent conversation about this, but unfortunately intelligence is severely lacking with him. Probably because he is a drunk turkey. Read the document for yourself and then maybe you will realize your mistake and you can go tell Daniel to stop spreading misinformation and lies. Come on, man. You know I don't care. I don't come half-assed. I have read the document. Roger... Oh, forget Daniel. It states expert testimony will cover ABC and fingerprint analysis. And Dickie responded, it's a very broad list that covers all aspects of evidence. If, as Daniel and others like to state as fact off, I just love how... Anyway, Brian was weird because he was always wearing nitrate gloves. How did he leave a fingerprint? The state has not presented any evidence of fingerprints on the names, CVs, and memorandum in support and testimony by a witness. They just listed a broad scope of experts it may rely on. That's not how this works. They cannot hijack the defense with hidden evidence. If they have it and they need to give the defense opportunity to dispute it and organize it, rebuttal witness. Do you see any of that in any document? Also, why aren't the state listing any DNA experts? If they had a fingerprint, they would not be of need to do the illegal and unconstitutional IgG work. Like, I understand the broadness of the statement and how impossible it is to draw any definitive conclusions. The fact that the defense has listed fingerprint analysis as one of the very complex issues to be addressed by experts was not a mere turn of phrase or part of some cut and paste list of existing evidence to be argued by opposing experts that coincidentally every other listed topic is the known evidence specific to this case. The defense listed it because it is an issue. Let's see what one's ridiculous. I can't give any good reason why no DNA expert is disclosed. Clearly, I would have to believe the prosecution would be prepared to validate the familial and direct match, even if they chose to disregard any argument regarding IgG. I would see them saying it's not used and it's not admissible in court, and we don't need to defend it and not have it. Oh man, these are just woo. People are fired up like a MF on this, boy. Oh, this is going all kinds of crazy directions, isn't it? It's really, this case drives me absolutely freaking nuts. Let's watch Allergy. I like him better. Ah, got me. 0.2 seconds. witness of New Year's Day attack in New Orleans, speaks out. Let's get a little taste of let's see what else is going on. Boomers learning VR to dictate outcomes of human lives, eh? Pretty sure Brian is cooked. What is this? That's funny. It has to be funny if it wasn't real. Thank God that's not Hitler. Yeah, once they start using VR, you know we've lost it. Let's see here. That's what they wanted to do with the house, right? That's what people were saying. They were making a 3D video or whatever of the house. Hello, members, and welcome new members. Very steep. Today's video will not be up. Happy New Year's. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Plot to injure people in South Florida. See, here's what people do. You can turn the audio on or off, and you can watch. They thumbnail me. I've been thumbnailed. Oh, interesting. You do get the commercial when you click on it, though. Post Woke was right. What's his name? Force? Good night, Angel D. Thank you for being here. Oh, shit.
That were filed on Monday. This man allegedly left a note with his family saying goodbye and then came here to scout things out before coming back with weapons. Law enforcement found him on December 25th in a rideshare vehicle. He was carrying what investigators called a soft rifle case with him. And December 25th is notable because that also coincided with the first night of Hanukkah. Investigators asked him if he was planning a, quote, mass casualty event and then to take his own life. Here's what he told them according to those documents. Quote, I really don't know if I was going to end it with my life or not. I hadn't gotten that far yet. It entirely depended if I ended up getting caught or not. If caught, that was a way out. Later in those documents, it explains why investigators believe that Pemberton chose that AIPAC location because of, quote, its political influence and its relative location. Pemberton stated his motivation for taking this action was frustration with the, quote, status quo and, quote, seeing if I could make a change. Pemberton faces FBI charges. The FBI says that he was arrested on federal stalking charges, and he does have a hearing in Alachua County.
Yeah, Alachua County. I'll give you Alachua. Come on, somebody go live and they're gonna make funny. I need to change my let's try under a different pseudonym. Let's go as let's go as not me. Let's see what's happening. Come on. There you go. You can do it. Am I the only one live this late? Apparently. Everyone's like, hell no, getting crazy. Oh, Shupanika. Shupanaga. Shupalicious. What's this here? I'll thumbnail him back. Yeah, that's something. Destination weddings. He is hilarious about that. It's not that funny though. What's that one? We can roast Joe Biden. That's interesting.
And like I saw Joe Biden say,
American arms are flowing into the Ukraine as I speak. I saw him say that proudly, and I was
flowing.
It's
flowing,
flowing as I speak. He said that in Belgium when I was in Europe. And you know, if there's a shooting war and you flow arms into it, more people get killed.
That's right.
More people die.
Yeah.
So, and I know that the young progressive kids that have like the little Ukrainian flag on their ID are very comfortable with dead Russian soldiers.
Right.
With like charred face.
Yeah. They don't
with
care.
Bloated body.
Yeah.
Like like coming out of a tank.
Right.
They're like, you know, you know,
it's right.
Go us. You know, whatever. Fine. And you know, like I saw Joe Biden.
I know there's one person that's mad at me, but I'm not even going to talk about it because it's ridiculous. But anyway, what else you guys want to do? You guys want to play Asteroids again? I do. Let's watch me play Asteroids because that's fun. Get out of there. Whoa, they're starting off hardcore. I cannot believe this is ridiculous. Oh my, I'm getting clobbered. Get out of here. Woo-hoo. See that move? Yeah. You want to see me hyperspace? I'm streaming and playing. That's my, oh my. That is the second worst game I've ever played. One more. Let me get one more try. Let's see how far I can go here. You can actually do a full screen on this. Let me full screen this crap. I'm in space, you guys. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm good. Stupid rock. I can feel it. He's coming. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out for that rock. There's a little one. Here he comes. That alien. They're trying to say that some asteroids collided in space and they were totally shocked by it or something. No, I totally hyperspaced out of that. Did you see that? I just hit every button. I don't even know which one it is. I'm kicking butt. Free guy. Come in. Hyperspace. Yes. Oh yeah, buddy. I got fast movers. I got fast movers. Hyperspace right into a rock. Philadelphia project. I need to get a free guy here. Come on. No. Yeah. I'm halfway there. Oh. Hyperspace. Oh no, they put me in on a rock. I totally came in. That was not. They are cheating me because I'm on a live. Or I'm unalived. I don't know what I am. Sigma Chi Rush video. We've seen that a million times now, right? The Yankee IMO streamer. Let's see where this goes. Entering the studio. On Dicky IMO. This is what happens backstage, you guys. And here, I'll unmute myself. See if I can wake him up. Enter without mic or cam. Let's check your camera mic. Okay, let's check now. Your browser can't access your devices. That's weird because it worked on. Wait, let me just. Dinky! Wake up! Oh man, Dinky! Let me see if I can change the. So you go back here. This is how you do the. You add the pictures and stuff like that. You can make your background different or whatever. For some reason, it won't access my camera, which is weird. Let's see. It shows my camera. That's weird. I don't know what to tell you guys. Kane Beast the Purge is here. I'm over here in bloody merry old England. Come on and entertain me. Show me a good bloody time. Governor.
Monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count of thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drug test.
Judge, write down the big numbers.
Forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the cost of this. So we paid for the standard fees.
Brain, I gotta see it. Hold on.
And the idea is we wanted to create
here's
a national
more
tower.
Stupidity. The inspiration tab on Studio Desktop is getting a big update. The new features offer AI-powered suggestions. More creative tools to spark your creativity if you don't have an imagination. Oh, doggone diggity dog. Let's see what else we got going on here. There's got to be somebody online. What time is it now? It's, oh snap, it's almost 6. Why didn't you guys stop me? This is going to be a 9-hour live, isn't it? Bastards. Police, 4 found dead in Greenwich home after wellness check. Let's see.
What is the point of hiring a nutritionist if you actually can't afford groceries afterwards? My nutritionist worked with me to create a meal plan that was...
Things like this usually don't happen in a community like ours. It's very tragic.
A normally quiet community shaken up after police found 4 people dead inside a West Greenwich home. Thank you for joining us at 10:30. I'm Mike Montecalvo.
And I'm Kayla Fish. The police chief calling it one of the worst scenes he's witnessed in his career. Our Alex Torres Perez is live at the scene tonight, going over what we know and what neighbors had to say. Alex?
Well, Mike and Kayla, within the last half hour, investigators wrapped up during the day and they cleared the scene. It's been a very emotional and heart-wrenching day after what started as a wellness check ended up with police officers finding 4 people dead inside of this home. Now, it's been a shock for people who live off this usually quiet street. All day Friday, investigators have been walking in and out of this home off Cheyenne Trail in West Greenwich, taking photos and collecting evidence after finding 4 people dead inside.
4 people that passed away just 2 houses down is disturbing.
Craig Cook was taking down his Christmas decorations when he noticed something unusual outside.
This is the first time we ever had any type of police presence in the neighborhood.
The West Greenwich police chief says they were doing a wellness check after taking a call from one of the victim's co-workers,
Saying that she didn't arrive at work yesterday or today.
That's when police made the gruesome discovery. The police chief says all 4 victims had gunshot wounds and is calling the crime a terrible tragedy.
I've been in law enforcement now for 35 years, and this is probably one of the worst scenes that I've had to deal with.
Damn.
And in a community like ours, you really don't expect it.
Wait, that guy looks exactly like Scuba Joe. That's Scuba Joe. He's the follow-up to G.I. Joe.
Community like ours, you really don't expect it.
Man, he looks shook though, for
The
real.
police chief would not identify the victims. However, neighbors told 12 News off camera a mother, father, and 2 young kids lived inside the home. Still, they didn't know much about the family.
They've been very quiet. They kind of stay to themselves.
The police chief says they aren't looking for a suspect at this time, but they're still investigating and taking things one step at a time.
These things do happen, and we're going to do our best to determine what happened and why it happened.
He's been trying to beat the cold with whiskey.
And the police chief described this as an ongoing death investigation. He says there is no threat to the public. Reporting live in West Greenwich, I'm Alex Torres.
Police found 4 people dead inside a West Greenwich home. Thank you for joining us at 10:30. I'm Mike Montecalvo.
And I'm Kayla Fish. The police chief calling it one of the worst scenes he's witnessed in his...
How do they know there's no threat to the public? The shit they say
Career.
that comes out of that. Look at this, all this prep on this dude to look so sharp and fancy with his point. Is that a Masonic handkerchief right there? Anyone? Or is he paying homage to our veterans? Oh my God. Okay.
Alex Torres Perez is live at the scene tonight, going over what we know and what neighbors had to say. Alex?
Well, Mike and Kayla, within the last half hour, investigators wrapped up during the day and they cleared the scene. It's been a very emotional and heart-wrenching day after what started as a wellness check ended up with police officers finding 4 people dead inside of this home. Now, it's been a shock for people who live off this usually quiet street.
Wait, who made the pic? Or oh, you sent it to Dickie, okay. We can work something out, Angel D. Okay.
All day Friday, investigators have been walking in and out of this home off Cheyenne Trail in West Greenwich, taking photos and collecting evidence after finding 4 people dead inside.
4 people that passed away. Just
Wow, that's really new. Let's see if there's any other kind of follow-up to this creep. Rare chemicals trace the suspect. Here's another one.
Have you heard about Ryoko Pro? This is the cutting-edge portable Wi-Fi hotspot that people wish they found out about.
A heartbreaking and gruesome scene at a home in West Greenwich. Police found 4 people dead here off Mishnock Road. Good evening, I'm Patrice Wood.
And I'm Dan Janik. The 4 individuals all appear to have been shot. The Night Team's Erin Coogan has been following the story all day, and she has new information now from the scene.
Well, guys, 12 hours. That's how long state police and crime scene investigators have been working this house on Cheyenne Trail. We've been here for every breaking update, watching alongside horrified neighbors as 4 body bags were removed from the house.
unexpected, especially if there's children involved.
A small West Greenwich neighborhood turned upside down as state and local police flooded their tiny cul-de-sac early Friday morning.
I woke up around like 11 o'clock to cops banging on my door. Very confused, very startled. Seeing all this now, I just, obviously hope everyone's okay.
West Greenwich police were called to do a welfare check on a woman said to live at 15 Cheyenne Trail.
We received a call from a co-worker of one of the residents in the home and asked us to do a well-being check because she didn't report to work today.
It was then just after 10:30 Friday morning they made the horrifying discovery. 4 people were found shot to death within the home.
And I've been in law enforcement now for 35 years, and this is probably one of the worst scenes that I've had to deal with.
While police have decided not yet to release the identities of those victims, they say they're no longer looking for a suspect. Neighbors tell me the number of bodies is consistent with a father, mother, and 2 young children they believe to have lived in the home. They say the mother may also have been pregnant.
Family in the house, very quiet. They always stuck to themselves.
Are there juveniles?
At this point, I'm just going to let you know that there are 4 bodies inside.
Brendan Schuster, who lives right across the road from the property, now roped off in yellow tape, says he thinks the shooting could have been earlier this week.
Yeah, Thursday morning around 5 o'clock to like 5:30. I just heard like popping noises.
What's today? Thursday?
And it was like back to back to back to back. And like I hear, obviously I hear fireworks around here. I know what that sounds like. Every once in a while gunshots, maybe because of like hunting, but nothing like what I heard right there.
Others say they hadn't seen the woman since as early as this past Tuesday. We're still waiting to hear back from state police and the medical examiner's office to identify those 4 bodies and name any potential suspect.
Yikes. Is there any good news? Shoot, dude. Anything? CNN's got something. Unimaginable casualty. That really sucks. Wow, and there's apparently no suspect right now. I wonder if he left any touch DNA there. Tampa security guard recovering from New Year's something. Let me see what it is.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil.
Okay, so you guys heard that? It was kids on bikes, and do you remember? Let me do the Davis Island or whatever, Tampa bike gangs, bicycle gangs. Hold on, bicycle, not bicycle. And this is going on. I can't even spell bicycle. This has been going on. I played the video in one of my lives.
I want to know, have you made this mistake with your holster? And by mistake, I mean, did you get a holster that's uncomfortable so you don't carry all the time?
Jeff, Tampa police are sending out a warning about teenage bicycle gangs taking over Bay Area streets and causing chaos. They actually arrested several bikers over the weekend on Davis Islands. News Channel 8's Melissa Marino is joining us live. She is there with some details on that arrest and what's really going on here. Melissa.
Well, good evening, Keith. Yeah, several neighbors I spoke with, they say they're happy that police have arrested some because they've had frightening encounters with them. One resident that I spoke with, too scared to go on camera, said that her car was surrounded and they were kicking her car. Another resident tells me he was surrounded and he was punched in the face. Now, this latest incident happened here on Davis Island Boulevard, and several people ended up in handcuffs. They're terrorizing neighborhoods.
They will literally stop in the middle of the road, 100 of them, and not let any cars pass. And they'll stop and they'll do wheelies and just, ride in circles, and they just totally block the flow of traffic. And it's almost like they're just trying to incite somebody to do something to them. It's crazy.
This neighbor did not want to be identified for fear of his safety. He recorded this video after a frightening encounter with one of these so-called bicycle gangs.
My car was parked on the side of the street parking, and one of the guys popped a wheelie onto my hood and then jumped off the car.
Another neighbor took this video on Davis Islands. You can see the bicyclists taking over the street, even crossing over the yellow line into oncoming traffic. Tampa police.
Dude, exactly, P. Fox. It's like, okay, they got to run over innocent people in New Orleans, but these kids have literally now escalated it to attempted murder. And I know these kids. There's some of them here in Clearwater, and I'll be honest with you. Which is the one? They were getting in trouble because they ride around the Walmart over there. And they ride wheelies on the side of the road. They'll ride a wheelie for like 20 minutes. And one of them I saw looks like the Clearwater kid is like the leader, allegedly. Where was he? I don't see him now. He's gone now. But anyway, yeah, this goes way back months ago that I played this. And now they shot somebody, and they don't give a crap. And they're doing it across the country. They'll go in and raid a 7-Eleven for big gulps, and when you have 100 of them, even if the cops swarmed on them, they're going to go in 18 different directions. I don't know what. Remember when you used to play like just pick up football or something or basketball at the park? It's like those days are long gone, man. My buddy who was like one of the first preppers. He's like, it's just going to be gangs of teenagers wandering the streets. And it didn't really make sense to me until you see something like this. And, yeah, Slim Jims and Snickers bars, for whatever reason. They'll learn. I mean, when you go to jail for something that stupid, and you sit there for a year or 2 years, or hopefully longer, then you're going to come out and either you're going to learn or you're going to be worse. Played that one. Law and Crime Network. Curious Nuances. When is this? 11 months ago. Get out of here. Boom, 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 ba-doom. 6 a.m. Welcome to my life. Is it 5 a.m. or 6 a.m.? Wait, am I on Daylight Kane time? MK time. Where is something? Something good. Give me something good. Give me something to believe in. 500 subscribers live stream. I can't play NBC, that's for damn sure. Something worth watching. Let's see this cat with virtual reality.
You can see the exact moment he accepts his destiny.
Of course they're gonna play music there. Oh, wait, what? Okay, that's
You can see the exact moment he accepts his...
Later, Too Fast. Thanks for being here, man. Oh, thank you for the memberships. I appreciate you doing it. Really, very nice, man. Very thoughtful. You're hard to remember. Oh, okay. They saved this shark off the beach. They did save it. I don't know why it breached or parked itself like that.
Babe, look at the freaking teeth.
Is this the same one I'm thinking of? Where is this? That's a bull shark right there, I think. Yeah, with those nasty teeth, man. Those some mean buggers.
Oh my.
I would not be fucking with that thing, I'll tell you that.
Babe, it's too dangerous. Don't be doing
Dude,
that.
it's real, dude. You're gonna get chomped. Get out there and swim.
Babe, let him.
Come on, buddy, get out there.
Sorry. Well, I'm
There you go. Right on. Awesome. Okay, so that was the one I was thinking, I think.
Oh.
Look at that way. Whoa. Where is that? That's got to be Ghost Tree. That's Ghost Tree. Yeah, it's the only Lacy animal to swell that big.
Holiday hero.
Holy smackers!
Don't worry.
Check this out.
Let me turn the music off. This is dope, though. You know how they say punch a shark in the nose? It's like, just push him away, man. That is a big boy. Holy macaroni girl. Let's see what the next one is. Music? Who plays for Black Magnum here? He does this stuff.
Guys, that squirrel just fell out of the tree.
He's trying to get on camera. I want to be a star. There we go with the music. Okay. Roomba. Yeah. What? Oh, that was tight. That is a smooth kitty. That's funny. Look at this. Oh, poor kitty. What? That's hilarious. People are gonna believe that one too. This is grabbing me. I've been hoping to find a good one of this turtle again. He loves that skateboard. He just scares the crap out of that cat all the time. Oh man. Is that an old Triumph? I don't even know what bike that is. Hey, a Moto Guzzi? BSA. Ooh. Bantam. Oh, these are crazy. I finally figured out how they do this. It's because the drone, it's a guy that's freaking me out. The drone itself has a you know how you have the lane detector, like if somebody else is in the lane or whatever. It's built into these more expensive drones. Man, these guys are nuts. Hmm? Whoa! This must be one of the escape Shamus right there. Here we go. That's what you say when you see that. No, shit, you try to go deep and you just get worked. This guy's getting pulled in. This guy's down. Dude, sorry about your luck, bro. This is... That's a seal. Aww. He's like, I'm trying to eat my lunch. His face is like so bothered. Oh crap. Oh, this crow is really smart. Unreal. I only had hands. It is messed up if you think about it. That people have hands and birds have wings, but people don't have wings and birds don't have hands. It's like the trade-off. Is it worth it? I mean, I'd love to be able to fly and everything, but I like to be able to grip shit. Get it? Oh, it must be a tree this way. Oh, he's up for the second stage. I love this guy. He is just like, I'll figure it out. I get this. Hold on. Hold on. I get this. What? He's just gonna tear up the stick. Wow, dude, that's exactly what I do. Third try. Third try's a charm, Crowy. Go get some. This is awesome. Yo, he's like, oh, I got the one. This will get it. There it is. I got my shrimp. Is that a shrimp? What is it? He's like, man, it's not even a fish. That's hilarious, dude. Let's see what we got here. Oh, another sharky shark. Look at these damn things. This video they're getting lately is just unbelievable. Like that one I play in my intro is insane. What's this guy gonna do? Imagine if you saw that swimming up to you. Hell no. I didn't realize they were so smart. I just thought they were harbingers of doom for Lenore. Oh, that's the raven. What's a murder of crows, right? And it's unkindness of ravens. And look at that. That's NWIZ. Where's that? Holy washing machines. I lost the camera. I can see why. That is straight up victory. See, I recognize that. Is that Fort Pierce or something? I don't know. I've seen that pier somewhere before. It's weird. Here's the thing after they saved it, I guess, right? Are you an idiot? So some people are just so unbelievably dumb. Water drop. Rare photos. Let's see. Michael Jackson? Holy crap. What in the actual F? Priciest photos ever. Oh, really exciting. $1,700 for that? In the world? Who would pay that? Well, I guess the guy paid $1.6 million for a banana. Why not? Well, sharing a cigarette and then they killed each other a minute later, right? Oh, there's Doug Wilson's house. Look at the size of that cow. Look at the size of that cow. Yeah, man. I don't know what a kilogram is. 3 hearts. World's priciest studded with 2,000 diamonds. Why not stick that in your butt? Text that. This one, Jiminy Joseph. All right, a couple more. There you go. That's for Black Magnum. Oh, that's one of those gars, isn't it? Is that a gar? Does anybody know? Is that a sheep's? What is that? You know what's the best eating fish is the grouper. Black Magnum was talking about the Goliath groupers that we have down here and by the sky. That's hilarious. Oh man, I got some heavy organs, Angel D. Welcome back. That is so funny, dude. UFO sighted. Oh, goodness gracious. That would be cool if they built some planes that were like the X-Wings. What was I saying? Oh, the best eating fish. And I've had them before. A buddy of mine was a fisherman, and you get the Goliath grouper and you eat the cheeks, believe it or not. The grouper cheeks are so good. It is fine eating. Fishermen keep that secret themselves. It's so freaking hilarious. Aw. See, there's music. Nope. That's a labradoodle, isn't it? Look at that boy. Aw. This is telling my best friend I love him.
Smell it.
Or kissing my best friend or whatever. Aw. Got you, sucker. He tries to hit her. How dare you? Barf.
Kiss your dog and see their reaction.
Did I play this one already? No. He's gotta be scared there. Aw. What kind of dog is that? I forgot. Alright, get a room, you two. Aww. Look at this. That reminds me of the one time I was just surfing in Clear Beach, a little wave like that. I pushed this kid. It was probably, it had a little barrel to it. And his kid was around, and his sister was there. And he got so scared, but I pushed him into the wave so they just rode it for like probably 100 feet perfectly. And his sister was like, yay, yay. And he was terrified. You'd never seen the... I mean, I guess when you're a little kid like that, I mean, he was probably a little older. Okay, that sounded weird. Hey, that looks like Philippi Park. No, this is in Palm Beach or something. Wait. Somewhere in Florida. Yeah, it's Palm Beach. Let's see what we get with this little fishy. Now, if you have a dock in Florida, you can put an underwater light, and you would be amazed.
What just happened?
At the fish that you pull up out of there.
Oh no, I got a fish.
You got one there. Yeah, it's definitely West Palm.
That was quick. Yeah, that was quick on the Mahara. Look at that.
He's letting it go.
Crazy fish here. There we go.
Is it a big one?
Thank you, Pops.
Oh, I know what kind of fish that is.
That right there is probably like a 18, 20 pound jack.
Yep.
Let's send her back.
All those years of marine biology paid off. Look at me now. Look at me go. Oh gosh, with the quarter deck. Okay. I like these things, but they always do stupid music. What the frick is this? Is that a potato? Is that a dirty potato? That's the one I was sprouted from. Mom! There you are. I hope that's not a tumor or something. That's gross. I don't even want to know. Okay, play now. Oh, there's the Christchurch caroling. 1944. A single massive rock over 1,200 years old. Often custom reflect the deceased. That's weird. Okay, what? Hungarian. Oh, they have a soccer ball you can pee a goal. How did that train get out in the middle of the desert? Whoa. Okay. Oh, egg underwater. What happens? He's been blessed by a duck. Oh, dude. Wales is in the middle of a roundabout for 40 years. Sleep paralysis. Weird. Alright, what else we got here? There's a lot of good stuff in this feed, I'll tell you that. Interesting photos. Is that a Unimastodon? Oh, that's a rhinoceros. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, that's the tree of life right there. Damn, that's crazy. That tree is totally LGBTQ. Unusual color. That's probably around Chernobyl. I think it did say Chernobyl. Look at that. Does it say there's no right angles in nature, right? Million-year-old fossilized raptor or something. Skeletons inside. Did you guys hear about the dinosaur highway? I don't know if it's a real thing or not. Look at that rainbow. That's insane. That's a cane bow. An MK cane bow. Something about marijuana. Look, it's a mini dragon, dude. For real. I told you dragons were real. Let me see if I can find the dinosaur highway. Did I spell it? Dino. Sour. Highway. In the UK. Boom. Check it out. Check this out, dude.
Trimlight is the industry.
Oh, yeah. That looks so cool, though. I'd like to have that. You can do your own rock show now.
For Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A massive, mysterious metal ring from space crashes into a Kane village.
I did not click
In the
on
UK,
that.
scientists discover a dinosaur highway dating back 166 million years. And the London Zoo conducts its annual stock take, counting over 10,000 animals. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1924.
Is this support? Did I cut?
The sarcophagus of Tutankhamun was uncovered. King Tut was an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. His mummy had been
How many
preserved.
stories did she just do all in 1 second? Jurassic Highway. ABS News. Unearthed. Oh, it's just footprints? A highway. They call it a highway. Oh, it was in a quarry. That's crazy. And of course, there's no sound with this, but whatever. Enjoy. That's all it was. I thought it was
few
like
places in the UK where you can go and see dinosaur footprints. So this is by far the largest dinosaur track site anywhere in the UK. It's actually one of the largest dinosaur track sites anywhere in the world. And it has these incredibly long dinosaur trackways. So some of these are stretching well over 150 meters. So this is really unusual. We don't find these kind of this kind of preservation, these very extensive trackways, very commonly. So it's a really special place.
I guess this is recently unearthed, but they're
It's
actually
just
like
so
they're giving tours
exciting
already.
to be part of an excavation or to lead an excavation that is looking at such a wide,
Right, 6:30, I'm shutting it
broad
down.
scale,
Hey, Echoes, what's up, sweetie?
a large geographical area. So we've got so many prints here, we've got so many trackways, and we're several days into the excavation now, and we're
Twiz,
still
you're mean,
discovering
dude.
more trackways, and also the interactions
do
between
that,
those
bro?
trackways
I might have
is
to
just
ban
so
him. Twiz is
exciting.
banned. Heather, take care of it.
We're here in a quarry in North Oxfordshire, trying to uncover these
I gotta
fantastic
ventilate
dinosaur
this place, but I
footprints.
want it to be freezing
Back
here
in the
again.
Jurassic, there would have been this
Sorry.
sticky, wet
God,
mud
something-
in a lagoon. Some dinosaurs walked
Hello.
through. They've left their prints behind, and they've been preserved
What's
as.
this?
My name is Lori Filmer, also known as Lori Shaver, and as my attorney, Mr. Wiggs,
what
has
these,
just
these
stated.
channels strike you. I'll get struck just for that watch. I guarantee you.
We're
Not
here in
strike,
a quarry.
but you can't have to delete it. Blah blah blah. We're YouTube. Only thing we put money into is censorship. Makes me mad. Collapse of the spiral ascending to the sky. Collapse? Really? Of course, they have stupid music. What the braca is this? Oh, this is fun. What's going on? Do something. Oh, snap. What? Talk about Jenga. Holy cow. How'd they get that middle to stay like that? Oh, that was dope.
So for all the kayakers wanting to do Lake Macquarie,
What the hell is that?
this is what you're going to be putting up with.
They don't have sharks in them, do they? Great. Let's see what else. What in the world? Oh no, there's the orange cats again. Here they come. Aw. No. Aw. The little kitten was cute. Drew disconnected from his game. What? What is this? No, 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 no. Thank you. What is going on? That is stupid. Some of these are so dumb. Yeah, I got a bad feed now. That's it. Shutting it down. This is so... I don't care about this military crap. I like cats. Funny, and little people hitting each other and then running away. Would I ride this for $10,000? Yep, of course. Oh, that's great. Scanner got me screwed. Whoa! Yika Micah! Holy... Nope, nope. I'll pass. I'll pass on that one. I knew that was going to be a song. What's this? Please don't be music. Yep, of course. What is this dumbness? The world is rectangular, by the way. It's rectangular squared. You got to fly high, free bird. That's your song, Angel D. That's how you sound. Meh. Oh, I'm not even on camera. I was sticking my tongue out at you. Meh. That's not a good look for me. I'm not going to do that again. I'm trying to attract Angel D's and not... Hold on. The world... I saw that one already. We saw that one in the Purge once. That was dumb. No, that's not good. What's this? Alright, 300 more. Ready? I wonder how many videos I've actually played today. This has got to be like in the thousands. This is nuts. What is this? Holy crap! It's a heat-seeking laser gun. The lasers are crazy now. I'm telling you what. Don't ever let anybody shoot you with a laser. Oh, this guy's hilarious. What is that? Cooking? That's cool. DIY. Oh, this is smart. Wow, he's really branched out. He's got to be just sitting back collecting checks, right? That's my new one. Weird. 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 Big. Oh, is this the Mavericks wave? It's going to be music. Yep. Yeah, this is Mavericks. Yikes. Usually you don't get the barrel and... Oh my gosh. Yo. Oh, he got... Oh, he got washing machine like a... What in the world? Tyler Perry? What do you do when you got $1 billion? Buy big fake ass... It's not enough to have a Learjet, you gotta have a mini version. I would totally buy a mini version of my jet if I had a jet. You got to fly high, free bird jet. That's solo. If you listen to that guitar solo, you can tell one guy totally is awesome. He was like the hired gun. They brought him in to play shredding guitar. And then the other guy just kind of sucks. So they alternate. I mean, the whole solo is great. Don't get me wrong, but it's like he's just much simpler. if you listen to that solo ever, you might hear it when you're a shredder like me. Just kidding. Pipe. This is backdoor pipe. If you go right, it's backdoor. When you go left, it's pipe. That is a big pipe wave right there. Skirt the lip. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
What
no,
is the point of
please.
hiring a trainer?
Damn, I can't.
Here we go. Still missing. Scarcelayer bobsled.
Go! Baby, don't worry about a thing. 'Cause everything gonna be alright.
This is a Barry on the Wild Mouse. Crazy. So wacky.
TWIZ probably doesn't like Bob Marley either.
Turns, but so much more to it. Nice.
Woo! Wait, that's like a kid coaster. Is that a flounder? Holy, that's Nazarene. That's gotta be Nazarene. Where is this? Yeah, it's Nazarene. Nazarene. Ooh, that was a big bad boy right there. Wow. Holy camole cacks. I just got home. Worked the second I got home. Bruce hopped up to say hello. He was a lonely puss. This weird dog of mine. That's creepy. How long is he just gonna sit there? He's in trouble. Okay. I'm not a big fan of little dogs, sorry. Like big dogs. Bigger the dog, the bigger the heart. Look at this. Crazy balls.
Funnel cloud there in Tehama County. Unclear if it touches the ground, but we've seen it on the radar. We are on it. So is Heather. So what are you seeing, Heather?
Well, there was a tornado warning in effect for northern Tehama County, but on our maps here, that warning went away, indicating that it may have been allowed to expire by the National Weather Service. So some good news there. But our radar here still indicating some rotation. You can see this by this purple stripe here. That's where radar picking up on a little bit of spin in the atmosphere there. So here's what that camera looked like. This is Inks Ridge in northern Tehama County. You can see very clearly that funnel. Unclear if it actually reaches the ground. So we'll call this a funnel cloud. Unclear if that is a
Whoop-de-doop-de-doo. That's pretty funny right there. I got to fly high, free bird, yeah. You guys will be singing that all day now. Oh, let's see, because I'm just so amazing, right? This is so AI. You think that's AI? I'm going with AI. Please have more, not just this dumb one. Okay, good. Let's see if there's music. Obviously, there's music. Yep. Cat that interrupted the live newscast. Damn, you'd think the sun was up by now. Not yet. Just wanted to wash my paws. Oh my gosh. I like little things hitting each other. Epic. Oh god, here we go.
WTF products. I want to present these to you the way they were presented to me, with no context. Good luck. I'm starting with some fashion because that's where my heart lies. Whose body is this made for? Not mine. My issue with these is that they're classified as shorts, not underwear, and let me explain how my ass would eat these. This is to cool your balls in the car. Authentic clogs. Whipped monkey fart soap. I don't even know what that means. Balls for your Crocs. A phlebotomy kit, which I'm kind of into. I don't know why. Oh, this is a fingerprint ring. I don't even know what that means.
That's a Cobra
this one,
use.
we all know how I feel about it.
A fingerprint ring.
This horrifying too. I don't know why.
A fingerprint ring. I wonder if there's a fingerprint ring expert that the prosecution's bringing into this. That's a trip. Because, you know, back in the day, the gangsters used to burn their tips of their fingers so they wouldn't leave clues at the crimes. Now they got a fingertip ring. Isn't that funny?
This is a
It'd be different if it was made out of, like, plastic or rubber or whatever. This is like a jewelry thing for real. How would that stay in your finger?
Fingerprint ring? I don't
what
even
size fingerprint
know what that
ring
means.
are you?
This one, we all know how I feel about it.
You like those ones.
This horrifying little silicone baby. Don't know what its purpose is. And then this thing that is definitely not a dog. You guys have been so
Alright, I started with her. I'm not going to end with her. I'll do one more. If it's a good one. Zap. Yeah. Okay, I knew... Okay, well, this will be a good one. Nice. I think that one was called a blunt slide. I'm not sure.
Guys, I got my drink tube.
You're not weird at all.
From Burkle Cerakotes.
They get the weirdest people to do ads now. Oh, why? No. Okay, that's me. All right, I'm skipping the cat. So we've done enough cat stuff. Here we go now. We love anal.
Oh, I have no idea what another intention could have been. This one's just a translation error. I'm sure they meant beach.
In the world.
But this one really could have used a little bit of thought. Okay, so this is for
oh
a
my
cricket
good
league.
lord.
And they've decided that the under 15 age level, the tagline should be, let's catch them young.
Wow.
Gentlemen?
For real,
Though I guess technically that is still better than have your ring deep cleaned and valeted. Oh, girl knows what's up. Now, this one might be the fault of my dirty mind, but I'm obviously never going to admit that. Hey, Badge 502. Coming to an ER near you. And once again, guys, the sticker placement. Hello. And welcome to another...
Oh, I picked up this guy. Please no music.
Place that he lived up on the Mowich, the river. There's nobody that lives up there. That's park.
Nobody lives in the Mowich.
He had found a cedar stump that was hollowed out inside, large old growth. Some of them are 12, 14, 15, 18 feet across. He decided he was going to make that a home for himself. I says, you're in a pretty restricted area, prime wilderness, and there's really nothing going on down there. Tell me, in your travels down there, have you ever run into a Bigfoot?
Why are you picking an Angel D?
In a blink of an eye, I was talking to a different person. I mean, everything changed. He saw something standing up against a stump and picking huckleberries and stopping them, just going like crazy. And he says, then the animal looked up right across the canyon, right at him, eyeball to eyeball.
What did you do to Angel D for Sasquatch channel, eh? Check that out. Look at this. Yeah, right. Like, this is gonna work. You really think this crap works like that? Yeah, right. I tell you what, if that actually does work, I know somebody that can use it right now. It's one of my subscribers. You got to fly high, free bird. Right. Alright, happy dog, happy dog. People have to take their dogs everywhere now. I took my dog into the grocery store once back in the 90s, and they lost their freaking minds. I was just walking. I was just going to grab a gallon of water and get out. Oh, that's a mess. Cats. Whoa. Okay, enough of that. I got to fly. Wait, is that dog going to kick a field goal? Oh, he picks up the kicking tee. Whoop-de-doo. Okay. This chick again.
Finding for Humans 102. Okay, so today we're going to start some remedial work because reviewing your winter projects, I'm a little disappointed, guys. Okay? So we're going to start off with an easy one. How many heads do I have?
know. I can't even. What is up with that nutria? Holy violent. Okay, I like these. Let's see what we got here. That's crazy. It's one of Willie's masks. Escape from a heron's stomach. Holy, he swallowed the wrong thing, dude. Whatever, dog. Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Ching chong bing bong, yeah, Hong Kong. Acrylic. Fresh dough. Whoa, that's a tall lady. What's tallest in the 1800s? What in the world is that? A leopard? Leopard girl? I think they're trying to trick me there. Alright, one more good one. Let's see, here's a cat.
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
TWIZ, is that your cat?
Hey, what's up? Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Gracias.
That?
Can we pick you up and hold you like a baby?
Can you hold the...
Alright, I just tied on this dark matter 5-inch fishaholic finback shad, and I'm going to toss.
Don't worry, in most cases.
Oh, here he is, the skateboarding turtle again. He's getting better. That turtle's amazing. He loves to skateboard. Or fingerboard, I guess. I got to fly high, free bird, yeah. Look at this dude. Tight. The turtle board. Epic. What's this cat gonna do?
Is Nuggy the one who's not the chicken? I don't know. Let's see. What do you think, Nug? What do you think?
Uh-oh. Nope.
That's cool.
That's why I got kitty litter. Peace out. Stuff that makes me happy.
So I thought that we would do stuff that makes me happy. First up is proper cable management, because this just makes me feel things.
I don't know why.
Second is when a cat becomes perfectly round. Even better when the cat is a complete black void. That makes me so happy, you guys. Third is my daughter, who was lying on the floor in pain, explaining to me that she could not go to school because she was too sick and everything hurt too much. I then told her it was Saturday, and she was miraculously cured. So for a little while, you guys...
I bought a set of sweatpants. Good for you. Oh, Jiminy Johnsons. Crazy. Holy smackers. Oh my gosh. Look at this dude. Out of his freaking gourd. He got the strapped in feet. Let's hear some cracks.
Stress. You get any headaches?
Yeah, music. Damn. Ow. My neck needs crack now. I've been staring this way too long. Ow. Oh yeah, I gotta shut it down, you guys. I'm having physical ailments now. People are weird, bro. In the world am I looking at? I'm gonna end it right there. Wait, P-Fox is in here? Oh, if P-Fox is here, I can't leave. He's too easy on the eyes. Alright, just for you, P-Fox, I'll stay a little longer. Let's see, there's music.
Get you.
Yep. Boy, that's a fatty. Like me and my bike ride. This isn't that funny. I have no attention span. Yeah, my neck is all kinked up. I'm not going to be able to sleep. What the... Okay. One more good one. Yeah. Yeah. Ow. Oh. Test the solar panels. You see, guys, I told you. They have these panels that you can put on your roof, and it's a solar panel. Why? Oh, why cannot businesses do this already? I don't understand. Stupidest things. One more. One more. Come on. Rolling the dice. Come on. Big money. No whammies. Noisy over here. One more. No. 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 Oh, Frank Zappa. What dig him? Probably music.
At
What a dick. Lennon was a dick. He was a horn dog. Amazing writer, though. Ow! Oh, that's cool as hell. There. Oh, there's Chickbit. Angel D, you coming over? Come on down to Florida. Wow, that's kind of cool. Oh, no. Oh, that's really tight. What's this one? Oh, the invisibility cloak. There it is. There it is for real, for real. Wow. 300 miles an hour. Basketball by himself. He's playing with his balls in space. Space balls. Here, oh, batter up. He didn't hit it too hard. Oh my gosh, look at this poor... why did you... It's like they did that on purpose. Is that a stuck whale? What in the world is going on there? I have to know. I swear to God, Kayla, be careful. What in earth? I don't even know what's going on here. It's just, I'm over it. What's this? Hey,
But this little known trick can make...
Oh, dumb. They totally clickbaited me. Eye contact. Oh, that cat is intimidating. Oh, here's Robert.
What are they trying to do? Is their case so flimsy, which I believe it is, that they're trying to use smoke and mirrors here?
Smoke and mirrors, dude.
And I mean, I honestly do believe, guys, that they are trying to use smoke and mirrors.
Absolutely.
As the court explained in Morin, when an expert relies on some form of scientific or technical information that must be disclosed, as opposed to other witnesses whose opinions may be the state trying to do in this case.
None of my mirrors smoke. Oh, let's see what's good. Something. Okay, good. Photos. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm sure I could find them somewhere else. I honestly do. Submarine warfare, the beast, something. Thomas Edison himself. Thomas Edison invented nothing. Dumber. Wait, what was it? Dumber. Oh, those were fingernails? Nasty. Yeah, this better be good. Oh, wow. Anyway. Oh. What's this? Oh, they don't come up that close to shore, do they? Oh, my lord. Nope. Wow. Ooh. That's crazy. What kind of shark is that? Jellyfish. Look at the fish inside. He's trying to be a dude. Wow. Russia. That's a sculpture. One rock helping out another. I don't know what that is. There you go. There's the many suns. Oh, it must be, the sun must be coming up because the sirens have started. There's a virus. I know that. Have you guys seen? There's a video. Oh wait, this is done. There's a video of a It's crazy. Okay. Oops, sorry. Of a heart cell. Check this out. Let's see if they have it. Why is that my song, Free Roll?
I've drawn for you 3 heart cells, and one of the first things that you should be thinking about is, well, how exactly do we know that it's actually a heart cell?
Okay,
so I'm
I
gonna
don't need your freaking history lesson, dude. Anyway, yeah. Oh, there it is. Yep. Watch. This is it.
Grey skin grows back quickly, dead heart tissue does not. This is why a cardiac arrest often leads to severe long-term problems. At the Vienna University of Technology, chemical substances have been developed which turn the body's own progenitor cells into functioning, beating heart cells. This discovery could open the door to a new kind of regenerative medicine. The goal is to create tissue in the lab which can be implanted without any danger of tissue.
I didn't know it was going to be an ad, but anyway, that's pretty wild. Let's see if anything popped up. We've been having fun. It's 8 hours now. Whatever. Oh my god, my ear hurts and my neck. Oh, my neck, my back. What is this? What's the obsession? True crime. I'm not familiar. Mike Stewart in Australia on the tour bus. What is a Sasquatch trade a deer for fish? 1800-degree copper ball. Don't touch that. It's hot on the bottom. Anything live? Come on, my ear hurts. I gotta shut it down. Still going on now. Nothing. Alright. I sadly want to I have to shut this thing down. Good night, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here through all this torture with me. This was a great show. It's just, I went a little long, I think. I went a little over my new mandated hours. I'll still do tomorrow night, probably, though, or whatever. Somebody's doing Monday. Or I think, was it Daniel? It's going to be live on Monday. Make sure you're there for that. Everybody subscribe to the Drunk Turkey Show. And Miscellaneous TWIZ will be there. So, yeah, that's how it'll be. Let's see if we can get out on one good something thing. I should talk more about the case. You would think this is my F4. It's just my channel. I do stuff. Let's see here. Look at the news. Oh, you know what? Just like before, that got me distracted and kept me here for another 6 hours. Let's look at the Nusbra. Oh, they don't update on the weekend. I forgot. Let's see if Clearwater ever happened. Anything. I can't even talk. Headlines. Cybertruck blow up. Oh, he had recordings in year before his rampage. Set fire at rental property. Jet blue hit with $2 million fine. I mean, they hit these airport struggling airlines, and then they'll slap Facebook with something that's a total whoa. Wow, Neil Young. Whose team you got? Put your team in the chat for the football today. We're coming down to the playoffs now, right? Kirby Smart. I thought it was going to be Kirby Dome. Let's see what's going on in Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. A sleepy little town. Broke rule. Yep, we done that. Lake Coeur d'Alene polar plunge. That's the creepy town. Okay, so you remember Eva? Her name's not Eva. It's Iba. I-B-A. She finally typed it in the text, and what date is that? January 2nd. Got some new crime to check out. It took them... Here's another fun one. It took them 17 days. I like how you can't see anything. It took them 17 days to verify that the Pullman police chief was suspended. I mean, bro, they wonder why they hate us. That's the other one. TWIZ right there, the Pullman fire. The marshal deemed it illegal housing, so I think it was what it was. Injured Wiggins crashed at the Yukon. And then Moscow's 31 degrees. Let's watch the polar plunge. Music.
Like ringing in the new year with a shocking splash, right? That's exactly what hundreds did in Lake Coeur d'Alene this afternoon, celebrating 2025's arrival in the chilliest way. Some took today's plunge for the first time,
plunge when you
while
go into
others
like
did
an
it for nearly
iceberg.
the 50th time. Hunter Bertram talked to one of the founders of this decades-old celebration.
Who's got a team?
Celebrating the new year comes in many different forms, and for a lot of people around the Coeur d'Alene area, taking a dip in the lake is the best way to do so. Iba.
He got suspended for domestic violence, and something grabbed her, and it was. If it's the one I'm thinking, I'm thinking of the detention deputy that got domestic. But he had like some serious, real domestic violence going on over there. The Pullman police chief. TWIZ was asking.
Countdown ends, the chaos begins.
It's polite chaos.
Oh, it's almost my birthday though. It's my friend Danny's birthday today. Gosh, I wish I could. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. TWIZ Biscuit. Oh, that's me. Is that what I really put for my title? TWIZ Biscuit. It's forever TWIZ Biscuit. Once upon a true crime. Let's look at me on that, and we'll go out on that. Let's see how it came off. No.
You see what I'm saying?
That's
who was out on the streets.
Look at me.
That's who was out and close by.
Me, it's me.
You know,
I wanted to play a song on the guitar. I thought Tommy'd be all about it, but he just kept covering me up with the thingamadabbers.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the hell this whole video was about. I mean, we've seen these pictures a gazillion times. It's like, I was trying to bring up... Here, let's see what I talk about when I talk. Just kidding. Yeah, I think this is me talking here.
To where you started.
Yeah, look more. Please. Go look more, because you haven't got to that one shirt, and you haven't got...
That makes me think, okay, I've been on the air now for 8 hours, and I was on Tommy's for like an hour. So I put in a good 9-hour day, you guys. You ruined my break. I'm going to go have a pork chop snack. I love you guys. Good night, everyone. I will let the chat run for however long till people stop chatting. And we will do it again soon, probably next day, tomorrow, the day after that, or whatever, so. Hold on, wait. I look like Bill Burr right now. Hold on. I better put my hat on. My baldness is frightening right now. I went with a number 4 razor, but you can't tell. I'm back, Meg. Am I back? Am I not back? I should be back. I'm back. I'll play you a song, Meg, because I love your butts. You're the only person person on the whole face of the damn earth I'd do this for. I'll tell you that right. I've been going live. This was an 8-9 hour live or something. My email is a big secret. This is a song for Meg P. Instead of going pee, I got live for Meg P. How do you not have my email? I'll put it in the chat here. That's how bold. That's how unafraid I am. TWIZ will give it to you. Gigi. I'll give you my good one. Don't use the other one. Use this one. The one that everybody sends stuff to. It drives me nuts. I don't like that one. Meow. Why? First I had to go live for you, and then I got to give you my email. Meow. There it is. Wait, I misspelled it. It's Kane. It's not Kane N. It's Kane B 888. I imagine that if I don't type it right, you won't get it, and you'll be mad. And I don't want you mad. Boy, you're grouchy when you wake up. Have you had your coffee yet? At the Mail of G. At the Mail of G. There you go, little IT. So right in the middle of your song, and you had to get all temporary tantrum. Now I lost it. Now it's this. This is no fun anymore. I got it back. Rowie! They do one time on that. They also do the same thing on. That's we go. Wait, I'm sorry. Trying to get, I can't remember. We are the Sultans. What does he do? He does that one little thing. All the Stuart Copeland stuff is like super extra hard. Okay, nobody's chatting. And it's not because I'm entertaining, I know that. watch any more videos, you guys. Let's talk about, am I still live? Everybody split. It's just the three of us now. Is this a different live or is this the same live? I can't tell anymore. I don't even know. I sent you a long list of FBI stuff. Oh, isn't that nice? I'm glad I was nice to you today for once. Oh, look, I'm still in Dinky's waiting room. Oh, here, let me edit my avatar. I should just leave that for him to wake up. Kane's knocking on your door. Kane's just trying to get into your studio here. First he steals your avatar. Let me see if I can start the cam this time. There I am. Oh, I had it going. Start cam. It won't. It freaks out when you try to do the cam. Look, I've never had it where you can see the voice reaction thing. I love that. Now I'm all excited. Hi guys, welcome to the Kane B show. We're gonna have a really fun time this morning. Is anybody still here? The chat's not moving. If the chat doesn't move right now, I'm out. I'm shutting it down. 3, 2, 1. That's it. I'm out. Did I break the chat? Maybe. Sometimes I break the chat. Whoa, TWIZ, you don't even know. That was... Why are you so excited? Oh, to read this stupid FBI. You know what? My neck hurts. I forgot. That's why I stopped. You guys are giving me health issues. Here. Alright, I have to hide this or Trish will come on here and freak out. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, you be nice. For once. Okay. So you want me to read documents in the morning? Property of the people. Power to the people. Okay, this is not even... Look, Meg. Fail. Look, there's nothing... Oh. What am I supposed to do here? Documents. This is just a link that's not even working. Oh, here we go. Intelligence bulletin on drone threats. That was from August. Meg, you know, you weren't so darn glittery. Cybersecurity. This is all from, like, Coeur d'Alene. Oh. Emails. Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is a sick city. FBI Seattle. Sit-rep. Re-protests. June 5th. Alright, I'm assuming that you're going to tell me what I'm supposed to do with this one, because I don't even know. I'll go back to my email, because I can. I want you to look at it. Well, I mean, I have nothing else to do on this live, so we're going to look at it together, and you're going to like it. What do you want me to look at? Ah, here's the cast cellular analysis and geolocation. Oh, TWIZ's nipples just got super hard. Alright, let's see. Here's cutting glass, baby. Alright, let's pull this up safely now. And there you go. And it's gone. Let's see here. Let's make Kane tiny. I like Tiny Kane. Tiny Kane Mini. Okay, field research guide. Oh, I see. You wanted me to look at it. And geolocation, cast cellular. I have a feeling she's trying to prove me wrong about something. Studying this manual and attending the basic training does not constitute as individual as certified to testify. Table of contents, overview of cast. Oh, thank you, Meg. This is cool. Cast brings unique expertise to cases in which cellular telephone information serves an important evidentiary role in the investigation. When necessary, CAST will utilize industry standard survey gear, drive test equipment to determine the true geographical location, coverage breadth of a cell site sector. That's a lot of words. Project Pinpoint, PPP, uses the following data sets: historical cell phone tower lists, FBI information and liaison contacts, community outreach, etc., fugitive warrant data and Megan's Law, Other divisional crime data. Is that what you wanted me to read? You just wanted me to say Megan's Law. Other divisional crime data such as shootings, robberies, etc. Other data deemed inappropriate such as visas, cameras, case information, etc. which are overlaid and analyzed using mapping software to support fugitive apprehension, informant development, enhancement of investigations for all investigative programs. To attain CAS services, email cas.fbi.gov. That's a good way to draw attention. The mission of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team program is to support FBI along with state, local, and tribal investigations. Through the analysis of cellular called... guys, I only went back live because it's super windy and nasty. I was hoping it was going to be rainy, but it's not. But it's 50 degrees all day long, more or less. Unprecedented. Can you imagine being that cold? Through analysis of cellular call detail records, CDRs, and their associated tower information. Priorities. An immediate life threat. FBI priorities to include national security. Okay, the CAS program is managed by the CAS unit within the operational support section of the Criminal Investigation Division, with 5 HQ SSAs. What is an SSA? Site something agent. And 15 national assets who are CID assigned special agents. So some kind of special agent. Embedded with selected field offices. The program has over 50 CAS certified field assets who provide CAS analysis within their respective field offices. Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Locations, it looks like here. And can we zoom this up? Are you guys okay with this, me reading this? You got another one? Yeah, I honestly think that they completely ignore the fact that they are supposed to have a warrant. I'm sure that they break the constitutional Fourth Amendment 50,000 times a day. Okay, this says HQ is the yellow. So you have Atlanta, that's Quantico, and that's somewhere in upstate New York. Syracuse, Buffalo. Hawaii's got one. Doesn't look like Alaska's got one. Alaska, this last... Oh, that is Alaska. That's at the... what do they call that? The barrier... I don't know what they call it. That's the one that goes to Russia. So right at the tip of Russia, they have a HQ. The national assets are the white dots. And it looks like they have one in Georgia, Virginia. Is that Indiana? So probably in Gary. Minnesota and Los Angeles. Somewhere around Los Angeles. Is that San? That's probably That's probably Newport. Somewhere around there. Let's see, and then one in Seattle. Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Required training for the certification on the job. 4 weeks for CAST. Stage 2 CAST geolocation course. CAST fixed course, instructor development course, historical cell site analysis course, basic historical cell site data course, obtaining and analyzing cellular communication data, historical CDR analysis and geospatial mapping, tower dump analysis and comparisons to establish links between significant location, persons, and cellular data. Drive tests aid in verifying and measuring the actual coverage area of a cell tower. Target acquisition through the analysis. Are you guys trying to get my attention? Target acquisition, yeah. And he didn't even sign his own arrest warrants. Target acquisition through the analysis of PC, whatever. Development of wireless identification and direction finding team. With it. Get with it. Expert witness testimony in support. Aha. Of cellular analysis. Interesting. Cast intake form. U.S. codes and orders. Okay. They're flying over my house right now. I'm going to be quiet while you hear the plane. Do you hear the plane? Listen. Listen. That's the FBI. Right, listen. They do that all day, every day. And I know it's that plane because they just go in a straight line back and forth in these sweeps. Let's see here. Okay, so subpoena. General record request requirements varies by judicial district. A subpoena for toll records, no cell sites, call to destination search. Can you guys hear me okay? Did I turn myself up and not turn myself down? It seems like it's okay. Put a thumbs down if you hate my show. I'm just kidding. Subpoena call. Don't do it. Call to destination search. Because it hurts my feelings. Call to destination search. What's a call to destination search, I wonder? Call to whoever you're calling, I guess. Subscriber information. Payment. And boy, they have no problem. See what they did here, guys? And obviously it's going to help us in this case. But they have this whole network of shit set up to, and they don't just use it to find criminals. This is making my stomach turn. Because they just use it to find out wherever the hell somebody is. And it's just going to get easier and easier and easier and easier for them. But this is the lengths they went to. And nobody knew about these things for years. I knew about them probably about 10 years ago. I was fully aware of this was actually 10 years ago going on. Electronic serial number addresses. This is the stuff again. General record request requirements varies by judicial district. How long the subscriber has had the service and phone equipment requires a subpoena. How the ESN, electronic serial number, the IP address, payment information, those all require a subpoena, court order or search warrant, historical tower information to include cell site and sector, text messaging, data connections. Okay, so right there. They're reading your text messages, your data connections, they're listening to your phone calls, installation of pen, trap, and trace, tracking authorization, subscribers for all numbers and contacting target, location-based services, ping data. Well, that's nice when they ping your phone, isn't it? Language for historical CDRs with self-site and additional reports carrier-specific. Recommended at least 60 days worth of records in order to establish a pattern analysis. See below for suggested language to attain this time frame. Verizon. Wow, these cell companies are just right in there with them. Look at that. It's just it's like the yellow pages. Like, there's Verizon. This is what you got to do to get the Verizon IME. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Seeing this is wild. There's Sprint. Where's AT&T? Yep. T-Mobile. Provide call detail records. Mediations. Report for number for time period to include all subscriber information, including name, address, contact numbers, activation, deactivation dates, account number, social security number, and account features. Why do they need your social security number to get a phone? Did I give up my social security number to get a phone? I don't even remember. You don't even think about it. Look at this now. Cell site locations and sectors for all outgoing and incoming voice, SMS, and MMS data transactions. All available timing. It's just, I know about this shit. It's just making it so freaking real. All available timing advance reports, currently known as TrueCall, to include cell site, sector, and distance from tower, IP session, and data. All available mobile. And they guise it under we're chasing criminals, but it's yikes, dude. Yikes. All right, so introduction to basic cellular theory, cell towers. Examples of cell towers disguised to blend in to the landscape. Boing. Base stations. Networks provide service through cell towers known as base stations. BS. Each BS has a global cell ID, GCI, ECGI, and it's unique to the network. The country code is always 310 for USA. I might need Hector on this one, you guys. I'm going to call Lana. Let's see here. Okay, so what's this? Tower and cell phone communication. Okay, you got your cell phone. And you have the incoming and outgoing. You know that cell phones work on radio frequencies, right? So you have TX incoming or RX incoming. Tower-based transceiver station, a BTS, full duplex, allows communication in both directions and allows this to happen simultaneously. Both cell phone and tower transmits and receive information using different radio frequencies. Both cell phone and tower transmits and receives information using different radio frequencies. Cell phone equals mobile station or subscriber. When a cell phone connects to a tower to conduct this is amazing. When a cell phone connects to a tower to conduct an outgoing call or receive an incoming call, the phone company provider maintains a record of that event in the call detail records. Cellular analysis tips. Once case or exigent circumstance is established, in other words, they got the subpoena, determine the phone company and portability issues of the target phone. What services does the company offer? Are location-based services, triangulation, GPS ping, PCMD, TrueCall, and timing advance available? These are the tips once you have the warrant or subpoena or the court order. What the hell? What happened? Oh, God. Scared the crap out of me. Do you want me to stop, Heather? You got Heather? Who takes it? Oh, I have to be somewhere in an hour. We're gonna have the holidays, so I'll be there like 10:30. Not sure how late they open. Let me know if there will be time after I'm done. So let me answer this real quick. What is it? Okay. Just one sec, I'm sorry. What do you call it? Okay. Obtain necessary legal process. That's where Fane's hang-up is, right? Use mapping program to map relevant locations and cell towers. Review the records in Excel or other tools to verify you receive what you requested. Date, phone, and that you received call or cell phone records and tower information. Look for last call at night, first call in the morning, as well as the most frequently used cell sites and most frequently called phone numbers. Nobody's safe. Determine the cell sector pertinent to your investigation. Look for other involved subscribers. Okay, I mean, review additional case information. 5 steps for success. Set up tower listing by combining 4 columns. If using TWIZ, load original non-altered record. This is getting complicated. Import tower list into a mapping program. Plot addresses from crime. Filter call detail record, CDR, by date and identify the towers utilized. Sorry. That's good. Okay. Checkity check. What do you mean, Jobber? Filter call detail record by date and identify the towers utilized during the date and time of the crime. On your map, locate... Okay. There is no way that they can do this without the FBI. I don't know. Did Kane go through this training? I'm going to assume... I don't know. But they... What do we need? Date and time of the crime, location of the crime scene, call detail records, subject's phone records, tower list for the cellular service provider. How do we illustrate that on a map? Call detail records combined with tower list equals TWIZ. TWIZ overview. TWIZ was created by the CAST team in conjunction with other government agencies performing mapping analysis. What's up? What should I check? FBI is coming for me. I put a tracker on Kane. I feel like I got a Apple AirPod on my leg right now. Okay, TWIZ is available free to law enforcement personnel and is located at this unredacted website portal that I can't log into, or I click on it like an idiot. The program can be downloaded to any official computer. Maps and analysis created it, so it does, you notice it does say free to law enforcement personnel. Free to get TWIZ. So TWIZ is the software. I see. The program can be downloaded. Maps and analysis created by TWIZ should not be taken to court without being validated for accuracy. Testimony should only be through a qualified expert. TWIZ has the ability to quickly plot call detail records and tower data for lead generation and investigative purposes. Once you download TWIZ, open the program and click on the help. Historical data, CDR, call detail records, you guys. A data record of a particular mobile device's activity over time. Okay, so here is the phone number here. Can you see? This is the disabled digit number, whatever that is. Call direction. Seizure DTTM. Seizure duration. First serving cell site. First serving cell face. Last serving cell site. Last serving cell face. Calling party number. This is a sample historical cell site analysis. On October 8th, 2017, at approximately 5 a.m., the victim was stabbed multiple times by the suspect, allegedly. The crime occurred at 3597 Cable PI, Pittsburgh, Penn. Call data. Was it call data records? Yeah, call data records. The CDR, okay. And so calling number is the first one. Called number is the second one. Dialed digits, I guess that's for verification. Mobile roll, outbound, inbound, I guess. Start date, end date, duration of the call, type of call, and then stuff I don't know what that is. So here, they have something called the NIED. That, anyway, this now all of a sudden. Okay, I just got lost. But they are able to map the location of the phone at the time because it provides the latitude and longitude right here. But they lost me with this Cascade ID. What switch? Okay, so the switch is the, when it comes in, it triggers the switch on or off, and that records the location of the call, I assume. Call data records. Crime scene. Okay, so here's a map. Don't get excited, TWIZ. On October 8, 2018, at approximately 5 a.m., the victim was stabbed multiple times by the suspect. Crime occurred at that Anywhere Street, Pittsburgh. And here, this leads to the crime scene here. And your CID, your cell phone, what is it? Cell data. There's a phone call placed. Voice call, voice call, voice call, voice call at this location. Putting the, so this breadth of the map here puts the suspect, I guess, in the area of the crime at the time of the crime. Okay. So. Drive testing, we talked about that. Plotting cell towers. Okay, so these are the three things here. Sector 1 Alpha, Sector 2 Beta, Sector 3 Gamma. 3 sector towers transmit signals through 3 separate sectors, each covering approximately 120 degrees. So you do need 3 towers to triangulate. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. I'm going to hide this real quick and look at the other thing that Meg sent me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Good morning and welcome to The Purge. I'm Kane B, your host. It's very nice to have you with us today. Do all the things for me and please share the video and hit the like button and be nice and subscribe. Come on in and join us in the chat. We like to have a little fun, and we like to do cool stuff too, like this. Thank you so much, Meg P, for this. It was worth hanging out. Okay, this is the resource guide, apparently. And somehow we've gotten a hold of these documents about the caste system. Studying this manual and attending the basic training does not constitute an individual to testify. Cell analysis is a great investigative tool. However, in testifying in court regarding cell phone records is difficult and requires significant training prior to testifying. Caste agents receive over 500 hours of training. Alright, this is more or less, yeah, this is the same one that maybe I clicked on the wrong one. Let me double, triple check. Are you guys enjoying the read here, or should I do something else? This is there's just the one download of the PDF. That's the same one, it just had a different cover mix. Let me go back, and I don't want to dox anybody here. Let's see what else we got on this business. Interesting. Check this out. What paragraph? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. It opened up, okay. I appreciate it. What paragraph, dude? I'm sorry. Now I'm at the beginning again. Let's go way down. Okay, I know I was past that. Drive testing. Stop me when you want me to read something. Okay. Tower sector orientation. So this is the 120 degree radius. 25 hours, is that right, Salty Grace? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. It's very nice to see you this morning. I am on my last firecracker, but I'll do anything for Meg P. So the one where you need at least 500 hours. Okay, good call. My bad. Okay. Cell analysis is a great investigative tool. Am I reading it again? However, testifying in court regarding cell phone records is difficult, requires significant training. Caste agents receive over 500 hours of training. So in order to be able to testify to the data, you have to have 500 hours of training, but I think that you can collect the data with maybe just limited training, Mike. That's what I wonder about that. Let's look at, double check at it. Yeah, we know what it's used for. We know what the mission is. So the field assets are the blue ones. That's the only one I didn't cover. Minnesota. Oh, right there in Pullman, Washington is a SE field survey team. And then you have one over here. I believe that's Jackie Onassis, Oregon over there. And then San Francisco, Dallas. That's Houston, I think. Miami's got one. Looks like Mississippi has one. It's a team. Process takes required training for caste certification. Again, process takes 18 to 24 months. Because I guess you're working as an agent. You can't go and just plow through 500 hours of training for this, I guess. It's on-the-job training. Current members work continuously with candidates on cases to increase their exposure and experience. Okay, 4 weeks for caste certification. Stage 2 casts geolocation. Stage 1 is basic historical analysis course. That's for field asset responsibility. So that's for a field agent. Let's roll it down to the bottom real quick. Let me go right to the... Wow, this is super duper long. If I read this whole thing, I got Miss Potts beat by a mile. Let's just kind of skim through. Type of records. And I'll move myself in case anybody who's watching this later wants to use it for their purposes. I'll go slow enough that you can do what you like with it. U.S. Cellular, where are they? Look at how just quickly you can just connect to these companies. A 1-800 number, Verizon. And you hear, oh, Apple fights the whole giving up your data to the government thing. Bull S. I'm trying to, I know I'm not going to complete the training here or anything, but I'm trying to understand some of these here thingamadabbers. I guess I'm not intended to know what they're necessarily... First serving cell site. First, I don't know what a cell face is. Boy, the things we go through for this case, you guys. Cell data retention, or what was it? Records. The Lucent rule applies to CDRs, not tower lists. Lucent, lose the one. Alpha, beta, gamma. Remember that cell sector orientations may vary tremendously depending on your location. For that reason, you must check your tower list to determine the actual sector orientations. All right. I think I'm getting closer. Interesting. Oh. Whew. Yeah, guys, my neck. Oh, my back. My eye. Naked lady walks into a bar with a salami under one arm and a poodle under the other. Oh. That's the unfinished joke from Breakfast Club. He falls through the ceiling after that. I guess he made it up, too, that day, Judd Nelson. Be cool if that music kicked in right now. Oh. The GPS ping is Sprint's location-based service offered to law enforcement. A ping is conducted with the assistance of the cellular provider, and we pay these companies our hard-earned money. A silent message is sent to the phone requesting a location update. So it's already built into the phone. The phone uses its own GPS receiver and reports its location. The location accuracy is based upon the phone interacting, and you ask me why I don't take my phone anywhere. There you go. There's the easiest way to figure out where somebody is. Ping that phone. It gives you the latitude and the longitude down to the inch. Good Lord. So, okay, so this is the 120 degree radius of the cell site. And what... Okay, yeah. I want to say it's 1 mile from the cell data, from the cell site, right? Isn't that right? Is that right? And this is sample mapping. So you have to have coverage, you have to have overlapping sectors of cell data. It appears, now if you look closely at this map, this cell tower has a radius of 1.07 miles, or circumference. This site is 1.6 miles, so it provides a larger coverage area. And so when you have the overlapping areas, I guess you're able to triangulate locations, not just within the overlapping area, but if this tower and that tower, can you see, and another tower are there, you can triangulate. It's called PCMB, and it reflects sectors as 2 and 3. Lucent rules apply. I'm not sure what... I know the word lucent. I just can't remember what exactly... So it looks like you only need 2 towers. Engineering data, PCMB. I know I'm working backwards and it's working against me, but I like to do it that way because then you... Lucent. There it is. Okay, so this is all the specific information for these specific companies. They sold this out long, long ago. And we pay them anyway. Because we have to. Okay. Okay, yeah. Now this is interesting again. This is the tips for success. Set up tower list by combining 4 columns. If using CastViz, that's the software. The downloadable software for free for any law enforcement computer. CastViz, load original non-altered record, and then local area coverage switch, network element name, CID cell number, sector, azimuth orientation. Import tower list into a mapping system. Plot addresses from crime. Filter call detail record by date and identify the towers utilized during the date and time of the crime. On your map, locate the tower sector used during date and time of the crime and draw the sector coverage area based on azimuth and orientation. On your map, locate the tower sector used during date and time of the crime and draw the sector coverage area based on the azimuth. So, okay. The azimuth is like a Rosetta Stone. And that's how you orient yourself. What do we need? Date and time of crime, location of crime, call detail records, and the tower list for the cellular service provider. And they share, so it doesn't matter. How do we illustrate that on a map? Call detail records, tower list, put it into CastViz. That's the software. CastViz was created by the CAST team in conjunction with other government agencies to perform mapping analysis. Okay. CastViz is available free. Maps and analysis created by CastViz should not be taken to court without validity for your accuracy. So yeah, it appears that at some point these cell phone records had to be analyzed by a trained agent. And we can just assume that Mallory and Payne were free of that. Interesting. Okay. Drive testing verifies. Now here's the alpha, beta, gamma thing. 3 sector towers transmit signals through 3 separate sectors, each covering approximately 120 degrees. 3 sector towers transmit signals through 3 separate sectors. Buggy baby bubby bumpers. Orientation for direction corresponds to times on a clock. Every hour on the clock is equal to 30 degrees. If the orientation points at 0 degrees or 12 o'clock, the coverage can be approximated to be 60 degrees in either direction. Likewise for the remaining sectors. Plotting cell towers. This can be translated on the map by using the same concept. Determine the cell site and corresponding sector. In the example below, the sector is 240 degree. The area 60 degrees in either direction, or 2 hours is the coverage area. Okay. A traditional 3-sided tower will have a sector width of 120 degrees. The sector's estimated range is based on the distance to the nearest neighboring tower in the direction of the azimuth. Maybe I should look up azimuth. Let's look up azimuth. The direction of a celestial object from the observer expressed as the angular distance from the north-south point to the point. Oh gosh, could you make that harder? Azimuth is the horizontal angle from a reference direction, using north to a point of interest. A word used in astronomy and navigation to measure the horizontal direction of an object. Okay, so going back now, you have azimuth and orientation. So the azimuth is your horizontal, and then maybe the orientation is your vertical? I don't know. Wow, this is good stuff, Megs. Really, really good. It's good. Good. I could read this all day. Enter. Okay, so here is the ELEP portal. NPAC. So I guess this is part of your login in the TWIZ software. You log in, and then you enter phone numbers separated by commas or empty space. Okay, and then you map it out. Interesting. I'm not going to read this small print. My eyes are too tired. Sorry. I don't know if you can even hear me. I'm getting hungry. My stomach's grumbly. A big fat boy's stomach. It's not as fat as it used to be. Jiminy Johnson. Woof. How to look at the elevation. The elevation. Yes. Click on the add path icon. Click on your desired look. Okay, I can't even read anymore. I just got so hungry. Oh, thank you for that, Magpie. I'm glad. Hey, Tara. What's going on? Good to see you. I'm glad somebody's listening. I am getting I'm so stuffed right now, or I'm so empty. I got nothing more to give you guys. I did an extra hour, and I'm so glad I did. Thank you, Megs, and everybody for hanging in there. We can look at this more. Again, I'm gonna keep this to me only, so I only have it on the Purge. No, I'm just kidding. Because I don't know. how much more I can really bet. Yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna eat a snack and go to bed like I always do, because that's the healthiest way to eat, right? Is just to have a good, nice, big, fat meal. And then Dinky comes in here. Dinky saw his thumbnail. He's like, "God dang it, Kane! I'm coming to get you. You know me." Do I have to dress? Do I have to dress for Dinky tonight? I didn't know. I thought it was a casual friend. I actually have to go somewhere in a little bit. About 11. So I got a couple hours. One last sip. Gracias to everyone, and I bid you adieu. Thank you for being here again. And we went nuts. The funny thing is, you tagged me in it, and then I happened upon it because we kind of ran out of material, and so sometimes we just fool around with other lives and stuff. And I was going through some. I'm like, oh, let's look at some of the posts. Yeah, she told us. She's like, wait, where did Kane get Dinky's pic that I sent him privately? What's he doing sharing all this stuff? And I'm like, no way. I'm like, I know he knew I would go crazy for it. So I instantly changed my thumbnail. This is like, honestly, on 9 hours. So I'm delirious. Here's a better... Okay, let's look at this one last thing, guys. This is the E911 mobile locator tool. Okay, so this is what they do to find you when you call 911 or 999. Which 999 makes so much more sense. What? Anyway, T-Mobile and AT&T offer law enforcement triangulation services as part of their enhanced 911 capabilities. Both services are considered network solutions and perform the same function. T-Mobile offers E911 locator, AT&T offers mobile locator tool. Triangulation is the network's ability to utilize the time in advance or time of arrival, TOA. Positioning mechanism. TOA positioning method is based on measuring the time of arrival, TOA, or time in advance of a known signal. And then you have the sent signal from and received at 3 or more measurement unit towers. So it does appear that they need some type of triple up for at least that part. Tower dumps are helpful when specific cell phone numbers have not been identified. Interesting. However, they can be expensive. A cell phone tower dump. Cell phone providers only preserve CDRs that's a cell data record for a limited time. Yet tower dumps are retained longer. Tower dumps can provide a wealth of information regarding which phones are in specific place and time. Legal threshold need a court order or such warrant. Specific time determines phones used in the area. Preserve data in a case and a future taught. I lost it. I had it. Narrow suspect pool based on knowledge. Okay, determine phones in the area. Specific crime. Okay, so that's tower dump uses. Is specific crime determines phones used in the area. Narrow suspect pool based on knowledge, outgoing call, only 3-minute conversation, not an area after crime, etc. Lane Bryant store where a suspect shot 6 women, no suspect, no report taken. Multiple crimes, different locations and times, compare data received for a common number. Example, Detroit jewelry heist. New suspects were using cell phones due to surveillance cameras. Tower dumps. So they preserve the cell phone data records for a limited time, yet tower dumps. That's like a tower dump wants my... Tower dump example series of robberies. Events must be separated by enough distance to make tower dumps effective. He said dump. Tower dumps can be uploaded and analyzed by CastViz. So you need to upload the raw tower dump files from the providers. Create a location name and upload all tower files for that location. So you're just basically finding the times of the crime, getting the tower dump info, uploading it, then create a location name and upload all tower files for that location. Then create the next location name and upload those location files. Once you upload the tower dumps for all locations, click on the tower dump tab at the top to see if there are any common numbers. Alright, so I'm sure that when you're filtering through several of those, you're going to have several common numbers because people are traveling in the same direction, whether you're committing a crime or not. Common device analysis. Through investigation, many different types of identifiers may be attained apart from the information received in a tower dump. Many different types of identifiers may be attained apart from the information received in a tower dump. The following are examples of identifiers that can use CastViz to conduct a common analysis. IP address, MAC address, serial number, advertising ID, license plate reader, Google IDs, thanks Google, telephone numbers, IMSIs, ESNs, MEIDs, MIEIs, social security numbers, data from geofence warrants. Data from geofence warrants. Remember, CastViz can be used, can conduct analysis on any set of data to determine commonality. Other investigative options. Exigent requests. There are two types of exigent requests: voluntary disclosures and compelling a provider to provide records due to exigent circumstances. Let's look up that word. I can only imagine. Pressing, demanding circumstances. Exigent requests, demanding requests, urgent requests. There are two types of urgent requests: voluntary disclosures and a compelling disclosure. Voluntary disclosure of records, commonly referred to as exigent requests or emergency requests. Compelling, and that's where the pen registers statutes. Emergency provision 18 allows for compelling records from a provider. Here we go. Facebook and Instagram. Send all record requests through the Facebook law enforcement portal. Who knew that was there? Bingo. So, search warrant for remaining content. Subpoena for non-content related data. Court order for limited content. Search warrant for remaining content, photos, private messages, friends lists, etc., and or preservation of records. Provide Facebook user ID, group ID, associated username, and group name. Wow, this really goes deep. Google will notify users of all requests unless the order is sealed or is a child exploitation order. Here we go on Apple. Apple just spreads their legs wide open for him. Let's see. Let's see, let's see, fucking, you know, Bobby. I say, oh, hi, where's mate here? So I was looking at me drinking my suds. But I had a pint and he knocked it out my hand. Vehicle speed, OnStar. Yeah, so OnStar, if you have OnStar, there ain't no hiding. I'll tell you that right now. They got their legs spread wide open. Apparently there's a law passed, though, now, where they're protecting your information. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I think we covered a pretty good amount. Now I have a massive cellular headache. Alright, peace out, guys. I love every single one of you. Megs P, you're the bestest. And thanks for coming in the chat, Dinky. It was nice to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope you guys do very well. Tony says hi. He's been here reading along with me. He babysit the troops for a little while. I'm on repeat. Salty Grace. We had all kinds of people. We had a nice show tonight with Post Woke World. We did a great guest spot for us. And we did all kinds of stuff. We watched Dinky IMO videos and Willie videos and all that stuff. Anyway, I'm trying to seem cordial, but I'm done with you guys. Honestly, get out of here. All right, I'll leave the chat open.